Chapter 114. In Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen sat cross-legged under the star tree, visualizing the Tai Yin star in his heart. Gradually, a black moon rose behind him, half hidden and half hidden. It shone with a black light, and the innate Tai Yin Qi rolled out, spreading in all directions. Everything within 10,000 miles was shrouded in black mist. Come! With a command, the star tree trembled violently, and the Tai Yin star's shadow appeared like a mirror, swaying in the wind, and palaces, streaks of silver light fell from the sky, turning into Tai Yin origin Qi and fusing into the black moon behind Feng Zichen, making it even darker. Then, the Tai Yin star's shadow dissipated into specks of light as if it had run out of energy, and the star tree returned to normal. Innate Tai Yin divine light, form. Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands, and the black moon behind him shrunk, turning into an illusory black light that devoured the innate Tai Yin Qi in a frenzy. Again. In the sky above Zichen's grotto heaven, the illusory Tai Yin star shook violently, and strands of innate Tai Yin Qi helped the innate Tai Yin divine light to form a solid form. However, just as the innate Tai Yin divine light was about to form, Feng Zichen's innate Yang divine light suddenly appeared on its own, as if it sensed a threat. A dot of innate Yang divine light flashed, and the innate Yang divine light shattered the innate Tai Yin divine light. In an instant, the Tai Yin Qi flowed out, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Still not enough. As he spoke, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves, and a vast amount of dermic powers surged out. With a cracking sound, the ice shattered, and turned back into innate Tai Yin Qi, which was then sent into the Tai Yin star. Sigh. It seems like my plan to cultivate the innate Yin Yang divine light has failed. After a long while, Feng Zichen sighed. He had suffered a great loss this time. He had planned to use the Tai Yin origin Qi to cultivate the innate Tai Yin divine light, and then merge it with the innate Yang divine light to evolve into the legendary innate Yin Yang divine light. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the repulsive force of Yin and Yang to be so strong. The innate divine light of Yang shattered the divine light of Yin directly, not allowing it to exist in his body. After all, the innate extreme Yang divine light was condensed from Feng Zichen's essence, while the innate extreme Yin divine light was condensed from an innate extreme Yin origin. The difference between their natures was too great. One side was strong while the other was weak. Moreover, they were hostile to each other, so it was naturally impossible for them to coexist peacefully. As such, not only did Feng Zichen fail to cultivate the innate Tai Yin divine light, but he also lost a surge of his Qi of origin. It was truly heartbreaking. It seems like I'll have to find an innate source of Yin to cultivate the innate Yin Yang divine light. But the Eldritch Wilderness has been established for so long. Innate sources have either turned into innate fiend gods or innate spiritual treasures. Where am I going to find one? Feng Zichen scratched his head. He had been coveting the innate Yin Yang divine light for a long time, but now he found out that he couldn't cultivate it. Sigh, the demons are really a hindrance. In fact, the innate Yin origin wasn't too difficult to find. At the very least, the innate Yin origin wasn't lacking in the Tai Yin star. However, that was the demon's territory after all. Now, Feng Zichen didn't even dare to use the starlight, let alone steal the innate Yin origin from the Tai Yin star. It was fine when he was in the golden immortal realm. The starlight he used was scattered on the Eldritch Wilderness, so the demons couldn't discover it. But after he became a Tai Jinxian, he could use the power of the Zhouxing origin. If he used it once or twice, it would be fine. But if he used it frequently, the demon's star lord wasn't blind. How could he not discover it? By then, the demons would think that he was the innate star god hiding in the Eldritch Wilderness. That would be fun. Forget it, after the Great Witch Demon War, I'll go to the Tai Yin star and collect the innate Yin origin. No, by then, I still want the innate Yin origin. I want the entire Tai Yin star. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put aside his distracting thoughts and took out the chaos bead. He planned to deduce a supreme grand skill. Qi. With Feng Zichen's current strength, he couldn't activate the shadow of Mount Buzhou. But with the shadow of Mount Buzhou in his body, he could suppress all external forces, including the qi. As soon as the innate evil qi rushed into his body, before it could do any damage, the Buzhou mountain's shadow trembled slightly, and a suppressive force came from it, pressing the innate evil qi into a ball, stopping it from moving. Great! Innate 5 Elemental Divine Light, Innate Yang Divine Light, 10,000 Elephant Divine Lightning. Go! Feng Zichen's arcane energy surged out madly as he cast all kinds of skills onto the heaven and earth furnace. Roar! Above the heaven and earth furnace, there were the roars of sacred beasts, thunder rumbling, and divine light flashing, causing its power to increase exponentially. The refining power surged and swept towards the connate baleful aura with all its might. Under the suppression of the shadow of Mount Buzhou, the innate evil qi couldn't resist at all. It was constantly refined by the furnace of heaven and earth, turning into streaks of black light that flowed into Feng Zichen's body. Qi. He understood that this was because his body was too weak and could not withstand the power of the innate baleful qi, causing his physical body to be damaged and sending him intense pain. In Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, an illusory figure of a deity with a blurry face appeared. His aura was incomparably majestic, and a purple-black evil spirit flowed on his body. As the strongest chaos demon god, Panga naturally had an innate baleful aura. However, it was not called Chaos Baleful Aura, but Dutian Divine Baleful Aura. As the innate evil qi circulated, strands of evil qi fused into his flesh and blood, constantly strengthening his body. Slowly, the sharp pain began to lessen until it disappeared completely. Chapter 115. Buzz. 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 The chaos bead trembled for a moment and spat out a black crystal. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb all the light, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The wails of gods and demons sounded, and the scene of thousands of creatures dying appeared. It was extremely terrifying, as if the gods had all fallen and the world was coming to an end. A terrifying aura filled the air. The black crystal came from the deepest part of Mount Buzhou. It was a product of highly condensed chaotic evil qi and contained a large amount of chaotic evil qi. Since the connate evil qi had been exhausted, it was time to use the stronger chaotic evil qi. This time, Feng Zichen went all out and was determined to cultivate the divine evil qi. Heaven and earth furnace, go! As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a powerful suction force came from the heaven and earth furnace and sucked the black crystal in. Attacked, the black crystal exploded, releasing wisps of chaotic evil qi that crashed into the heaven and earth furnace with boundless power. Crack! Crack! The chaotic evil qi was so powerful that it cracked the heaven and earth furnace with just one hit. It was full of cracks and would shatter at any time. Rumble! Sensing the existence of the chaotic evil qi, the phantom of Mount Buzhou emitted a deeper Taoist rhyme, revealing a vast and ancient aura. Vast divine power suddenly pressed down and suppressed the chaotic evil qi. With a flash of divine light, the cracks on the heaven and earth furnace disappeared, and refining power surged out toward the chaotic evil qi. Unfortunately, even though it was suppressed by the phantom of Mount Buzhou, the chaotic evil qi was still extremely powerful. Compared to it, the refining power of the heaven and earth furnace was too weak and couldn't shake it at all. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised by this. If he could easily refine the chaotic evil qi, how could he live up to its name? Break! Raising the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen struck it hard. A loud bell rang, and a power that could destroy all things broke the black crystal into pieces. At the same time, the Tree of Worlds spat out a stream of origin energy of heaven and earth, which turned into blazing flames and burned toward the heaven and earth furnace. The chaotic evil qi was refined, and a trace of purple-black evil qi gradually appeared on Feng Zichen's body. Outside Zichen's cave, the members of the Zi clan cast a spell, opened a passage, and pulled the golden phoenix inside. Sister, this is the place. Zichen is cultivating in seclusion inside. Is this a high-grade grotto heaven? Walking into Zichen's grotto heaven, the rich Xiantian qi gushed out, shocking the golden phoenix. The two of them entered Zichen's grotto heaven and continued walking. Not long after, they saw Feng Zichen sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by a thin layer of dark purple evil qi. As for the star tree, although it was rooted in Zichen's cave, its real body was in the endless void. Besides Feng Zichen, no one could see it. The star tree was related to the fate of Zhouxing. If outsiders knew that the tree was in the hands of the human race, it would definitely attract many powerful figures to fight for it. With Feng Zichen's strength, he would not be able to keep it. It's so powerful. Just by looking at the dark purple evil qi, the golden phoenix felt as if her eyes had been pricked by needles. At the same time, she felt a sense of extreme danger, which made her shudder. Feng Zichen opened his eyes, and a purplish-black light flashed. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Cold yin qi filled the air. Nice to meet you, Zihuang. Standing up, Feng Zichen first greeted the Zi clan, and then asked in confusion, "May I know who this fairy is?" "This is the golden phoenix of Emperor Nvua's palace. I have something to discuss with you. Also, the evil qi here is so strong." "Zichen, what are you doing?" The surrounding cold qi made the Zi clan feel uncomfortable. She could not help but frown and ask. "This is a great divine sense that I have just cultivated. I'm not familiar with it yet, so it caused the qi to leak out. It's not a big deal." Shaking his head, Feng Zichen did not explain too much. Using evil qi to cultivate a divine sense would inevitably offend cultivators, even if the divine sense originated from Pangu. "May I know why you are looking for me?" Feng Zichen turned around and asked the golden phoenix. "His Majesty Zhu Huang asked me to give you this as a gift to thank you." With that, the golden phoenix took out a phoenix feather and handed it to Feng Zichen. "His Majesty Zhu Huang and Her Majesty Nua both praise you. Your future is really limitless. It's all thanks to the two majesties." Feng Zichen took the phoenix feather and smiled modestly. The phoenix feather was long and narrow, emitting a colorful light. The qi of the five virtues was circulating around it, and the nirvana flame was burning around it, deducing the truth of life and death. As soon as it was in his hand, the phoenix feather shone brightly with colorful light. Innate talismans emerged and turned into a Khanate Dao scripture, which fell into Feng Zichen's heart. The Khanate Dao scripture of life and death. This was a Dao scripture of life and death, which directly evolved from the Dao of life and death. It explained the truth of life and death. If one could fully comprehend it, he could become Daoyuo Jingxian. This is too precious. At this time, Feng Zichen realized how extraordinary this item was. Not to mention the Khanate Dao scripture of life and death, this phoenix feather was also an extraordinary treasure. It was not inferior to ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. Judging by its power, it was probably Zhu Huang's tail feather. "My friend, this phoenix feather is the tail feather of His Majesty Zhu Huang when he transformed into the vermilion bird. It is extremely precious and contains part of His Majesty Zhu Huang's origin. Countless people in the Phoenix clan yearn for it but can't get it. His Majesty Zhu Huang gave it to you, which shows how much His Majesty values you." After that, the golden phoenix looked at Feng Zichen curiously. He wondered what he did for Zhu Huang that made Zhu Huang give this item to him. One must know that there were only 9 phoenix feather in the entire Phoenix clan. However, although the golden phoenix was curious, he did not ask Feng Zichen about it rashly. It was better to know less about the affairs of the Almighty, lest trouble come knocking on his door one day. Then, "I'll accept it shamelessly." After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put away Zhu Huang's phoenix feather. After all, for Zhu Huang, no matter how precious this item was, it was not as important as freedom. "Fairy, this is the first time you've come to the human clan. I suppose you don't know much about the human clan. How about I show you around and show you the sights of the human clan?" Feng Zichen suggested after looking around. "Thank you, my friend." The golden phoenix thought for a while and nodded. It would be bad if she did not know anything about the human clan when the Nuwa asked her about it after returning to Emperor Nwa's palace. Fairy, you're too polite. If you can put in a few good words for the human clan in front of Her Majesty, Zichen will be very grateful. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said. Pfft. You're such an interesting person. The human clan was created by Her Majesty and is equivalent to Her Majesty's child. Her Majesty cares a lot about the human clan. There's no need for me to put in a good word for them. The Golden Phoenix could not help but laugh after hearing Feng Zichen's words. Chapter 116. On the shore of the East Sea, Ao Shui, Water Dragon King, and an unfamiliar man appeared with a flash of light and flew towards the human ancestral temple. Ao Shui and Water Dragon of the Dragon Clan, and Xuanqi of the Black Tortoise Clan, have come to congratulate Suiren Taoist priests. Their voices came from afar before they even arrived. In the meeting hall, Suirenshi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. He transmitted his voice to Feng Zichen. Zichen, our friends from the Dragon Clan and the Black Tortoise Clan are here. There will be friends from other clans coming in a bit. I can't leave right now, so please receive them on my behalf. Inside Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen, who was taking Golden Phoenix to tour the Ziwei mountain, suddenly stopped and said apologetically, Fairy, I'm really sorry. I have some matters to attend to in the human ancestral temple. Please forgive me. It's fine. The human ancestral temple is more important. Please go ahead. Golden Phoenix nodded in understanding. Thank you for your understanding. With a smile, Feng Zichen took a step forward and arrived outside Zichen's grotto heaven. With another step, he arrived in front of Ao Shui and the others. Ao Shui, Dragon Lord, long time no see. Feng Zichen was very happy to see old friends. He couldn't help but quickly walk up and greet the two. Noticing the unfamiliar man beside the two, Feng Zichen asked, How should I address you, fellow Taoist? This is Xuanqi of the Black Tortoise Clan. He came with us to congratulate fellow Taoist Suiren. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Water Dragon King stepped forward and introduced him. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zichen. I've heard of your name for many years. It's a pleasure to finally meet you today. Xuanqi carefully sized up Feng Zichen and said. Everyone, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to the guest hall. With a wry smile, Feng Zichen changed the topic and led the three to the guest hall. He didn't know how the 5 elemental sacred beasts praised him in their clans, but most of the clans had a different impression of him. Their words gave off a strange feeling. Golden Phoenix was like that, and now Xuanqi was like that. Mo Zhang of the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan. Jian Shan of the White Tiger clan is here to congratulate Suiren Taoist priests. Before Feng Zichen's friends and clans and white clans of the White Dragon Clan, and the White Dragon King and White Dragon came. Our friends from the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan are here. I'll go and pick them up. Please wait for a moment. After the 5 elemental sacred beasts agreed to protect the human tribe became the ally of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Although this ally was a little weak, it seemed to have great potential. Now that Suiren had succeeded Daluo Jingxian, the human tribe's strength had increased greatly. As allies, the 5 elemental sacred beasts couldn't help but send 5 outstanding clansmen to congratulate them. After the meeting, Suiren first received the representatives of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Then, he called Feng Zichen to the main hall of the ancestral temple. Zichen, Her Majesty has ordered the 3 of us to go to Emperor Nwa's palace for an audience. And we don't know how long it will take for us to come back. Therefore, I've decided to pass on the position of chief of the human tribe to you. In the years to come, you will lead the human tribe. Under the statue of Nwa, Suiren said to Feng Zichen solemnly. Ah! What? Emperor Sui, you mustn't do this. Even if you don't want to be the chief of the human tribe, there are still Chao Huang, Zi Huang, the elders, and the city lords. How can you bypass them and pass the position to me directly? Feng Zichen was shocked and refused repeatedly. Although he was very interested in the position of chief of the human tribe, his seniority in the human tribe was too low. If he suddenly took the position, the human tribe would inevitably be unconvinced. According to his previous plan, after the human tribe occupied the majority of the human tribe, he would ascend to the position of chief of the human tribe in one fell swoop. But now, Suiren obviously intended to push him to the position of chief of the human tribe despite the objections of the masses. You don't have to worry about this at all. Second brother and third sister are going to Emperor Nhua's palace to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. They will return to the human tribe after becoming Daluo Jingxian. At that time, the position of chief of the human tribe won't mean much to them. Moreover, it's not my idea to pass the position of chief of the human tribe to you alone. It's the idea of all three of us. Therefore, you don't have to worry that they will be dissatisfied with you because of this. As for the elders. At this point, Suirenshire paused and continued in an inexplicable tone. In terms of ability, they are far inferior to you. In terms of strength, they are also far inferior to you. In terms of contribution to the human tribe, they can't compare to you at all. So, how can they have the face to compete with you for the position of chief of the human tribe? How can such mediocre people be the chief of the human tribe? How can they lead the human tribe to prosperity? I'm afraid they can't even survive in the untainted land. As he finished speaking, Suiren's face sank, and it carried a strand of rage while his tone couldn't help but become stern. Looking at Suiren's increasingly gloomy face, Feng Zichen looked ahead silently and dared not say a word. It seemed that something unpleasant must have happened in the meeting just now. Otherwise, Emperor Sui wouldn't have been so angry. In fact, Feng Zichen knew that many of the elders of the human tribe were dissatisfied with him. Especially after he drove the human tribe immortals out of the East Sea, there were even more elders who were dissatisfied with him. If Youchaoshi and Suirenshire hadn't spoken up in time and taken responsibility for this matter, those angry elders of the human race would have joined hands to expel Feng Zichen from the higher echelon of the human race. After all, when he chased the human clan immortals out of the East Sea, he treated them all equally. No matter who they were, as long as they were at the heaven immortal stage or above, he chased them all out without giving them any consideration. Among these immortals, there were many disciples, relatives, descendants, and even their own children. Many of them died in the riot of the ferocious beasts. The death of a large number of immortals caused the strength of some elders' tribes to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the death of their relatives, how could the elders of the human tribe not hate him? They didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Suiren, so they targeted Feng Zichen, the initiator of all this. They madly vented their dissatisfaction and hated him very much. Feng Zichen could imagine the angry faces of those elders of the human tribe who were hostile to him when Emperor Sui mentioned that he would pass on the position of patriarch of the human tribe to him, and their faces flushed red when they argued with Emperor Sui. Fortunately, most of the elders of the human tribe were still wholeheartedly loyal to the human tribe. After all, only a very small number of them had selfish motives. Moreover, the city lords had more or less received favors from Feng Zichen, so they naturally stood firmly behind him. In addition, Feng Zichen's contributions to the human tribe were obvious to all. Everyone knew that they couldn't compare with him, so Emperor Sui was able to smoothly finalize this matter. Chapter 117. Of course, if Emperor Sui insisted, with his prestige in the human tribe, he could settle this matter, but it would inevitably hurt the harmony of the human tribe, and leave a hidden danger for Feng Zichen to govern the human tribe in the future. Zichen, go and prepare. Later, under the witness of everyone, I will pass on the position of patriarch to you, so that I can go to Emperor Nhua's palace with peace of mind. After a while, Suirenshire calmed down and said to Feng Zichen, don't worry. Yes, Emperor Sui, don't worry. I will lead the human tribe to prosperity and live up to your expectations. Feng Zichen calmed down and said firmly. Good. I am very relieved to hand over the human tribe to you. Suiren nodded and left to gather the people. However, Just as Suiren was about to step out of the hall, he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with his back to him, "You were born in the human tribe after heaven. Many elders have criticized me for passing on the position to you. For example, the Guyue clan, Jushan clan, and Bingta clan are proud of their Xiantian status. It is inevitable that they will not accept you. If they try to sow discord between the Xiantian and Hotian human tribes after I leave, and use this to attack your prestige, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember, no matter who they are, no matter what their relationship with me is, if they dare to stir up the conflict between the Xiantian and Hotian tribes, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember. Remember. Remember." After saying that, Suiren continued to walk forward and out of the hall. "Yes, Zichen will remember." Suiren's words were very, very light. Although Feng Zichen could not see his expression, he could tell from his tone that Emperor Sui must have made a great decision to say these words. I really don't know what Elder Guyue and the others said in the hall. They forced Emperor Sui to say these words. After Suiren walked away, Feng Zichen said to himself in confusion. What did he mean by not being soft-hearted? It meant that when it was time for him to kill, he had to kill without mercy. They were old companions who had lived and eaten together ever since they were born. They had experienced countless hardships together, and their relationship was extremely deep. Even so, Emperor Sui, who had a good temper, was forced to kill them. It could be seen that they had gone too far in the council hall. Damn it! If I had known that something big was going to happen in the conference hall, I would have participated in it no matter what. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so clueless about the situation. For a moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he become a tour guide for no reason? Not only did he listen to a bunch of ambiguous words, but he also delayed his own important matters. However, although Emperor Sui said so, if I really dared to kill them, the Xiantian human race might rebel. It seems that I have to think of a way to drive them out. Feng Zichen thought as he rubbed his head. 3 days later, Suiren and the other two walked into the ancestral temple with the elders of the human race and many city lords. Under the witness of the representatives of the 5 races, they held the coronation ceremony for Feng Zichen. Zichen, from today onwards, I entrust the human race to you. You are the new leader of the human race. You are responsible for the future of hundreds of millions of people. You have a great responsibility. In the future, don't be impulsive when you do things. Think more, observe more, be generous, and be impartial. Suiren gave Feng Zichen the fur wood that represented the human race's inheritance to Feng Zichen. Then, he told Feng Zichen about his experience in governing the human race. Yes, Zichen, I will remember everything. I will not let Emperor Sui down. Feng Zichen took note and promised Emperor Sui. Everyone, Zichen has just ascended to the throne. It is inevitable that he will make some mistakes. After I leave, I hope that you will assist him with all your heart. Find out what he has done and make up for what he has done. Together, we will prosper the human race. I'll thank you in advance. After instructing Feng Zichen, Suiren turned around and said to the crowd. We don't dare. Emperor Sui, you are too serious. This is what we should do. Even if you didn't say it, we will assist the Zichen clan with all our heart. Seeing that Suiren was about to bow to them, the crowd hurriedly bowed and said that they didn't dare. That's good. Seeing their sincere attitude, Suiren smiled with satisfaction. Well, we have been delayed for so long. It is time for us to go to Empress Hua's palace. As Suiren spoke, an auspicious cloud rose and carried the Chou clan, the Zi clan, and the Golden Phoenix to Empress Hua's palace. We respectfully bid farewell to Emperor Sui, Chao Huang, and Zi Huang. Seeing the 3 of them leave, the crowd bowed to them. With the abdication of Suiren and the other 2, the luck that represented the human race's patriarchs was drawn from them and gathered in Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In the sky above the human race's ancestral temple, auspicious clouds suddenly appeared. thousands of rays of light and thousands of strands of auspicious qi appeared. The laws of great Tao fell and the order of heavenly Tao appeared. Then, in front of the crowd's astonished eyes, a ball of fire surrounded by 5-colored brilliance slowly appeared in the void. It was dazzling and had the aura of human Tao flowing around it. It was endless and everlasting. This is the manifestation of the human race's luck. At the first sight of the ball of fire, the crowd felt a burning passion in their hearts. Hot blood gushed out and the desire to improve themselves was born. At the same time, as the ball of fire flickered, images appeared in front of the crowd, showing the past of the human race and awakening the memories in the depths of their minds. A feeling of bloodline connection came, allowing the crowd to naturally understand the origin of the ball of fire. Under the contrast of the 5-colored brilliance, the ball of fire was extremely dazzling. It was like a great sun hanging high in the void, illuminating the entire world. After the ball of fire illuminated all the humans in the coast of East Sea, it suddenly descended and merged into Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful aura shot out from Feng Zichen's body and turned into a huge whirlwind, stirring the clouds in all directions. The sky changed color, the sky shook, and the earth trembled. A terrifying aura burst out, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. This aura, this power, there's no doubt about it, it's Daluo Jingxian. But, how can it be? The crowd was shocked and stared at Feng Zichen, who was in the center of the whirlwind, in disbelief. The human race's luck, supported by the luck of the 5 innate races, had long surpassed the river of destiny and had the power of Daluo Jingxian. It was just that the human race's luck was only 30%, so it couldn't really display its true power. Moreover, after all these years of development, the human race's luck had greatly increased, and the power it contained had become stronger. Now, Suiren and the other 2 had abdicated, and the human race's luck had been drawn out from their bodies and merged into one, pouring into Feng Zichen's body. This gave him the power to contend with Daluo Jingxian for the time being. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed, under the support of the human race's luck, Feng Zichen was no different from Daluo Jingxian in other aspects, except that he couldn't be immortal. Chapter 118. In Emperor Nhua's palace, Nuwa frowned and gently stroked the void when she sensed the change in the human clan's fate. In an instant, the secrets of heaven seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, blurred and unfathomable. An invisible aura appeared and enveloped the entire coast of the East Sea, completely concealing the Daluo Jingxian's aura on Feng Zichen. Who is it? In the untainted land, a strange Daluo Jingxian's aura suddenly appeared. Although this aura disappeared in a flash, the powerful figure's spiritual senses were so sharp that they detected it the moment it appeared. It's gone. After scanning the untainted land for a moment, the powerful figures did not discover the existence of a new Daluo Jingxian. Puzzled, they began to calculate silently in their hearts. It's gone. In the eyes of the powerful figures, the secrets of heaven were normal and the long river of destiny was quiet. There was no new Daluo Jingxian born, as if the strand of Daluo's aura just now was an illusion. Immediately, the powerful figures understood that a higher-level existence had taken action to conceal the secrets of heaven so that they could not pry into it. Knowing that the other party had a great origin, the powerful figures immediately withdrew their curiosity and regained their calmness. Only some of the top powerful figures looked at Emperor Nhua's palace with indescribable expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. With the blessing of the human clan's fate, Feng Zichen felt that his true spirit was constantly rising into the sky. As his true spirit rose, his vision also expanded and he could see the myriad of living beings in the untainted land. Rumble. With a loud sound, his true spirit crossed layers of space and came to the sky above the long river of destiny. Standing above the void, Feng Zichen looked down at the long river of destiny. He saw spots of light, hazy, big and small, struggling desperately in the river, trying to jump out of the river. Unfortunately, their strength seemed to be too tiny when compared to the river of destiny. A single wave was enough to strike them down to the bottom of the river, and they were carried along by the river water as it flowed forward. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. Those light spots were the fates of all living beings. Whether it was birds, beasts, fish, insects, grass, trees, rivers, or all living beings, as long as they did not reach Daluo Jingxian, their fates would turn into light spots and fall into the river. At the instant every living being was born, the fate of his life had already been determined by the heavenly Tao, and according to the established trajectory, he walked step by step towards his final destination. And cultivation was the beginning of changing one's destiny. As one's cultivation increased, the light that represented destiny would become brighter and stronger. It would constantly struggle in the river of destiny and change its own destiny. When he became the Daluo Jingxian, he rose from the river of fate and transcended it. Feng Zichen's gaze flashed past the fates of countless living beings and looked towards the depths of the river of destiny. He wanted to find the light spot of destiny that belonged to him in the boundless river. The Daluo's vision was so profound that he could see through all the secrets of the great thousand worlds. He could see through all the living beings, life and death, suffering and happiness, and he could see all the various forms of the world. The past, present, and future were all in the Daluo's eyes. With Big Luo's vision, how could the mist above the river block Feng Zichen's vision when he peered into the river of destiny? In the blink of an eye, he saw through the layers of mist and sorted out the countless truths of life. He found the light that belonged to him in the light of the fates of countless living beings. This light was resplendent and flowed with purple light. It was round and flawless, like a pearl, like a star. The aura of the Tao coiled around it, and a myriad of phenomena were born. When Feng Zichen's gaze touched it, rays of purple light flew out from its body and transformed into Feng Zichen's appearance, deducing his various futures. In these futures, Feng Zichen would either die tragically at the hands of ferocious beasts, be killed by demons, or become a sect master. There were good and bad things, but there was no possibility of him becoming the Daluo Jingxian. It was as if the Tai Jingxian was his end. Humph. You want to mess with my Tao heart with this? Dream on. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen suddenly waved his hand and wiped away all the futures derived from the life providence. In the primordial world, apart from connate god fiends, there was no restriction on connate and postnatal. The future of all living beings was the Tai Jingxian. This was the restriction set by the heavenly Tao on all living beings. The Daluo Jingxian was the incarnation of the great Tao. It was an existence that occupied the origin of the world. Every additional one of them would increase the burden of the world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not like the Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, apart from the connate god fiends who were the origin of the world, it was difficult for any living being to become the Daluo Jingxian. The river of destiny was the strongest method of the heavenly Tao to prevent the Daluo Jingxian from being born. It controlled the fate of all living beings and planned the future for all living beings. Transcending the river of destiny meant that one's fate was in their own hands and not in the hands of the heavenly Tao. In the river of destiny, a five-colored fire quietly appeared and enveloped Feng Zichen's life providence. It gradually disappeared. Although it was still in the river of destiny, it could no longer be seen. It was similar to transcendence. Is this the Daluo Jingxian? It's so powerful. The moment the life providence disappeared, Feng Zichen completely transformed. Unparalleled power appeared in his body and the laws of heaven and earth appeared clearly in front of him. The various great Da's seemed to be within his reach and the past and future appeared in his heart. He was almost omnipotent. Changing the past and future. This is incredible. With this power, Feng Zichen felt that he could change the past and set the future at will. However, just as he was about to use this ability, a vast divine aura came from the depths of time and space. It scared him so much that he quickly extinguished this thought. Feng Zichen believed that if he dared to recklessly manipulate time and space, Mount Buzhou would definitely suppress him without any mercy. Sigh. Born in the wilderness, I don't know if these Daluo Jingxian should be sad or happy. With a sigh, Feng Zichen left the river of destiny and returned to his body. In the wilderness, although he had lost the ability to reverse the flow of time, he saw the possibility of taking a step forward. It was really a blessing and a curse. From the time the human race's chi entered his body to the time he returned from the River of Destiny, Feng Zichen experienced a series of things. It seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in fact, it was only an instant. Everyone's consciousness was still stuck in the previous moment. It was probably because the Daluo Jinxian's concept of time had undergone a fundamental change. Although he was in the river of time and space, he was not affected by it and drifted outside of time. With a thought, he could stop time and space, and with a thought, he could change the world. Just now, under the influence of the Daluo power that Feng Zichen had erupted, everyone's time had stagnated. As a result, after he returned, everyone stood there motionless with ugly expressions. Withdraw. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly withdrew his aura. In an instant, the stagnant time resumed flowing, and everyone's expressions began to become lively. Chapter 119. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. After everyone regained consciousness, they first let out a series of violent coughs. Then, they began to pant heavily, letting out heavy breathing sounds. My fellow cultivators, I'm really sorry. This happened so suddenly that it was completely out of my expectations. I didn't expect to disturb all of you. It's really Zichen's fault. Zichen apologizes to all of you here. I hope you can forgive me. Feng Zichen quickly apologized. He knew that everyone had lost their composure because of the Daluo's aura. It's okay, we're fine. Water Dragon King had the highest cultivation among all of them. He was half a step away from Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, he was the first to recover. He waved his hand and said to Feng Zichen, everyone, please rest assured. After a while, everyone recovered and said that they were fine. They told Feng Zichen not to worry. Phew. I'm relieved. Seeing that no one was injured, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, those that were sent to the human race by the 5-element sacred beasts were all outstanding geniuses of their respective races. Perhaps they were unable to go against a golden immortal, but it was more than sufficient for them to protect themselves under the might of a golden immortal. After all, with their status, they would not lack connate spiritual treasures. As for the human tribe, this was the human tribe's ancestral temple, where the Nuwa was worshipped. If this aura did not come from Feng Zichen, it would not even cause a ripple. My fellow cultivator, your luck is really enviable. Water Dragon King sighed with envy when he sensed that Feng Zichen's aura was not inferior to Daluo Jinxian's. What's there to be envious of about Dragon Lord? Dragon Lord's aura is only half a step away from Daluo Jingxian. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Feng Zichen joked with a smile. You can't compare, you can't compare. You have the fortune of the human race. In the future, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Maybe when you become a Daluo Jingxian, I'll still be struggling in Tai Jingxian. After all, to me, the difference of half a step is like a natural chasm. As for you, Daluo Jingxian is already within reach. You just lack the accumulation. Hearing Feng Zichen's teasing, Water Dragon King smiled helplessly. He was not as lucky as Feng Zichen, who had the fortune of the human race assisting him in his cultivation. Dragon Lord, you're underestimating yourself. With your accumulation and the help of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, becoming a Daluo Jingxian will not be difficult. Feng Zichen did not believe that a supreme existence like the Ancestral Dragon would not have some treasures that could help people become a Daluo Jingxian. I hope so. Shaking his head, Water Dragon King sighed with emotion. In the end, the fortune of the world is the most precious treasure in the Eldritch world. There is no other treasure. Dragon Lord is right. The fortune of the world is the reason why our 3 races ended up like this. Could it be because of the fortune of the world? How could there be so many disputes in the Eldritch world? Isn't the current war between the shamans and the demons also caused by the fortune of the world? Water Dragon King's words seemed to have evoked everyone's memories and triggered a resonance. The people of the 5 races opened their mouths one after another, detailing the disputes caused by the fortune of the world. Among the people of the ancestral temple, except for the people of the human race present who had less experience and shallow knowledge, the people of the ancestral temple were all the outstanding people of the 5 races. The others were all outstanding geniuses of the 5 clans, and all of them possessed abundant experience and knowledge. Coupled with their family's knowledge, they were naturally extremely clear about the uses of the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth. Feng Zichen also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Not to mention that because he had obtained the fortune of the human race, he directly possessed strength comparable to Daluo Jingxian. The reason why Suiren and the other 2 could improve so quickly was because of the fortune of the human race in their bodies. With great fortune, one could do everything according to one's wishes. When one went out, one would encounter treasures and turn misfortune into good fortune. With the fortune of the world, one could increase one's strength, deepen one's connection with the world, and speed up one's cultivation. If the fortune of the world was thick enough, one could directly peek into the origin of the world and cultivate in the sea of the great Tao. The heavenly Tao would be open to one, and there would be no more secrets in the world. It was because of this that the saints of the later generations did not care about their pride and carried out various schemes just to obtain more fortune of the world and speed up their comprehension of the divine Tao in order to advance to a higher realm. In the untainted world, the most ancient way to become a saint was related to the fortune of the world. Countless people yearned for it. According to ancient legends, if someone could unify the untainted world, there was no need for the Hongmeng purple qi. With the boundless fortune, one could directly condense the sage position and become an indestructible and untainted saint. It was also because of this that the ancestor dragon, phoenix, and Qilin ancestors wanted to dominate the untainted world. They were instigated by the demon ancestor, Rahu, and triggered the calamity of the dragon Han. Dijun also established the heavenly court because of this. He wanted to unify the untainted world, gather the boundless fortune, and become a saint. Unfortunately, this action angered the witch race and triggered the calamity of the shamans. It was only after this that the 6 great saints appeared and each occupied a part of the fortune of the world, that this path of gathering the fortune of the world and condensing the sage position was completely cut off. The fortune of the human tribe was a part of the fortune of the world. Just a very small part of it allowed Feng Zichen to have the power to rival Daluo Jingxian. How powerful was the heavenly emperor, Dijun, who was at the center of the world and possessed the fortune of the demon tribe, Zhouxing, and the boundless fortune of the untainted world. It was no wonder that when Dijun ruled the untainted world, no one except the witch race dared to compete with him. Later on, when the 6 great saints appeared, not only did they fail to suppress Dijun, but they were also overshadowed by his brilliance and became a supporting role. With such a strong fortune of the world, even if Dijun was not a saint, he should have the power of a saint. The only difference between him and a saint was that he lacked the fortune of the world, which prevented him from condensing the sage position. To be frank, mastering the fortune of the world meant mastering the origin of the world and the right to speak in the untainted world. The more fortune of the world one possessed, the stronger the origin of the world one could mobilize, and the greater the right to speak. One had to know that the origin of the untainted world was very strong. Who could stop Dijun? Who could mobilize a small part of the origin of the untainted world? The fact that Dijun could still suppress the untainted world after the sages appeared was enough to prove that the sages could not do anything to Dijun. The outbreak of the Great War of the Shamans and the demon tribe was due to the deep hatred between the 2 tribes, but there was no lack of instigation by the sages. To be able to make a saint do such a dirty thing, didn't it also reflect the strength of the shamans? If they could directly push over, why did they have to sow discord between the shamans and the demons in the northern land? I wonder if I can completely overshadow the glory of the sages like Dijun after I take charge of Zhouxing. Chapter 120. Feng Zichen was able to guess Dijun's strength based on his own situation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride rising in his heart, as if he was a real man. Fellow Taoist, you've just taken control of the human race. I'm afraid you'll be busy for a while. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave first. After they discussed for a while, Water Dragon King suddenly stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, the others also stood up and planned to leave. Feng Zichen thought for a while and also felt that if he was busy in the future, he wouldn't be able to take care of these people. Therefore, he didn't ask them to stay. Then I won't ask you to stay any longer. When you return, please send my greetings to the emperors. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay them a visit. After that, he turned to Yoyu Clan, who had just returned from 7 Luminaries Prefecture, and said, Elder Yoyu Clan, please send fellow Taoist Mo Zhang and fellow Taoist Jian Shan off for me. Yes, Clan Leader. Yoyu Clan Leader answered, then stepped forward and said to Mo Zhang and Jian Shan, fellow Taoists, please follow me. Ha, you're too polite. Many people of the Beast Clan are very interested in you. I wonder what kind of person you are to be praised by the Qilin ancestor and the Tiger ancestor. I'm looking forward to the moment when you come to the Beast Clan's sacred land. When that time comes, the scene will be very exciting. While laughing, Mo Zhang and Jian Shan cupped their fists and left with Yoyu Clan Leader. After Yoyu Clan Leader and the others left, Feng Zichen smiled and said to Ao Shui and the other two, then, let me send you off. I wanted to catch up with you, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. Since there's still some time, let's talk while we walk. Ao Shui and the other two nodded and followed Feng Zichen out. Feng Zichen had been in the untainted land for so many years, and Ao Shui was his only friend. Naturally, they were very close. Now that the two of them had been separated for so many years and had finally met each other, they were about to be separated again before they even had the chance to speak. It was inevitable that they would feel a little upset. Fellow Taoist, please stop here. On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with a solemn expression, fellow Taoist, you've temporarily ascended to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm with the providence of the human race. Although there are many benefits, this power is ultimately an external force. There are many restrictions and there are many hidden dangers. The method of using the providence of heaven and earth to raise one's strength originated from the ancient times. It was because of this that the 3 races obtained great benefits and were able to suppress the group of Khanate god fiends and dominate the primordial world. As such, the 3 races had a deep understanding of the pros and cons of the heaven and earth providence. And Water Dragon King, as the legitimate successor of the dragon race, naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Therefore, when he saw that Feng Zichen was using the human clan's providence to raise his cultivation, he was afraid that Feng Zichen would not be aware of the dangers involved and would be led astray. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. As this matter concerned himself, Feng Zichen couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands to the Water Dragon King and humbly asked for advice. His understanding of the providence of heaven and earth was only from the fragmented memories of the later generations. He only knew that it was the most precious thing and that there were many benefits after obtaining it. Even saints would shamelessly snatch it. The human clan's providence comes from the human race and is closely related to the human race. In the future, if there are any fluctuations in the human race, your strength will be affected. If the human race flourishes while you are in charge of the human race, it will be fine. But if there is a decline, under the backlash of the providence, endless negative karma will descend. Not to mention that your strength as Daluo Jinxian will drop instantly, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. At that time, your true spirit will be covered in dust and your great Tao will be severed. You won't even have a chance to start over. Hearing the Water Dragon King's frightening words, Ao Shui couldn't help but reveal a worried expression and looked at Feng Zichen worriedly. However, Feng Zichen smiled and said nonchalantly, don't worry. What's there to be afraid of? As the leader of the human race, I should shoulder the responsibility and fight for the strengthening of the human race. Being connected to the human clan's providence can show my determination to strengthen the human race and make the people trust me more. It will increase the cohesion of the people. This is actually a good thing. Moreover, with this pressure, it will constantly urge me to move forward and not slack off at all. There were gains and losses. The human clan's providence could increase his strength so much, and Feng Zichen was already prepared to pay a price. Now, the human clan's providence only completely tied him to the human race. Other than that, there were not many restrictions. And this was what he had hoped for. Such a price was equivalent to nothing to him. In fact, it would bring him many benefits. When Feng Zichen said these words, a fearless spirit emerged from his body. He had the spirit of a leader of the human race, and the few elders of the human race who came with him secretly nodded their heads. It's good that you can think this way. Inexplicably shocked, the Water Dragon King was slightly absent-minded. From Feng Zichen, he discovered his own shortcomings. No, the shortcomings of the entire dragon race. This spirit, it's really shocking. This is probably what I'm lacking. It's also where I can't compare to Suiren and the others. Since ancient times, the dragon race had been living too comfortably. They had gradually lost the will to forge ahead, and the entire race was filled with a decadent aura. He was completely immersed in the glory of the ancient era. He no longer had the competitive spirit of the ancient era, fighting against the heavens and earth. Since the great calamity of Dragon Han, no new Daluo Jingxian has been born in our race. I originally thought that it was because the heavens had deliberately suppressed us, but now it seems that this is not entirely the case. Perhaps His Majesty saw this point and allowed us to take the initiative to attack the ferocious beasts. From time to time, he would praise Feng Zichen in front of everyone in order to arouse the competitiveness of the dragons. It seems that the human race is far inferior to the dragon race. But if we remove the foundation of the dragon race, the current dragon race, apart from the innate advantage of their bloodline, is no match for the human race. In his heart, the Water Dragon King compared the human race and the dragon race. Suddenly, he made a shocking discovery: the dragon race was in a state of regression, while the human race was in a state of improvement. When he first came to the human race, the strength of the entire human race was not worth mentioning in front of him. There was no need for the experts of the dragon race to make a move. He alone could wipe out the entire human race. But now, Suiren had become the Daluo Jingxian and left him far behind. The Chou clan and the Zi clan had also found their own Daluo opportunities, but he had no clue about advancing. If Feng Zichen was a genius that he could not compare to, even the Youyu clan, who lived in the East Sea for a long time, was gradually catching up to his realm. There were also several human city lords who had shown talent that was not inferior to his. Chapter 121. He was already the one who improved the fastest in the dragon race, but even so, he still could not compare to the humans. It could be seen that the dragon race was in big trouble. The spirit of fearlessness. After muttering to himself, the Water Dragon King fell into a trance, and his body emitted a mysterious aura. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon, who was taking a nap, noticed the changes in the Water Dragon King's body. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the shore of the East Sea. Have you finally understood? It's not easy. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. He stretched out his dragon claw and pointed at the void. An invisible aura spread out, and the power of the great Tao surged out and poured into the Water Dragon King's body. As the power of the ancestral dragon entered his body, the world in the eyes of the Water Dragon King was completely different. He could see the laws of the world clearly, and his vision was infinitely expanded. He looked at the dragon race and saw a ray of light. That light was grand and carried the faith of the dragon race. But it was like the afterglow of the setting sun, emitting its last brilliance, with a sense of twilight. He looked at the humans again and saw the dazzling light of humanity, filled with the belief of self-improvement. It was like the rising sun, exuding a vigorous aura, and everything was full of vitality. It was a sharp contrast to the dragon race. Yes, the path of cultivation is to press forward. Without a fearless spirit and the determination to risk everything, how can one reach the end of the great Tao? As if infected by the light of humanity, a fearless spirit emerged from the Water Dragon King's body, vowing to cut off all obstacles, sweep away all tribulations, and reach the peak of the Great Tao. Ha! The Water Dragon King laughed, and the haze in his heart disappeared. The dust in his soul was cleared, and he felt as clear as a mirror. Rumble. With a rumble, the barrier that had troubled him for many years shattered. His aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force distorted the void, evolving into a vast and endless river that emitted the aura of the Great Tao. No one in the world was weaker than water, and no one could defeat the strong. It was not easy. The weak defeated the strong, and the soft defeated the hard. No one in the world did not know this. Goodness is like water. Water benefits all living things and does not compete. It treats the evils of the masses and is close to the Tao. The river was a Tao, a manifestation of all of the enlightenment that Water Dragon King had gained regarding water. It was a manifestation of the Tao of water that he had condensed into a mighty river. Just a moment ago, Water Dragon King had severed all his confusion and strengthened his conviction to prove his Tao. With an indomitable determination, his Tao heart had been sublimated in an instant. He had thoroughly understood his own Tao path and understood the true essence of Daoyuo. At that moment, all of his comprehension, all of his accumulation, all of it erupted, turning into a huge power that pushed him to an even higher level. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I didn't expect that my Daoyuo opportunity would be here. After a long while, Water Dragon King came back to his senses and sighed. Congratulations, Dragon Lord. The Daoyuo is in sight. Just now, I said that the next time we meet, I'm afraid I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Look, it hasn't been that long. Didn't it come true? After Water Dragon King had completely calmed down, Feng Zichen congratulated him with a smile on his face. Water Dragon King's body was surrounded by Tao aura and the aura of the Great Tao. There was a sense of transcendence, similar to Suiren's performance in the Eternal Lamp Hall. This was clearly a precursor to proving the Daoyuo Jingxian. Fellow Taoist, now that my breakthrough is imminent, I need to immediately return to the Dragon Clan's sacred land to cultivate in seclusion. I won't be able to accompany you to catch up. Water Dragon King cupped his hands and said apologetically. It's fine. There will be plenty of time to catch up in the future. Right now, Dragon Lord's breakthrough is more important. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said indifferently. By the way, fellow Taoist, I'll give you a piece of advice regarding the destiny of the human race. You must not forget it. Before Water Dragon King left, he seemed to have thought of something. With a little fear, he said in a warning tone, fellow Taoist, you can use the destiny of the human race to cultivate. This is no problem. But fellow Taoist, you must guard your heart. You must not succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race into your body and turn it into your own cultivation. Once you succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race, although this will directly allow you to truly step into the realm of the Daoyuo Jingxian, it will leave behind a huge hidden danger for your future. If one day in the future, the destiny of the human race suddenly plummets, even if you are the Daoyuo Jingxian, you will die. Not eternal sleep, but true death. What? Isn't the Daoyuo immortal? How can he die? This time, Feng Zichen was really shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. In ancient times, countless experts of the water race could not resist the temptation of the destiny of heaven and earth. They chose to refine the destiny of heaven and earth and stepped into the realm of the Daoyuo Jingxian. At this point, a look of fear appeared on the water dragon god's face, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He trembled as he spoke. He said in a trembling voice, after the war between the three races, the destiny of the dragon race plummeted, and many experts of the dragon race were madly devoured. On that day, the sky above the East Sea was dark. Endless negative karma filled the air, and the dragons wailed incessantly. The experts who relied on refining the destiny of the human race to become the Daoyuo Jingxian were constantly wailing. Their great Tao was constantly collapsing and merging with the origin of heaven and earth. Their bodies were dissipating and turning into streams of connate qi. Their true spirits were completely lost in the great Tao and became a part of it. In the end, there was no longer their aura in heaven and earth. Even their Tao had disappeared. Their true spirits sank into the great Tao forever. They did not think or think, and there was no possibility of them appearing in the world. In this way, it was even more terrifying than falling into eternal sleep. It was truly death. Hiss. The backlash of destiny is so strong. After listening to Water Dragon King's narration, Feng Zichen felt his scalp tingle. This subverted his understanding of destiny. In this way, it was even more terrifying than death. Even Xuanqi and Ao Shui were shocked. They were born after ancient times, and they only knew a little about many ancient legends. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. That's right. Under the backlash of destiny, no one can resist it except for the saints. Water Dragon King nodded and revealed another secret. Even His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, who controlled almost 20% of the destiny of the primordial world, did not dare to refine it. He only used it to cultivate. From this, we can see the drawbacks of refining destiny. Back then, His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon had explicitly prohibited the clansmen of the Scaled Clan from refining the destiny of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in the face of a shortcut, how many people could resist the temptation? One clansman after another took the risk of disobeying His Majesty's orders to refine the destiny and step into the Daluo realm. Gradually, His Majesty's orders became nothing more than empty words. Under the general trend, even His Majesty was somewhat helpless. Chapter 122. Fellow Daoist, with your talent, becoming a Daluo Jinxian won't be a difficult task. Remember, be careful when using the luck of the human race. Don't rely on it too much, lest you go astray and affect your own future. In the end, we cultivators belong to ourselves. We can't rely on external forces. On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King thought of the fate of the dragon race's Daluo Jinxian and warned Feng Zichen earnestly. He was afraid that Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of power and end up in such a miserable state. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your warning. Zichen knows what's important. I won't joke about my own path. After tidying up his clothes, Feng Zichen bowed to the Water Dragon King. Such a secret was a clan secret. The fact that the Water Dragon King could tell him meant that he didn't treat him as an outsider. Feng Zichen was very grateful. It's good that you know what you're doing. I won't say anything else. Without saying anything else, the Water Dragon King waved his hand and a mighty wave appeared. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, as if it reached the depths of the East Sea. He waved at Ao Shui and Xuanqi, and the two flew uncontrollably onto the wave. Then, the Water Dragon King also stepped onto the wave. Fellow Daoist, we've been delayed for so long. It's time for us to go back. When you visit the dragon race, I'll set up a banquet in the hall and await your arrival. As he spoke, the water ripples under the Water Dragon Lord's feet suddenly shrank forward. They disappeared from Feng Zichen's sight in an instant, leaving behind only 3 illusory figures. Just as Feng Zichen was about to leave, Ao Shui's voice came from afar. Zichen, 5,000 years later, it will be my coming-of-age ceremony. Remember to come to the East Sea Dragon Palace to find me. Alright, 5,000 years later, I will definitely head to the East Sea Dragon Palace. After replying, Feng Zichen turned around and walked towards the human clan's ancestral temple, not caring whether Ao Shui could hear him or not. Now that the private matter was over, it was time to get down to business. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. In order to establish his prestige, he had to start the first fire. In the meeting hall of the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen sat on the main seat and said to the people below him. Elders and city lords, since the chaos of the beasts, I have not intervened in the affairs of the human race. Now that I have suddenly succeeded the throne, it is inevitable that I have some understanding of the current situation of the human race. Thus, I hope that the various elders and city masters will be able to lend me a helping hand. Give me a list of the number of immortals in each tribe and city, so that I can better control the situation of the human race and set the direction for future development. Yes, Patriarch. We will immediately send a message to our clansmen to deal with this matter and strive to send the results as soon as possible. As they spoke, immortal light bloomed in their hands and turned into various forms, beasts, weapons, birds. They carried the order and flew out. Nodding, Feng Zichen continued. Also, after so many years of reproduction, the number of people in the East Sea has increased. I plan to migrate another group of clansmen. But there are many tribes in the East Sea. It is a bit of a headache to decide which tribe to migrate. Especially after the chaos of the beasts, the clansmen are very afraid of the outside world and are unwilling to leave the East Sea. If we force them to migrate, it will inevitably make them dissatisfied and cause unrest in the clan. In this regard, I wonder if the various elders have any way to migrate some of the clansmen without hurting the harmony of the human race? Feng Zichen originally planned to take advantage of the chaos of the beasts to train the clansmen and reignite their fighting spirit. But who knew that the chaos of the beasts was so tragic that less than 20% of the celestial immortals of the human race who went out to train survived? Now, the clansmen who were originally full of yearning for the outside world immediately became fearful. Although some of the clansmen did stimulate the desire to strive upward. But more of the clansmen were still fearful and planned to nest in the East Sea and continue to live their carefree lives. Feng Zichen's plan to train the clansmen was completely declared a failure. If it was one or two tribes, Feng Zichen could still drive them out if he was ruthless. But more than half of the clansmen were unwilling to go out. If he forced them out, he was afraid that he would lose his position as the patriarch. It was related to the future of the human race. Everyone couldn't help but discuss with a serious expression, but after a long time, they still couldn't come up with any useful ideas. Patriarch, why don't we migrate some of the clansmen to the major cities? I think, with us watching from the side, the fear of the clansmen will be reduced a lot. After a while, seeing that the discussion couldn't come to a conclusion, Yi Yang stepped forward and proposed. Shua, for a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yang. The elders looked inexplicable, no one knew what they were thinking. The city lords looked unhappy, they seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yi Yang's proposal. During the chaos of the beasts, the unbearable performance of the human race in the ancestral land was still vivid in their minds. How could the city lords let a group of trash enter the city and ruin their own culture? Yi Yang's proposal naturally made them very dissatisfied. The city lords wanted to say something, but couldn't find a good reason to open their mouths. They could only shut their mouths resentfully and glanced at Yi Yang fiercely with angry eyes. This is not appropriate. It's not easy for the city lords to stay outside. We really can't add more burden to them. Even Feng Zichen didn't agree with this. The clansmen of the outside world had been tested for a long time. Each of them was brave and good at fighting. They were the only force that the human race could bring out. Moving the clansmen of the ancestral land to the outside world, was it to drag them down? Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch. The city lords were overjoyed and quickly shouted in unison. Elders, these tribes in the ancestral land have always been under your management. So, regarding this migration, don't you have anything to say? Seeing that the elders were silent, Feng Zichen said in a deep voice. While speaking, Feng Zichen's body soared with a powerful aura. In an instant, the air in the hall became incomparably heavy. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. At this moment, Feng Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. In a moment when no one noticed, it fell into Guyue's body. In a trance, Guyue involuntarily stood up and said loudly. As the elders of the human race, we should set an example. Since our clansmen are unwilling to leave the ancestral land, then the tribes to migrate out this time will be selected from our descendants. We will set an example for our clansmen. Not giving Guyue a chance to change his mind, Feng Zichen quickly decided on this matter. Good, this method is wonderful. Elder Guyue is worthy of being the role model of the human race. We will do as you say. In addition, since this matter was proposed by the elder, we will leave it to the elder to handle. I am very assured with the elder handling this matter. Chapter 123. After so many years of development, the human race had gradually evolved into various classes. The tribe of the human race elders was the leader, occupying the place with the most resources on the coast of the East Sea. Next was the tribe of the Khanate humans, occupying the most fertile land on the coast of the East Sea. The rest of the land, which they looked down on, was the place where the postnatal humans gathered. Moreover, some of the elders, led by the Guyue clan, did not have a good impression of the postnatal humans. They thought that they occupied the living space of the Khanate humans and often suppressed them. The Khanate humans were born stronger than the postnatal humans. In addition, they occupied the best resources of the ancestral land, causing the gap between them to widen. Most of the human experts were from the Khanate humans. Therefore, faced with the suppression of the Guyue clan, even if Feng Zichen wanted to help, he could not fight against most of the upper echelons of the human race by himself. Now, Feng Zichen found an excuse to divide a portion of the Khanate humans. First, it could weaken the influence of the Khanate humans, and second, it could make room for the postnatal humans to develop. He could also take this opportunity to train them and let them truly grow up in the cruel untainted land. One had to know that in order to cultivate their descendants, the elders of the human race had spent countless resources. They were the backbone of the human race. It would be a pity if they were crippled just like that. As long as 1/5 of them, no, as long as 1/10 of them can become talents, it will be worth it no matter how great the sacrifice is. Feng Zichen's eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless void and take in the entire human tribe. He thought to himself as he looked at the smiling Khanate human tribe. This is a good idea. Several elders of the human race who were dedicated to the public thought about it and also felt that this was a good idea. They smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, the Guyue clan came to their senses. Although they felt that this was a little inappropriate, they could not figure out what was wrong. They also felt that this was the best choice at this time. Then, they gradually lost themselves in the compliments of the crowd. All right, everyone, you may go. After arranging all the affairs, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall, appearing in the sky above Ziwei Mountain. Ha! With a deep shout, Feng Zichen gathered all the spiritual power in his body and suddenly grabbed at the void. Rumble! Khanate Chi gathered madly and surged into the fortune pool of 5 elements on Ziwei Mountain. At once, 5 colored lights shot up into the sky. It was incomparably bright and lit up the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the images of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements rushed out from the fortune pool. An azure dragon soared into the sky, a vermilion bird spread its wings and let out a long cry, a qilin suppressed the earth, a white tiger roared at the sky, and a black tortoise covered the sea. Go! Feng Zichen's mind moved, and the chaos bead flew out from his body. It hovered in the air and flickered. Then, a white river flowed out, emitting the qi of fortune. It flowed towards the pool of fortune and merged with it. This was the fortune origin liquid that Feng Zichen had obtained from Mount Buzhou. It was formed from the essence of the earth and could create anything. Wang! After fusing with the fortune origin liquid, the fortune pool of the 5 elements emitted an even brighter divine light. Its body began to tremble violently as a powerful force suddenly spread out. Then, as if the mountains were collapsing, the Ziwei mountain shook violently. The entire Zichen's heavenly abode was shaking. Whoosh! Khanate Dao light bloomed, and Dao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth appeared and fell on the fortune pool of 5 elements. Rustle, rustle. Khanate runes appeared one after another, dancing and intertwining in the air, gradually forming an illusory Khanate divine seal. Condense. Feng Zichen made a series of hand seals and activated the fate of the human race. It turned into a mighty torrent of human Tao and poured into the fortune pool of 5 elements. In the next moment, more Khanate runes flew out of its body and shone with the laws of heaven and earth. The illusory Khanate divine seal instantly became solid. At that moment, the fortune pool of 5 elements was shrouded in the divine light of creation. It was upgraded to a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. A powerful aura burst out, and the fortune chi swept in all directions, covering the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Under the influence of this aura, the mountains and rivers became more beautiful, and the plants grew taller, revealing some spirituality. A large number of spiritual herbs were born, and it was full of vitality. Not bad. Feng Zichen couldn't help but be excited when the fortune pool of 5 elements was upgraded. However, his expression turned serious after a while. He clenched his right fist and punched at the fortune pool of 5 elements. Bang! In the shocking explosion, the fortune origin liquid in the fortune pool of 5 elements spurted out, turning into water droplets of various sizes. They all floated in the air, exuding the fortune chi like stars. At that moment, Daoyuo Jinxian's aura gushed out of Feng Zichen's body without restraint, forming a huge storm that was extremely terrifying. The void was first distorted, then shattered, and finally disappeared completely. Heaven and earth were vast, and only the fortune origin liquid floated there quietly. Fortune origin manipulation, rise. Feng Zichen's expression turned serious, and the divine light of creation appeared on his body. He drew a Khanate Tao pattern in the air stroke by stroke, and a supreme power appeared. This was the supreme divine power, fortune origin manipulation. It was also the #1 divine power in the heavenly 36 transformations. It was a divine power of creation, and it was the supreme Dharma power. It could manipulate heaven and earth, and it could change the laws of heaven and earth and transfer everything in the world. Back then, Goddess Nuwa had relied on this divine power of creation to create the entire human race. It was truly a supreme divine power. As the Tao seal was completed, all the Khanate chi in Zichen's heavenly abode surged towards it and was devoured by the Tao seal. In the end, the essence chi in the entire heavenly abode decreased by more than 10 times. Go! Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and sent the Tao seal flying towards the fortune origin liquid floating in the air. As the Tao seal flashed, an invisible power appeared. It seemed to be able to create things out of thin air, manipulate yin and yang, and change heaven and earth. Roar! 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 The fortune origin liquid flashed and turned into spiritual beasts of different shapes and sizes. There were birds, beasts, and scales. As soon as they were born, they roared loudly and flew towards Zichen's heavenly abode. The chaos demon god used Khanate evil chi and various Khanate chi to create the ferocious beasts. Based on this principle, Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of fortune origin manipulation to create the spiritual beasts in front of him with the fortune origin liquid as the core and Khanate chi as the body. Of course, Feng Zichen's realm was far below the chaos demon gods, and his understanding of the Tao of fortune was not as good as Goddess Nuwa's. Therefore, the spiritual beasts he created only had physical forms, but no breath of life, and no true spirit. They were just a bunch of marks, and were far from being a race. Chapter 124. The essence of these spirit beasts was still the Khanate chi of creation's spiritual liquid. Their strength ranged from the Khanate realm to the golden immortal realm. The Khanate chi contained within was equivalent to the Khanate realm, the golden immortal realm was equivalent to the Dharma power of a golden immortal. Looking at the spirit beasts scattered around Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He opened his 5 fingers and pressed towards the void. 36 rays of light containing Khanate Tao patterns appeared. This was the heavenly 36 transformations. Daoyuo Jinxian was the embodiment of the great Tao. He had reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. With such power, Feng Zichen looked at the heavenly 36 transformations again. His previous confusion disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had learned the divine powers that he had never learned before. Of course, The learned here referred to being able to use it, not to fully understand it and unleash its earth-shattering power. Thousands of great Daos, thousands of divine powers, in the end, all of them led to the same destination. As the saying goes, if you master one, you master all. The 36 rays of light were like flowing water. They swam in the air above Zichen's grotto heaven for a while before exploding and turning into specks of fluorescent light. They floated down like rain and merged into the spirit beasts' bodies. Roar! After absorbing the fluorescent light, the spirit beasts roared in pain. Their bodies glowed, and runes intertwined to form small divine powers. After the light faded, the spirit beasts' pain disappeared. They were all excited. Some breathed fire, some spit water, some emitted lightning, and so on. Obviously, they had gained divine powers. Ha, good. Feng Zichen caught a ferocious spirit beast and felt its strength. It already had 1/10 of the ferocious spirit beast's strength. He could not help but laugh. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, Zichen's grotto heaven opened. The spirit beasts seemed to have received an order and rushed towards the entrance of the grotto heaven. Peace in the ancestral land? Waiting for death? Humph! I'd like to see how you can survive now. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and left Zichen's grotto heaven. He walked towards the ancestral temple of the humans. What? What's going on? What is this? It looks like a ferocious beast, but it does not have the baleful aura of a ferocious beast. Instead, it is filled with spiritual light. This thing came from Zichen's paradise, its clan leader. What is he doing now? Would he feel uncomfortable if he didn't cause trouble for a day? You've already become the patriarch, why don't you stop? The elders of the human clan sensed the large amount of strange auras that appeared in the human clan. While they were shocked, they walked out of their rooms and looked in the direction of Zichen's fairyland. The spirit beast was extremely fast. It didn't take long for it to reach the nearest human tribe to Zichen's grotto heaven. With a roar, it charged over. Not good. Seeing this, one of the elders was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly stretched out a giant hand and slapped towards the ferocious beast. In order to become an elder of the human race, one had to at least reach the realm of Tai Jingxian. It was a pity that the spirit beast was only at the Xian immortal realm. How could it resist the divine powers of the elders of the human clan? With just one blow, the spirit beast was smashed into pieces. It turned into Khanate Qi and dissipated, leaving behind a drop of spiritual liquid of creation shining with colorful brilliance. It's the spiritual liquid of creation. Exclaiming softly, a touch of joy appeared on the face of the elder of the human clan. Obviously, he recognized the origin of the spiritual liquid of creation. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab it and was about to put it into his bag. That monster was transformed from the spiritual liquid of creation. This is good stuff. Seeing this, the rest of the people were tempted. They hurriedly attacked the other spirit beasts. Freeze! At this moment, Feng Zichen's voice came. The void suddenly froze. The people felt that they could no longer move. Their connection with heaven and earth was cut off. The divine powers that they had used disappeared quietly. Is this Daluo Jingxian? He is indeed an existence that the Tai Jingxian cannot touch. At this moment, many of the elders of the human clan felt the greatness of Daluo Jingxian for the first time. A sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Elders, don't attack. I have great use for this spirit beast. I can't let you kill it. A ripple appeared in the void. Feng Zichen walked out from it. At the same time, the void resumed its flow. The shackles on the elders were also lifted. Spirit beast? Is this beast called a spirit beast? Why have I never heard of it? As soon as he could move, Guyue asked doubtfully. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This is the first time this beast appeared in the untainted land. It is not a living creature, but a form of Khanate Qi. I created it to train the human clan. Feng Zichen smiled and explained. Another form of Khanate Qi. Guyue nodded doubtfully. Suddenly, he reacted and said loudly, train the human clan. Is this how you train the human clan? You didn't even say a word and directly sent an army of spirit beasts to attack the human clan. Aren't you afraid that our clansmen will be killed by these spirit beasts? Elder, please don't worry. You are so anxious that you are confused. This place is protected by the boundary set by the goddess. Our clansmen will not be in danger. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard. A human was killed by a spirit beast. You. Seeing this scene, the elders' faces changed wildly. They pointed at Feng Zichen and were speechless. Don't panic. This person is fine. Elders, take a look. Feng Zichen said and pointed in the direction of the corpse. A white light flashed and the wounds on the man's body were healed. His broken body recovered and he got up from the ground. How could it be? Seeing that the man was resurrected, the crowd did not relax. Instead, their pupils shrank and they exclaimed in disbelief. What about his cultivation? The man was in the heavenly immortal realm before he died, but after he was resurrected, his cultivation fell directly to the acquired realm. Thousands of years of hard work was lost in a day. At this moment, the man suddenly showed a look of horror. Obviously, he had discovered his situation. However, before he had time to think, the spirit beast came over and killed him. After a while, he was resurrected and killed again. Until one of the elders could not stand it anymore and killed the spirit beast, he was saved. However, his cultivation could not be recovered. After a while, Guyue asked Feng Zichen, Patriarch, what is going on? What about his cultivation? It's like what you saw. He was killed by the spirit beast. Although he won't die, he can't keep his cultivation. If you want to continue to live forever, you have to cultivate again. Feng Zichen curled his lips and said the cruelest words in the most indifferent tone. But this is too cruel. Thousands of years of hard work turned into flowing water in a day. How many people can bear it? This is worse than death. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Cruel. Terrible. The untainted land was crueler and more terrible than this. Chapter 125. The ancestors' land is too safe, without the slightest danger. That's why they are so dispirited and have no desire to improve themselves. Aren't they unwilling to leave the ancestors' land? Then let's do as they wish and let them stay. I'd like to see if they can still be as indifferent as before now that the ancestors' land is no longer safe with the threat of the spirit beasts. After the ferocious beast riot, Feng Zichen was completely disappointed with most of the clansmen in the ancestors' land. He felt that they were hopeless. If he wanted to motivate them, he would have to use extreme means. He didn't believe that in the face of something more terrible than death, these clansmen could still maintain the idea of muddling along and waiting for death without making any changes. But the human clan elder wanted to say something, but Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted impatiently, no buts. The tragedy of the ferocious beast riot is still in front of us. You elders haven't learned your lesson yet. Do you want it to happen again? Then we'll do as the patriarch says. Thinking of the past, everyone was speechless for a moment. After a while, they made up their minds and said, it's good that the elders can understand. Seeming to realize that his tone was a little harsh, Feng Zichen eased up a little. He tried to use a gentle tone and patiently explained to everyone, every spirit beast here contains a drop of spiritual liquid of fortune in its body. Depending on its cultivation, the amount of spiritual liquid of fortune in it is different. The higher the cultivation, the more spiritual liquid of fortune in it. After the clansmen kill the spirit beasts, they can take the spiritual liquid of fortune in it to cleanse their muscles and marrow to improve their physique and strengthen their origin. In this way, it can not only serve to sharpen the clansmen, but also allow them to obtain opportunities. It's killing two birds with one stone. If they are unfortunately killed and lose their cultivation, they can start over. It can make up for their foundation. With the previous experience, they may be able to take a step forward. Patriarch is right. Everyone rolled their eyes and said in unison. Cultivating from scratch was never a problem. The problem was the sudden loss of strength. If he couldn't adapt to this feeling, he couldn't even enter a meditative state, let alone cultivate. However, everyone only thought about it in their hearts and did not say it aloud to expose Feng Zichen. For the human race, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Thus, some sacrifices were acceptable. With the current situation of the human race, it will take at least 300 years to suppress this wave of spirit beasts. Glancing at the current situation of the human race, Feng Zichen made some calculations in his mind, then turned to the elders and suggested, let's do it. Elders, why don't you stay with me in the ancestral temple during this period of time? Let's see how many of our human children can stand out in this tide of spirit beasts. Good. Everyone nodded and followed Feng Zichen to the ancestral shrine. Come, elders, take a look. Inside the ancestral shrine, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves and a huge light screen appeared, displaying the scene of the human race in front of everyone. I haven't been in charge of the human race for a long time, so I don't know much about the current talents of the human race. Elders, please introduce them to me. Pointing at the light screen, Feng Zichen said to everyone with a smile. Patriarch, you must be joking. In front of you, who can be called a talent? An elder smiled and said. He was not flattering Feng Zichen. Everyone present had watched him grow up, so they naturally understood Feng Zichen's talent very well. It was truly rarely seen in their lives, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unparalleled since ancient times. Although there aren't any talents like you, there are still a few good juniors who have a trace of your demeanor when you were young. Another elder stroked his beard and said with a smile. Well, who are they? Elders, please introduce them to me. Feng Zichen's eyes lit up and he said to everyone with interest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I plan to select a few outstanding people and accept them as my disciples to inherit the Fiend God orthodoxy. After all, the Fiend God orthodoxy has been passed down in the human race for so many years, but I haven't accepted any disciples yet. It's not appropriate to show that I am the orthodox one. Oh. Patriarch, are you going to accept disciples? Xuantingshi suddenly stood up, walked quickly to Feng Zichen, pointed at a figure on the light screen and said, that's right. Patriarch, please take a look. This person is called Tree. He is the most outstanding member of our younger generation. Although he is far from being as outstanding as you, he can be called a rare talent. His understanding of the Tao of wood is far beyond ordinary people. He has touched a trace of the mysteries of creation and has a bright future. Patriarch, please take a look and see if this person is qualified to be your disciple. Feng Zichen looked at the light screen and saw a burly man surrounded by green light. With a wave of his hand, vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around a spirit beast, strangling it to death. Not bad. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. When this person attacked, there was a trace of creation chi mixed in the green light. Obviously, he had awakened the creation bloodline. Moreover, he was only a little over 1,000 years old and had already reached the heavenly immortal realm. It was really rare among his peers. Patriarch, although Tree is talented, he has awakened the creation bloodline, which is not compatible with your attribute. Look at my tribe Mang. He has awakened the star bloodline and practiced the Zhouxing sword art. He is the most suitable disciple for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's satisfied expression, Feng Xiang was anxious and hurriedly pointed to the other side of the light screen and said to him. Is that Mars? Feng Zichen looked in the direction of Feng Xiang's finger and saw a young man with a star above his head. Red sword light surged around him and slashed at the spirit beast in front of him. The star was completely red, and fiery red light shot out in all directions, emitting a blazing aura. It was Mars Hua. As the young man attacked, wisps of connate fire chi hung down from Mars, increasing the power of the red sword light. This kid is not bad. He has gained the favor of Mars. If he can refine Mars in the future, it won't be difficult for him to become Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen's eyes showed a hint of joy. The human race has an endless supply of young geniuses. This is a sign of great prosperity. Patriarch, you must be joking. How difficult is it to refine Mars? Mang doesn't have the ability. I will be satisfied if he can step into the half-step Daluo realm. Feng Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were 365 main stars in the world. As long as one could refine one of them, the lowest achievement would be Daluo Jingxian realm. However, Zhouxing had long been occupied by the demons. It was difficult for outsiders to even get close to it, let alone refine it. Not to mention, there were also the heavenly cycle star gods who were wandering outside, spying on Zhouxing from time to time. Mang was just a postnatal human. What did he have to compete with them? Chapter 126. Elder, you don't have to belittle yourself. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Being able to gain the favor of Mars was a sign of fate. Perhaps in the future, Ray would soar to the skies and become a grand heavenly immortal. Clan leader, although my tribe has awakened the bloodline of the Great Earth, his talent is outstanding. He has comprehended the essence of creation from the myriad things in the Great Earth swamp. Do you think he can inherit your orthodoxy, chief? The successor of the hidden mountain tribe, Wan Shan, was born with great strength. He has a deep understanding of the way of the earth. Do you think he can be your successor, chief? What do you think of my tribe Yu? She has also awakened the bloodline of the stars. One after another, voices came into Feng Zichen's ears. It was very noisy, but he didn't get tired of it. Instead, he smiled and said to the crowd, Elders, don't be anxious. There's still a lot of time left. I'll look at them one by one. I won't miss anyone. With so many geniuses emerging in the human race, there were already signs of prosperity. Moreover, when the elders recommended their clansmen, except for a few people, most of them didn't care about who was first or last. They just talked about talent, which showed that they didn't have any prejudice against the human race. This was a good thing. How could Feng Zichen not be happy? Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Which ones should I choose? Looking at the light screen, Feng Zichen held his chin and fell into deep thought. 100 years was enough for him to look at all the clansmen recommended by the elders. To be honest, these clansmen were excellent enough. They could be called the best among their peers. Even in the spirit beast tide, their performance was remarkable. However, they lacked a certain aura. They didn't have the great spirit of being invincible. It was like they lacked spirit, which made them lose a lot of points in front of Feng Zichen. On the road of cultivation, 100 kegs competed with thousands of sails. Without the determination to press forward and the spirit of invincibility, how could one defeat countless competitors and set foot on the peak of the Great Tao? These clansmen might be able to become heroes of their time and reign supreme for a time. However, if they wanted to become the heroes of the era, dominate the era, and lead the tide of the era, without that great spirit, they would have no hope. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not very satisfied with them. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should continue to choose one of them as his disciple. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up. He saw a tall and straight figure on the light screen. The figure was emitting a powerful aura that attracted everyone's attention. Elders, do you know who he is? Turning his head, Feng Zichen asked the crowd with a slightly excited expression. Who? Everyone raised their heads, but all they saw on the light screen was a blur of figures. They did not see the person that Feng Zichen had mentioned. However, the scene flashed by and switched to another place. Everyone, please take a look. Feng Zichen pointed at the light screen, and the scene on the light screen suddenly changed, showing a young man in white. The young man was not old. He was handsome and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He gave people a special feeling. It was as if no matter where he was the center of everyone's attention. He was outstanding and attracted everyone's attention inexplicably. Behind the young man, a Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body appeared. The Dharma form was suffused with Taoist rhymes, and there was a vast sun above his head that shone brightly. Hiss! The Tao of Sun. Connate Taoist phenomenon. This young man is not simple. Who is he? I didn't expect that there would be such a talent in the human race. Why haven't I heard of him before? Seeing the young man in white, the elders were surprised. Apparently, they did not know him. At this moment, the young man in the light screen moved. He clenched his fist, and his whole body was glowing. An invisible force surged out. Although he was still in the Connate realm, he gave people a feeling that he was invincible. With a boom, the young man raised his fist and attacked a spirit beast in the spirit refinement realm. With just one punch, the spirit beast was blown to pieces. Elders, don't you know this young man? At this moment, Feng Zichen became more and more curious about the young man's origin. Judging from the purity of the young man's Connate chi, he should be a Connate human. Moreover, the Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body is Emperor Sui's Dharma form. Judging from this, he should be a descendant of the Feng clan. What? Patriarch, you can't even recognize a descendant of the Feng clan? Guyu Escher suddenly said to Feng Zichen after observing the young man for a long time. Ahem. I've been traveling all year round, so I'm not very familiar with the people of the Feng clan. I'm sorry that I've made a fool of myself, Feng Zichen explained with an awkward smile. Seeing that no one recognized the young man, Feng Xiangshi suggested, since no one can recognize him, why don't we call him over and ask him? There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. It won't be too late to call him over after the spirit beast wave ends. Feng Zichen waved his hand and stopped Feng Xiangshi, who was about to call him over. Seeing the young man's performance, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to see him. He wanted to see how the young man would perform in the future and whether he could bring him more surprises. Boom! At this moment, the scene on the light screen changed again. A shocking murderous aura was transmitted over. Who is this young man? What a fierce aura! The figure of a young man in black appeared on the light screen. His body was surrounded by a scarlet light, and he was fighting fiercely with a spirit beast. His moves were bold and carried a majestic aura. He was unusually fierce. In just a few moves, he tore the spirit beast into pieces. Tearing a spirit beast apart. This young man is so fierce. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? This is so strange. Where did these two young men of the human clan come from? Glancing at the black-robed young man and then at the white-robed young man, the elders were puzzled by the sudden appearance of these two human sky prides. That's the 7 kills star. In Feng Zichen's eyes, there was a dark red star shining above the young man in black's head. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong connate murderous aura. That was where the young man's murderous aura came from. No wonder he has such a strong murderous aura at such a young age. It turns out that he is favored by the 7 kills star. The 7 kills star was an austere star. It symbolized bravery and was in charge of killing. It was the manifestation of the way of killing in the starry sky. It was also an important star in the Ziwei galaxy. Stop guessing. The bone age of these two people is less than 100 years old. Obviously, they were born 100 years ago. It's normal that we haven't heard of them. After all, we have been in the ancestral temple for more than 100 years. At that time, they should not have been born or had just been born. Seeing the doubts in the elders' eyes, Feng Zichen explained. No wonder we've never heard of these two people before. The elders nodded as if they were suddenly enlightened. Chapter 127. 300 years later, Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and he suddenly struck a seal into the void. Instantly, the spiritual beasts that were attacking the human tribes all retreated to Zichen's grotto heaven as if they had received an order. After the spiritual beasts died, the Khanate chi that was scattered in the world began to gather again and flew into the five elements creation pool. Once the new creation spiritual liquid was born, the spiritual beasts could appear in the world again. After doing all this, Feng Zichen walked out and said to the crowd, "Elders, this is the end of the spiritual beast wave. It's time for us to go out and take a look." However, just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. He continued to speak to the crowd. In addition, every 100 years, there will be a small wave of spiritual beasts attacking. Every 1,000 years, there will be a large wave of spiritual beasts attacking. The small wave of spiritual beasts is specially prepared for the people who have not reached the immortal path. Therefore, when the time comes, I hope that you can restrain your subordinates and not let the immortals who have achieved the heavenly immortal path help the people to survive this disaster. As for the large wave of spiritual beasts, the scale will be the same as this one. I have prepared it for the people of the ancestral land. When the time comes, please stay in the ancestral temple. At this point, Feng Zichen's tone suddenly turned cold and he warned the crowd, "If I find out that anyone has violated this order and attacked without permission, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yes. We understand. This matter concerned the future of the human tribe. Everyone knew the severity of the matter and would not go against Feng Zichen's order and attack without permission. Standing outside the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen looked out and saw the entire human tribe. Not bad. It's a little better than what I expected. In this wave of spiritual beasts, many people were killed by the spiritual beasts and lost their cultivation. However, more people obtained opportunities and used the creation spiritual liquid to cleanse their bodies and strengthen their foundations. At the end of the day, Feng Zichen's main purpose of creating spirit beasts was to give his people an opportunity, but they had to rely on their own abilities to obtain the opportunity. The strength of spirit beasts was far inferior to that of ferocious beasts. In fact, it was even inferior to the strength of most of the clansmen. As long as one focused, it would not be difficult to kill spirit beasts. As for the clansmen who were killed by the spirit beasts, as long as they weren't unlucky enough to be attacked by a spirit beast whose cultivation base far exceeded theirs, or were besieged by a large group of spirit beasts, they could only be said to be useless and hopeless. Feng Zichen wasn't going to care about them anymore. He was going to let them fend for themselves. The only one who could save them was himself. "Feng Hen, go to the Feng clan and bring these two people to me." After a while, Feng Zichen thought of the two young men of the human clan. He transmitted his voice to Feng Hen in the distance. 200 years had passed, and Feng Zichen naturally knew the origins of the two youths. They were both from the Feng family. Feng Hen, on the other hand, was the current leader of the Feng family. Naturally, the images of the two youths appeared in front of Feng Hen. Feng Hen, who was about to refine the spiritual creation liquid, suddenly saw the two figures in front of him. His expression changed drastically. Then, he heard Feng Zichen's voice. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Yes, clan leader, I'll do it right away." With that, he didn't have time to refine the spiritual creation liquid and immediately headed to the Feng clan to fetch the two youths. Jia Yuxiong. What an amazing name. Feng Zichen muttered to himself as he returned to the ancestral temple to wait for the two youths. "Clan leader, I've brought them here." 3 days later, Feng Hen brought 2 men and a woman to the ancestral temple. He looked troubled as he shouted into the temple. "Come in together." Feng Zichen laughed in his heart as he casually opened the temple door. "Clan leader, it's not my fault, it's..." Feng Hen pointed at the young girl beside him as if he wanted to explain something to Feng Zichen. "Alright, I already know about this, it's not your fault," Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted him. "You may leave first." "Yes, clan leader." Seeing that Feng Zichen didn't blame him for bringing an extra person, Feng Hen's troubled expression disappeared. He bowed again and left. What are your names? Feng Zichen asked the three youths after Feng Hen had left. Jia of the Feng clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in white bowed and said. Xiong, Hui, of the Jiang clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in black and the uninvited girl were siblings. After Feng Jia, they also bowed to Feng Zichen. Heroes of the ages, heroes of all ages. After seeing the two of them with his own eyes, Feng Zichen seemed to see two rays of light from them that illuminated the past and the present, eternally immortal. In a trance, two earth-shattering figures appeared before Feng Zichen. One of them seemed to be the center of the heavens, and the world revolved around him. Wherever he went, that place would be the focus. He was dazzling and emitted endless light that covered all other light in the world. One of them was peerlessly domineering, and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. The image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared under his feet, and a murderous aura overflowed from his body as if he wanted to kill everything. On their bodies, the fate of humanity gathered, and the power of will flowed. The prayers of tens of thousands of people resounded, as well as countless calls, forming two grand voices, heroes. Heroes. After a long while, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. When he looked at the two of them again, all the strange phenomena had disappeared, as if everything was an illusion. Of course, this was not an illusion. This was a hint from the fate of humanity, telling him that these two were the children of fate born from the fate of the human race, and they bore the mission of bringing prosperity to the human race. So, this is the origin of heroes and heroes. In order to commemorate them, the later generations called the outstanding people of our race heroes and heroes. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood some things. Heroes and heroes were originally two ordinary words, but because of the existence of these two people in front of him, they were given extraordinary meanings, and became extraordinary. They were no longer ordinary, and would affect the future generations for countless years. Is this history? And so on and so forth. In the future, behind each and every word that represented a special meaning, there was probably a great power hidden behind each word. What about that little girl? Why does she give me a special feeling? Retracting his gaze from Jiang Xiong and Feng Jia, Feng Zichen looked at Jiang Hui. No matter why she appeared here, since she was here, it meant that she was fated to be with Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen did not find anything special about her. With the sun and moon appearing in his eyes, Feng Zichen used the sun-moon divine gaze and looked at Jiang Hui. There is indeed a problem. Under the gaze of the sun-moon divine gaze, Feng Zichen found that Jiang Hui was shrouded in a layer of fog, completely concealing her secrets. Chapter 128. Open. In a split second, time and space froze as two godly rays shot out from Feng Zichen's eyes, shattering the mist that shrouded Jiang Hui. An indescribable radiance emerged. It was extremely dazzling, as if there were thousands of colors flowing around. It was the light of wisdom. It could enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all Daos, and explain the truth of heaven and earth. The light of wisdom. After seeing the truth behind the mist, a bigger question appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. Jiang Hui is just an ordinary human, how can she have the light of wisdom? The light of wisdom was a product of the Tao of wisdom. It contained the mysteries of wisdom. It was as mysterious as the Tao of destiny. It was controlled by the heavenly Tao and was forbidden from prying into it. I'd like to see who you are. Curious about Jiang Hui's background, Feng Zichen took a deep look at her. Dazzling purple light shot out from his body, forming a river of stars. Then, the sun, moon, and stars were born. Zhouxing was manifested. A purple star rose slowly. It suppressed the endless space and ruled over Zhouxing. It was the ruler of the stars. Ziwei star. Turn. The innate Tao language sounded, and under the lead of Ziwei star, Zhouxing started to turn according to an unknown trajectory. A huge power came, following the light of wisdom on Jiang Hui. It chased after the past, trying to see through the secrets of the past. Is that an innate spiritual treasure. Strange and bizarre images flashed in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, and in the end, he saw a gem shining with the light of wisdom being bombarded by the destructive lightning. The power of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the destructive lightning, Feng Zichen felt a chill down his spine. Without thinking, he knew that this was the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was destroying an innate spiritual treasure. How unbelievable was that? Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the wisdom gem shattered, and an innate inextinguishable spiritual light surrounded by chaotic baleful aura appeared. More than half of its body had already turned pitch black. Clearly, this innate spiritual treasure derived from the Tao of wisdom had been corrupted by the chaos demon god. Judging from the heavenly Tao's hatred for the chaos demon god, it would not allow such a thing to exist. In just a short moment, the connate indestructible spirit light that had been corroded by the chaotic baleful qi was shattered and obliterated by the heavenly Tao. It could not be said that it was completely obliterated. A small part of the innate indestructible divine light that had not been eroded was unexpectedly preserved. After wandering in the untainted land for countless years, it somehow fell into the body of a woman of the human tribe and gave birth to 2 divine fetuses. This was the origin of Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui. Jiang Xiong was the inextinguishable innate inextinguishable by the Tao. Jiang Hui was formed from the wisdom Tao of the innate indestructible divine light. Thus, she was extremely intelligent and was naturally close to the Tao. Jiang was the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Was the heavenly spiritual innate. Is the heavens. He, he's, he, of, he's, he, time and the time. Were the time, were the time in time and time and were time and time and time and were time. Are you all willing to acknowledge me as your master? After staring at the 3 for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly under their anxious gazes. Disciples Feng Jia, Jiang Xiong, and Jiang Hui pay our respects to master. Overjoyed, they hurriedly bowed. Feng Zichen was a legend in the human tribe. It was the dream of many humans to be his disciple. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised, but they also found it hard to believe. How could they refuse to accept him? Very good, get up. There are not many rules in my sect. You don't need to be too restrained. As he spoke, a gentle force came and lifted the 3 of them up from the ground. As my disciples, you should take it as your duty to make the human tribe prosper. You can't deceive your master, destroy your ancestors, kill your fellow disciples, humiliate your fellow disciples, or kill your fellow disciples. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. Do you understand? After the 3 of them got up, Feng Zichen said solemnly. Yes, master. We will bear it in mind and dare not disobey you. They said in unison. It's good that you understand. Feng Zichen nodded and waved his sleeves. 3 balls of light appeared in the air. Each of them was wrapped in a spiritual treasure. There was a mirror, a sword, and a hairpin. Feng Jia, I'll give you this bright sun divine mirror. It's for your protection. Feng Zichen pointed at one of the balls of light. A golden mirror flew out, exuding pure qi of the sun. It was engraved with dragon patterns and fell into Feng Jia's hand. This mirror was formed by the ancestral dragon's reverse scale and the sun spirit. Although it's only a lower grade innate spiritual treasure now, it has unlimited potential. If you can find a yang divine item in the future, you can integrate it into the bright sun divine mirror to upgrade the grade of this mirror. Feng Zichen continued when he saw Feng Jia take the bright sun divine mirror. Thank you, master. At this time, Feng Jia recovered from the pleasant surprise and hurriedly thanked Feng Zichen. Jiang Xiong, I'll give you this 7-kill sword. I hope you can make good use of it. Feng Zichen waved his hand and turned to Jiang Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the hall dropped a few degrees. A reddish gold long sword appeared slowly, exuding a strong innate murderous qi. As the cold light flickered, it was surrounded by innate metal qi, making it even sharper. This sword was made from the claws of the white tiger and integrated with the 7-kill star. It's a killing weapon. You should make good use of it. Like the bright sun divine mirror, it's also a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. If you find a metal elemental item in the future or obtain the origin of the 7-kill star, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure. Thank you, Master. I promise that this sword will never be stained with human blood. Jiang Xiong took the 7-kill sword carefully and promised Feng Zichen. What a strong murderous spirit. I'll have to enlighten him in the future. He wouldn't attack the human race, which meant that he wouldn't have any qualms about using this sword against anyone other than the human race. Jiang Hui, this is the 5 Virtues Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Take it and use it to protect yourself. Feng Zichen put Jiang Xiong's matter aside and said to Jiang Hui. This treasure was made from the tail feathers of the phoenix ancestor. It can open up yin and yang, define the 5 elements, and operate the 5 virtues. In the future, if you can find a corresponding innate spiritual item, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure. Not long after the phoenix ancestor gave Feng Zichen her plucked tail feathers, the other 5 elemental sacred beasts sent their origin objects over one after another. This was the reason why he gave his disciple a present. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to find 3 innate spiritual treasures, even if they were lower grade. Thank you, Master. Jiang Hui took the 5 Virtues Divine Phoenix Hairpin and smiled sweetly. Chapter 129. Essence is expressed in qi. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements are the same. Condensation is the gathering of qi, and qi is the master. The 5 elements of yin, yang, and qi are intricate, and each of them condenses to form. Yang becomes a man, and this is the Tao of the father. Yin becomes a woman, and this is the Tao of the mother. It is the beginning of a person, born from qi. When qi gathers to form, it intersects with qi, and then it transforms into all things, with endless changes. This was the 3 Enclosures Sutra. It was divided into 3 volumes, the Grand Mystic Pivot Sutra, the Crepe Myrtle Cave Sutra, and the Grand Mystic Mahayana Sutra. It was a Taoist sutra of Khanate existence, inscribed in Zhouxing. It was the supreme Taoist sutra that Feng Zichen had obtained on the North Star. After bestowing the Khanate spiritual treasure, Feng Zichen felt that their cultivation methods were too simple and crude. After some thought, he imparted this top Taoist sutra of the Great Wilderness, the 3 Enclosures Sutra, to the 3 of them. There was no specific cultivation method in this sutra. It simply described the great Tao of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe. However, it was all-encompassing. No matter what great Tao it was, one could find a thing or 2 from it. This was a cultivation method that led directly to the great Tao. Anyone could gain different understandings from it. Even saints would benefit from it after fully comprehending it. This sutra is obscure and difficult to understand. It's normal that you can't understand it. It's not just you, even I don't know much about it. Therefore, you don't have to delve too deeply into it. When you have nothing to do, just take it out and recite it once. When it's time to comprehend it, you will comprehend it. After imparting the 3 Enclosures Sutra to the 3 of them, Feng Zichen comforted them when he saw that they were frowning. It was obvious that they couldn't understand it at all. Yes, Master. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that they were too stupid to understand the sutra that Feng Zichen had imparted to them. From now on, you will cultivate on the Crepe Myrtle Mountain and strive to achieve immortality as soon as possible, Feng Zichen suddenly said after frowning at the 3 of them. Spirit refinement realm cultivation was a little low. After all, the celestial demon orthodoxy had been passed down for so many years that there was no lack of golden immortals. As Feng Zichen's disciples, they were meant to take charge of the orthodoxy in his stead. How could a mere god refinement realm cultivator face a group of arcane immortals and golden immortals? Master, what about the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise? Can we attack them? At this moment, Jiang Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was thinking about attacking the spirit beasts. You want the spiritual liquid of creation, right? It's fine. You can do whatever you want with the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, moreover, if you have the ability to ascend to the peak of Ziwei Mountain, you can also use the creation spirit liquid in the 5 elements creation pool. The purpose of the spirit beast's existence was to train the human race. Not to mention them, even if any human wanted to enter Zichen's paradise to hunt spirit beasts, Feng Zichen would allow them to do so. Understood. Jiang Xiong and the other 2 were excited. Obviously, they had experienced the benefits of the creation spirit liquid. Seeing how happy they were, Feng Zichen could not help but pour cold water on them. However, if you are accidentally killed by the spirit beasts and lose your cultivation, don't come crying to me. Otherwise, not only will you not be comforted by me, but you will also be punished more severely. Do you understand? Don't worry, Master. This will never happen. Feng Jie smiled and said with his head held high, how can the spirit beasts kill us? When Feng Jie said this, a powerful aura surged out from his body. It shook the hearts of people, causing them to involuntarily feel a sense of awe. This was because Feng Jie was too powerful in the future. His aura distorted the endless space and time, affecting the present from the future. Very good. I look forward to your performance. Feng Zichen nodded and expressed his approval of Feng Jie. Unlike Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui, who were reincarnated as innate spiritual treasures, Feng Jie was a god's favored son who was truly born with the fortune of the human race. He was the last innate human to be born. His birth marked the end of the Holy Mother's legacy. Since then, the new innate humans born in the human race were all transformed from later on. No one was born as an innate human. He had gathered all the fortune of the innate human race. He was the last glory of the innate human race. Because of this, Feng Jie, as a human, could be compared to Jiang Xiong, who was reincarnated as an innate spiritual treasure. Alright, this matter is over. You can go back and cultivate. Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the 3 to Ziwei Mountain. Born to be a man, a clean and indomitable spirit, a man of indomitable spirit. How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? Just have a clear conscience. I'll give you these words. I hope you will remember them and use them to encourage yourselves. When the 3 of them landed, Feng Zichen's voice drifted over from afar. On Kunlun Mountain, Taoist Tai Ching, who was comprehending the great Tao and searching for the opportunity to become a saint, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance and woke up from his Tao comprehension. Oh! Is the poor Wei's heart in a mess? Opening his eyes, Taoist Tai Ching's eyes flashed with confusion at first. Then, he regained his clarity. He had not found the opportunity to become a saint for a long time. Even with his state of mind, he could not help but feel a little confused. However, an existence like Taoist Tai Ching had a firm Tao heart. In an instant, he severed that confusion and returned to his indifferent state. Sigh. So many years have passed. Why hasn't the poor Wei sensed the opportunity to become a saint? Sighing, Taoist Tai Ching knew that it was useless to continue cultivating in seclusion. He got up and walked out of the quiet room, left Kunlun Mountain, and traveled through the primordial world. Taoist Tai Ching began to wander aimlessly in the primordial world. He moved according to his heart, and wherever he went, he would go. If he was in a good mood, he would stop at a certain place and either preach the great Tao to the living beings there, bestow 1 or 2 pills, or leave behind Tao scriptures and mystical abilities. He was very carefree. Gradually, the depression in Taoist Tai Ching's heart reduced by a lot. His state of mind actually improved slightly, causing a trace of joy to rise in his heart. Boo-hoo! On this day, Taoist Tai Ching was traveling when he suddenly heard a cry. The cry was extremely ordinary and did not have the slightest fluctuation of Dharma powers. However, it inexplicably attracted his attention. Is it really interesting? Curious about the origin of the cry, Taoist Tai Ching could not help but walk in the direction of the cry. Grandpa, don't sleep. Wake up and open your eyes to look at me. Not long after, Daoist Tai Ching saw a human child hugging a corpse and sobbing non-stop. The cry that he heard along the way came from that human. This was Daoist Tai Ching's first time coming into close contact with a human. Oh. His organs are dried up, his body is weak, and his life source is exhausted. Daoist Tai Ching was shocked when he looked at the corpse. Chapter 130. It's really unbelievable. This human actually died because his lifespan ran out. Daoist Tai Ching was extremely experienced and knowledgeable since his debut. However, even so, it was his first time seeing someone die because his lifespan ran out. Child, don't cry. Look, isn't your grandfather fine? Daoist Tai Ching walked forward and said to the child. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the human elder who had been dead for a long time regained his vitality and opened his eyes to get up from the ground. At Daoist Tai Ching's realm, he could make all living things wither and revive with just a thought. Life and death were just between a thought, and reviving the dead was just a thought. Thank you for saving my life, old immortal. After the elder was revived, he was first confused for a moment, then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly thanked Daoist Tai Ching. However, he was nowhere to be seen and had already left for a long time. This human is interesting. Perhaps the poor Wei should go and take a look. Daoist Tai Ching made a decision in midair and rushed towards the human tribe closest to him. The human tribe closest to this place was called Chengjiu and had a population of hundreds of thousands. It was not a tribe that had migrated out of the ancestral land but was founded by the human clansmen outside. During the chaos of the ferocious beasts, Emperor Sui had ordered that all human immortals had to go out and kill a ferocious beast of the same realm before returning to the tribe. If they could not do it, they could not return to the ancestral land. Some of the clansmen were used to living a peaceful life and did not dare to fight with the ferocious beasts. Hence, they found a place to hide and survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. Among these clansmen, some were unlucky and were found by the ferocious beasts and died tragically. Some were lucky and successfully survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. They knew that even if they returned to the tribe, the clansmen would not accept them again. Hence, they settled down in the place where they hid and lived their own lives. That was how the name Chengjiu came about. With Daoist Tai Ching's speed, even if he deliberately slowed down, he arrived here in less than 10 minutes. In the next moment, the scene in the tribe appeared in Daoist Tai Ching's eyes, causing him to frown in displeasure. Within the tribe, everyone's behavior was incomparably barbaric. Other than a few people, most of them had tattoos all over their bodies. It was normal for the strong to bully the weak, and bullying the young with age was the norm. The old, weak, sick, and disabled would fall to the side of the road without anyone looking after them, leaving them to fend for themselves. There were even some who did it out in the open without any misgivings. If it weren't for the fact that the people here knew how to start a fire and eat cooked meat, breaking away from the state of eating raw meat and drinking blood, they would be no different from the human race in the barbaric era. Speaking of which, the few people who founded the long-term tribe were all people who were just eating and waiting to die. How could they know how to manage a tribe? In the ancestral land, other than learning how to make fire, they didn't know much about etiquette, justice, integrity, or the management system. Moreover, even if they knew about this, with their lazy temperament, they wouldn't have the time to tell the tribesmen. Therefore, after establishing the tribe for less than 100 years, they began to enjoy themselves, leaving the tribe to fend for itself and not caring at all. As a result, the tribe's civilization would naturally regress and it wouldn't be long before this tribe degenerated into the barbaric era. After frowning for a long time, Daoist Tai Ching flicked his sleeves and left for the next human gathering place. The rootless tribe was also created by the tribesmen who escaped the chaos of the ferocious beasts in the past. However, unlike the founders of the long-term tribe, the founders of the rootless tribe had always been thinking about the ancestral land of the human race and wanted to return at all times. Therefore, they were exceptionally attentive to the tribe and worked hard for it all the time, intending to develop the rootless tribe in an attempt to return to the ancestral land through this method. After their vigorous development, the civilization of the rootless tribe was clearly superior to the civilization of the long-term tribe. The tribesmen here already had a sense of shame and were all covered in clothes. They no longer acted preposterously or bullied the weak. There's such a huge difference between the two sides of the human race. Looking at the situation of the rootless tribe, Daoist Tai Ching revealed a thoughtful gaze and continued to walk to the next tribe. Because it was close to the Elephant Mountain tribe, the tribal civilization of the Yue tribe was a step closer and had a preliminary concept of hierarchy. The Elephant Mountain tribe was a tribe that moved out of the ancestral land of the human race in the past. The civilization here was undoubtedly a level higher and already had a hierarchy. Walking through one tribe after another, Daoist Tai Ching witnessed the evolution of civilization from low to high, the process of going from disorder to order. All sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind, but he could not grasp them and could not help but feel extremely depressed. The Shouyang tribe was one of the three major tribes under Yi City and was also a top tribe of the human race. It had the highest civilization of the human race. Arriving here, Daoist Tai Ching saw that the old had people to rely on, the young had people to take care of, marriage and funerals. Everyone had their own duties and it was a scene of prosperity. Here, Daoist Tai Ching saw the beauty of etiquette and the light of civilization. Ha! The poor way has been enlightened. My Tao has been completed. In a trance, he seemed to have grasped something and the depression in his heart disappeared. Emptiness, vast Tao runes emanated from his body and spread in all directions. A shocking aura burst out and shook the primordial world. Boundless purple qi appeared and covered the sky. Along the way, Daoist Tai Ching had accumulated too many insights. Finally, they completely erupted here at the Shouyang tribe and turned into a bright light of civilization, illuminating the path ahead for him and finding the opportunity to become a sage. At this moment, in the territory of the Shouyang mountain, where the new Yi city of the human race was located, Yi Ang, who was cultivating in the city lord's mansion, suddenly felt his heart clench. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in his heart, forcing him to look up. Hiss! That's. Yi Ang's mouth was wide open as he looked into the distance with a look of disbelief. He was so shocked that he could not speak. In front of him, endless phenomena filled the air. There were Ganoderma tree 9 splendors, Chilance dancing, phoenix singing, and purple qi coming from the east that dyed the entire sky purple. It was extremely noble. This is the phenomenon of a sage's journey. After a long while, Yi Ang said excitedly. Guards! Hurry up and open the city gates. Follow me out to welcome the sage. Yi Ang stood up abruptly and ran outside while yelling. Wait, the arrival of a sage is such a big matter. I have to inform the clan leader. With that thought, Yi Ang took out the Great Tao Divine Painting and used its connection with the Chaos Bead to inform Feng Zichen of this matter. Sage? Are the sages of the primordial world about to appear? After receiving the news from Yi Ang, coupled with the aura that shook the primordial world not long ago, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. Daoist Tai Ching is about to become a sage. Chapter 131. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared as he rushed towards Yi City. Daoist Tai Ching becoming a sage in the human race was a huge matter that concerned the destiny of the human race. As the leader of the human race, he had to be present no matter what. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate if he did not even show his face when the destiny of the human race was in turmoil. Humph. In the void, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that the space was abnormally heavy. Following that, a huge force attacked and he could not help but groan as he fell out of the void. So powerful. Daoist Tai Ching is so powerful. After releasing his spiritual force, Feng Zichen immediately understood what had happened. With the Shouyang tribe as the center, the void within a 500,000 kilometer radius was enveloped by the powerful aura emitted by Daoist Tai Ching, sealing everything. Since the spatial divine ability failed, Feng Zichen immediately used the star escape technique and turned into a purple light that flew towards the Shouyang tribe. The Tao that can be said is not the Tao. The name that can be named is not the name. Nothingness is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. Therefore, nothingness is often used to observe its wonders, being is often used to observe its mysteries. These two come from the same place but have different names. They are both called mysteries, mysteries within mysteries, and the door of all mysteries. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The god of grains is not dead and is called Xianping. The gate of Xianping is called the root of heaven and earth. If it exists, I won't use it frequently. When Feng Zichen arrived at the Shouyang tribe, Taoist Tai Ching had already begun preaching to everyone. It was a moral chapter that contained the power of education. It explained the truth of nature and the world, improving everyone's virtue and conduct. It did not record any cultivation method, but it was more honorable than any cultivation method because it could inspire the wisdom of all living beings. To cultivators, it could explain the truth of heaven and earth in the most common language and point to the core of the great Tao. To mortals, it could explain the principles of dealing with people through things and point to the depths of their hearts. As the saying went, Tao was born, virtue was born of animals, objects were formed, and tools were formed. Therefore, all things respected Tao and valued virtue. Tao is the most honorable, virtue is the most precious. Fu Mo's life is the most natural. Morality was related to a person's life and was especially important. 300 years later, Taoist Tai Ching stopped preaching and everyone who was immersed in the great Tao heavenly melody also woke up. Although their cultivation levels did not increase, the light of wisdom and the light of virtue shone behind their heads, causing their connection with the world to deepen and their comprehension of the Tao to take a step closer. Their future achievements would be even greater. Even Feng Zichen obtained many benefits after listening to Taoist Tai Ching's preaching. After everyone woke up, Taoist Tai Ching took out the 8 trigrams cauldron and waved his sleeve. Several types of connate spirit herbs flew out and entered the cauldron to refine pills. The connate spiritual medicine was condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Under the burning of the divine yin fire, it gradually melted into strands of connate qi. This was called refining essence into qi. At this time, the 6 yin divine flame became even more vigorous. The innate energy gradually gathered into a sphere, forming a golden pill. Yuan Tuachuo, golden and dazzling, released great radiance. The golden pellet had 9 apertures and was surrounded by Tao patterns. It flickered with spiritual radiance and was abnormally agile. Gradually, the image of a god appeared and sat cross-legged inside the golden pellet. It continuously breathed in the qi of heaven and earth through the 9 apertures. This was called refining qi into spirit. As a large amount of connate qi was absorbed by the god, his figure gradually condensed and then turned illusory. During the transformation, it seemed to have merged with the void. It was vast and boundless, transforming into an illusory body that was connected to the omnipresent Great Tao and manifested billions of incarnations. This was called refining the spirit into the void. A bit of connate qi was born between the god's brows. It existed before heaven and earth and came from the void. It was connected to the Tao and created all things in the universe. An immortal Tao light rose, the aura of the Great Tao spread, and endless runes were born. The connate qi became stronger and stronger. The god seemed to have become the incarnation of the Great Tao, sacred and mighty. This was called refining the Tao into the void. The 8 trigrams cauldron was the human body, and the connate spiritual medicine was the body's own great medicine with endless essence. Taoist Tai Ching used the method of refining the 9 revolutions golden pill to open up a new cultivation path for all living beings. With yin and yang as firewood and heaven and earth as fire, he gathered his own great medicine and refined a round golden pellet. The golden pellet gave birth to a connate yang spirit that evolved into connate qi and merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The moment the pellet was formed, the heavenly Tao suddenly sensed it and merit descended. 50% entered Taoist Tai Ching's body, 40% entered the 9 orifices golden pill, and 10% turned into light rain that fell into the bodies of everyone present. The 9 orifices golden pill obtained merit and became more extraordinary. Endless Tao was born and gave birth to all kinds of changes, causing the Tao of heaven and earth to fall and the laws of nature to rumble. It emitted an immortal and inextinguishable aura and was extremely magical. It was the essence of heaven and earth, the origin of the golden core lineage, and also its highest achievement. It was the Daoyuo Dao fruit. The 9 orifices golden pill had great luck and merit. There was only one of it in heaven and earth. Anyone who could refine it would immediately become the Daoyuo Jingxian. Taoist Tai Ching suddenly shouted. Heavens will appeared and turned into a Dao slashing saber that slashed towards him. Purple light appeared and an illusory figure walked out of Taoist Tai Ching's body. It gradually solidified and turned into an old Taoist in a bagua robe. Grand Elder of the Poor Way, greetings to me. The Taoist appeared and bowed to Taoist Tai Ching as he said. However, Taoist Tai Ching used the merit of Tao creation to sever his obsession. With that, the 3 corpses were severed and the quasi-sage realm was completely perfected. At the same time, he was also the first existence to completely sever the 3 corpses after Tao ancestor Hung Jun. Ha! You and I are one. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so polite. Taoist Tai Ching looked at Taoist Tai Ching and laughed out loud. After the 3 corpses were severed, Taoist Tai Ching felt his true spirit suddenly become clear. His body relaxed and a great sense of joy rose in his heart. In front of his eyes, the great Tao was unprecedentedly clear and close, as if it was within reach. At this moment, the primordial violet energy that hadn't moved since he obtained it had actually started to tremble on its own. The trembling conformed to the rhythm of the heavens and the earth, and it was like the heaven Tao was speaking in a low voice about all the principles of the heavens and the earth. The Poor Way is the father of Taoist Tai Ching of Pangu. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate the Tao. Their future is boundless. They do not know etiquette, do not know the heavenly Tao, and do not know the great Tao. I specially established Ren's school to educate all living beings and make them gain intelligence so that they can understand the Tao and do moral things. With the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Taiji painting to suppress destiny and the heavenly Tao as proof, Ren's school will be established. As soon as Taoist Tai Ching said that, the 3 flowers above his head and the 5 qi in his chest appeared on their own. A purple light soared into the sky, golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The Khanate Taiji painting hung above his head. Yin and Yang qi intertwined with each other and the qi of morality appeared, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Chapter 132. There was a loud bang in the void as fragrance filled the air. Boundless Xianhuang merit qi appeared and surged into Taoist Tai Ching's body, intertwining with the Hongmeng purple qi. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light erupted from his body and dyed the world purple. It was extremely gentle like flowing water and emitted an extremely noble aura. That was the merit of creation. Under the influence of the merit of education, the merit of creation also moved and merged into Taoist Tai Ching's true spirit. The truth of Yin and Yang appeared and the qi of Tao was born. After a while, the Hongmeng purple qi and Xianhuang merit qi were all absorbed by Taoist Tai Ching. He seemed to have merged with all things in the world and emitted a mysterious heavenly Tao aura. A supreme pressure that was far stronger than when Nuwa became a saint erupted from his body and spread throughout the entire primordial world. When Nuwa became a saint, she only severed 1 corpse but Taoist Tai Ching severed 3. Even though the merit of teaching could not be compared to the merit of creating a person, with the addition of the merit of opening the heavens, Taoist Tai Ching's strength after becoming a saint was naturally stronger than Nuwa back then. Set up a sect and go through tribulations. Master of the Emperor, and Master of the King. Set up the Tao of Heaven, the Tao of Earth, and the Tao of Man reveal the hidden saint. There are a total of 1,200 lords. Contain trillions of Brahma Chi. Transform into the present and ancient times, with the 5,000 words of Tao Te. Master Yin and Yang, life thunder with 9 and 5 numbers. Great sorrow and great wish, great saint and great mercy, grand supreme elder, heavenly lord of Tao Te. As long as the countless living beings in the primordial world did not reach Daoyuo Jingxian, they all bowed in the direction of Daoist Tai Ching and called him the Tai Ching treasure Hao. That was the heavenly Tao's commendation to Daoist Tai Ching and conferred him the heavenly lord of Tao Te. It also personally created the treasure Hao for him so that it would appear in the hearts of all living beings so that they would naturally chant it. Daoist Tai Ching has become a saint. At this moment, all the mighty figures in the primordial world were alarmed as they walked out of the Tao field and looked in the direction of Mount Shouyang. After Daoist Tai Ching became a saint, Daoist Yu Qing and Daoist Shangqing who were connected to his aura also understood the opportunity to become a saint. The heavenly Tao is above. The Pur Wei Pangu Daoist Yu Qing is the primordial beginning. Now that I feel that it is not easy for all living beings in the primordial world to cultivate, I specially set up a sect called Chan, following the will of the heavens, expounding the principles of the heavenly Tao and teaching according to the teachings of the talents. Anyone who is fated can join the sect. With the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Pangu banner, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Tao as proof, Chan's school will be established. On Kunlun Mountain, Daoist Yu Qing held the Pangu banner and announced to the sky that he had established Chan's school. Instantly, a supreme pressure that was slightly weaker than Daoist Tai Ching's erupted and suppressed the living beings of the primordial world who had just stood up. Above the Jade Realm, there is Brahma Chi, the highest of the highest of the heavens. Yu Luo Shao Tai, Yu Shan Shangjing. Misty Golden Palace, limitless clear waters. Mystic Unity Chi, the predecessor of chaos. There are mysteries within the pearl. Open up the scenery of the heavens and transform the heavens. Billions of naive people are countless. Whirling Duanli Ji, returning to the 5 elements. Majestic Fan, the sect of 10,000 Tao. Daoyuo Yu Qing, void and nature. Ultimate Tao, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. When Daoist Yu Qing became a saint, the heavenly Tao conferred him the title of heavenly lord of primordial beginning. His treasure was naturally read out by all living beings. With the heavenly Tao above, the Pur Wei Pangu Daoist Shangqing is omnipotent. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate and do not understand the great Tao. I specially established a sect called Jie. The great Tao is 50, and the heavens have 49. Everything has a chance of survival. Today, I have established Jie School to obtain a chance of survival for all living beings. There is no discrimination in education. Anyone who has the heart of the Tao can join the sect. With the Khanate cardinal treasure, the immortal vanquishing sword array, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Tao as proof, Jie School will be established. Daoist Shangqing, who was traveling in the Eastern Sea, also established the Jia order to prove his Tao and become a saint after his 2 elder brothers established a sect to become saints. Swoosh, the moment the celestial slaying sword formation appeared, endless fiendish aura surged out and engulfed the entire primordial world, causing all living beings to be terrified. Even Daoyuo Jingxian felt his hair stand on end. However, although the celestial slaying sword formation was the strongest, it did not have the ability to suppress fate. Compared to the fate of the humans and Chan school, it was much dimmer. Moreover, under the influence of the fiendish aura, a blood-red color appeared in the fate, burying a hidden danger for the decline of the future generations. In the Shangqing realm, known as Lord Lingbao. Ancestral tribulation, more than 99,000 Brahma Chi. Crimson script glows, 668 true words. Due to the crimson script of the primordial chaos, the 9 heavens opened. The epoch cave is divided into 5 tribulations. The heavenly Tao, the majestic sect of creation. Cardinal Yin Ji Yang, the ancestor of lightning, great sorrow and great wish, great sage and great benevolence. Daoist Yu Chen, heavenly lord Lingbao. Taoist Shengqing became a saint, and the heavenly Tao conferred him the title of Heavenly Lord Lingbao. However, compared to Taoist Taiqing, Taoist Yuqing and Taoist Shengqing were obviously weaker. As the saying goes, good and evil are easy to sever, but it is difficult to understand oneself. They were all in the realm of severing 2 corpses, but Taiqing had severed 3. As such, his strength after becoming a saint was naturally weaker. Hiss. The 3 pure ones are indeed the orthodox of Pangu, and are favored by the heavenly Tao. They have only just become saints, and have not made any achievements, but they have already been conferred by the heavenly Tao, and obtained the title of Heavenly Lord. One must know that when Nuwa became a saint, she had cleaned up the ferocious beasts. With such achievements, she has not been conferred by the heavenly Tao. This, can't compare. When the group of mighty figures saw the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones proving their Tao, and compared it to the phenomenon of Nuwa, they could not help but reveal strange expressions, and their thoughts were hard to understand. Taiqing, you, in the palace of Empress Hua, Nuwa's expression could not help but turn ugly. She did not care about the heavenly lord titles of the 3 pure ones. To a saint, these were external things that were dispensable. What she cared about was Taoist Taiqing's attitude. Taoist Taiqing clearly knew that she was the one who created the human race, but he did not even greet her and directly preached among the human race. What did that mean? Was he looking down on her? Or was he ignoring her? At that moment, Taoist Taiqing, who was immersed in the joy of becoming a saint, did not know that Nuwa already bore a grudge against him. When the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones becoming saints disappeared, the mighty figures all looked towards the west. Since the 3 pure ones had already become saints, would the 2 in the west be far away? In the west, on Mount Meru, Zhuan-Ti suddenly said to Jia-yin, "Senior brother, the opportunity has arrived. The opportunity for us to become saints is now." "That's right, it's now." Jia-yin nodded and agreed. Seeing that the 3 pure ones had established their sect and become saints, the Hongmeng purple qi in their bodies trembled inexplicably and emitted endless Taoist rhymes. It was the opportunity for them to become saints. In the name of the heavenly Tao, Jia-yin of the poor way, Zhuan-Ti, has felt the suffering of all living beings, killing and fighting, and there is no way to transcend. Thus, I have established a sect, and I call it the West. Holding the Saraira, cultivating the immortal golden body, guiding all living beings to good, without suffering or sorrow, and passing on the way to transcend. It is a place of bliss. With the innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus, suppressing the fate, and the heavenly Tao as the witness, the Western sect shall be established. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, the sky above was filled with a golden color. Endless qi of merit gathered, and it was twice as much as when Taoist Taiqing became a saint. Chapter 133. The qi of merit stopped in the sky for a moment and suddenly split into 2. It descended and surged into the bodies of Zhuan-Ti and Jia-yin. However, without the merit of creation, how could the 2 of them become saints just by relying on the merit of establishing a sect? When the qi of merit entered their bodies, the aura of the 2 of them immediately soared. However, at the final moment of becoming a saint, the qi of merit was exhausted. The momentum of their advancement came to an abrupt end. Now that things have come to this, this is the only way. They knew that they could not miss the opportunity. If they missed it, they did not know how long they would have to wait for the next time they wanted to attain the Tao. The 2 of them looked at each other bitterly and made a decision. Sigh. In the end, we are not as lucky as the 3 pure ones who have the merit of creation. After sighing, Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti straightened their expressions. At the same time, they made a great wish to the heavenly Tao. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple loved and respected each other. There was no hatred or jealousy. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple had the same kind heart. They did not doubt other thoughts. What they wanted to say was foresight. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple knew that their bodies were like illusions. There was no greed in their hearts. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. Stuck at the juncture of Tao validation, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti were helpless. They could only use the Great Wish technique to borrow boundless merit from the heavenly Tao and become saints. However, although this technique could help the two of them attain the Tao, it also caused their strength to be at the bottom of the saints. The two of them made a total of 48 great wishes before they gathered the merit to attain the Tao. Immediately, purple chi filled the sky and auspicious clouds appeared. Countless rays of light flew towards the west. Sanskrit chants sounded on Mount Meru. Golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Many strange phenomena occurred. The Khanate spiritual energy increased by several times. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti sat upright on Mount Meru with a smile on their faces. They faced the eastern boundary and spoke of the great Tao mantra, describing the Tao of relics. Lotus flowers flew out with a seductive intent. Those who heard it could not help but yearn for the Western paradise. It was no wonder that the two of them were like that. In fact, their attainment of the Tao was a trick. Making a great wish was like borrowing from the heavenly Tao. However, it was not so easy to take advantage of the heavenly Tao. If they were unable to complete it, they would suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. At that time, not to mention losing their positions as saints, they might not even be able to keep their lives. In order to protect the position of the saint, Zhuan Ti were bound to fulfill their great wish. They would prosper the Western sect and save the world. However, the Western sect was barren. If they wanted to rely on this place to prosper the Western sect, they would not be able to do so even if the immeasurable calamity descended. Therefore, the two of them set their sights on the east, where outstanding people lived. He wanted to cross all the fated people in the east and prosper the Western sect to fulfill his great wish. One had to know that after the great ambition was completed, the heavenly Tao would bestow rewards. The greater the ambition, the more generous the reward. Judging from the great ambition made by Zhuan Ti, once it was completed, the reward would be unprecedented. How dare you! On the sun star, Dong Huang Tai saw many demons emitting Buddhist light. Apparently, they were bewitched by the Sanskrit chants. He couldn't help but be enraged. He roared towards the west and suddenly rang the Dong Huang bell. Dang! The world suddenly lost its sound. The great path fell into silence. Time and space stopped moving. Even many mighty figures lost consciousness for a short time. Only the sound of the bell echoed. After an unknown period of time, it seemed like a moment, but also like thousands of years. The world returned to normal. The vision of Zhuan Ti's path confirmation disappeared. Peace was restored on the sun star. Who won? After regaining consciousness, the mighty figures were curious about the result of the battle between the two sides. They hurriedly looked at the sun star, but their eyes were full of bright white. It was Dong Huang Tai who covered the sun star. The mighty figures retracted their gazes and looked at Mount Meru. They saw Zhuan Ti sitting in the void with a smile, continuing to talk about the method of condensing the Sarira. However, at this moment, their voices were only heard in the west. They could no longer reach the east. Did Tai win? Or could it be that another saint intervened? There was no doubt that the two saints of the west were at a disadvantage in this battle. Otherwise, how could they be at ease preaching in the west? However, whether it was Tai who suppressed the two saints of the west or the other saints who helped, the mighty figures lost consciousness at that time and had no way of knowing. However, they could not know, but those saints and existences who were infinitely close to being saints saw it clearly. What? How can Tai be so strong that he can fight the two saints of the west to a draw? In Empress Wa's palace, Nuwa stood up in shock and looked at the sun star in disbelief. How is that possible? Tai hasn't stepped into the realm of origin yet, but he's already so powerful. If he advances further, won't he be invincible? When the time comes, Tai and Di Jun will join forces. What will we saints do? On Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched wildly. He had never thought that Tai would have such combat strength. He could fight the two of them alone and still not be at a disadvantage. Didn't they say that all below the saints were ants? What's wrong with Tai? Even if Zhuan Ti and Ji Yin were the weakest saints, it shouldn't be like this. I wonder if the former number one in the primordial world can block the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword formation. On the East Sea, Tongtian's fighting spirit rose. The four immortal slaying swords seemed to sense his mood and made clanging sounds, shocking the creatures of the Sea clan within a radius of millions of miles. On the other hand, Taoist Tai Ching, who was on Mount Shouyang, was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior brother, with the shamans and demons dominating the primordial world, we can't even preach, let alone prosper. What should we do? As soon as the mighty figures looked away, Zhuan Ti frowned and said to Zhuan Ti. Compared to losing the battle with Tai and not being able to preach, it was just a small matter. After all, the former would only lose face in front of everyone and would not lose a piece of flesh. The latter was a fatal matter. If they could not prosper the Western sect, they might really die. It's fine. From the poor Wei's point of view, the shamans and demons have deep negative karma. It's not a long-term sign, Daoist Jiayin said, shaking his head. The shamans and demons had dominated the primordial world for many years. They had killed countless people and accumulated a lot of resentment. Their negative karma was so deep that even saints were terrified. They only needed to wait for a fuse to detonate it. At that time, the two races would not be far from decline. Zhuan Ti followed the guidance and saw the luck of the shamans and demons. Indeed, there was a thick layer of negative karma on the luck of the two races. It was constantly eating away at the luck of the two races. Only when the negative karma completely suppressed the luck of the two races would the beginning of the decline of the two races. How long do we have to wait? It seems that we still need the poor Wei's help. Moreover, Tai is too much of a bully. The poor Wei needs to give him retribution and let him understand that saints can't be humiliated. Zhuan Ti silently calculated the speed at which the negative karma was eating away at his luck. He immediately looked dissatisfied and looked at the sun. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 134. Greetings, Saint Tai Ching, from the Zichen clan of the human race. After all the phenomenons of Dao attainment disappeared, Feng Zichen took a step forward and bowed to Daoist Tai Ching. Clan leader of the human race? Daoist Tai Ching raised his head and looked at Feng Zichen with some confusion. Isn't the clan leader of the human race Suiren in my impression? When did it become this young man? Given Daoist Tai Ching's status, why would he pay attention to the postnatal creation of the human race? It was only when Suiren created the Daluo Jingxian that he slightly noticed and had an impression of the human race. After knowing that the clan leader of the human race was Suiren, he did not care about anything else. What a familiar aura. This aura is a Dao destroyer. You're actually a Dao destroyer too. This is truly incredible. Looking at Feng Zichen, Daoist Tai Ching was surprised to discover a familiar aura. There was a trace of aura on Feng Zichen's body that he had never noticed before. It was the aura of a Dao destroyer that was mighty and vast, yet extremely thin and almost non-existent. If not for the fact that Daoist Tai Ching had just opened up the Golden Core lineage and was extremely sensitive to that aura, he would have been fooled. Starting from nothing and opening up a path of cultivation for all living beings, giving them the possibility of transcendence. Just how difficult was this? Those who could do that were all people with great wisdom. Such a person would definitely be favored by the great Dao and be blessed by providence. Looking at Feng Zichen, Daoist Tai Ching's eyes flashed with two divine lights that derived the principles of yin and yang, as if he could see through the past and future. At this moment, Feng Zichen had the illusion that he had been seen through. It was as if under this gaze, he had nothing to hide, and all his secrets were exposed in front of the other party. However, an illusion was ultimately an illusion. Although Dao being Tai Ching was strong, it was clear that Pangu was stronger. With the help of Pangu, who in the untainted land could really see through Feng Zichen. Clearly, Daoist Tai Ching could not do it. Under Pangu's power, everything that Feng Zichen had experienced had been modified and rearranged. The things that involved the secrets of heaven and earth had been replaced by new memories. Everything seemed so natural, as if he had experienced it himself. Even Daoist Tai Ching could not find any flaws in the river of time and space. The first postnatal creature born with the fortune of heaven and earth? Turning the impossible into the possible, opening up a path of cultivation for postnatal life forms in a hopeless situation. Truly shocking. Establishing human relations, promoting etiquette. Educating a clan, this is the merit of education. After looking at Feng Zichen's past, Daoist Tai Ching could not help but sigh. This was a person with true wisdom. Are you willing to acknowledge Poor Wei as your master? After a moment of silence, Daoist Tai Ching suddenly asked him. Since ancient times, those who attained the Tao all had great luck, perseverance, and wisdom. Feng Zichen had all three and had already seen a possibility of attaining the Tao. Not only did it make Daoist Tai Ching want to take him in as a disciple. Moreover, putting everything else aside, Feng Zichen's identity as the first postnatal life form was enough for Daoist Tai Ching to value him. The first connate life form in the primordial world was called Hong Jun. Even though connate life forms could not compare to postnatal life forms, their future was destined to be limitless since they were the first. Moreover, Feng Zichen also had the merit of educating people. Daoist Tai Ching established a sect and became a saint in the name of educating all living beings. If he took Feng Zichen as his disciple, their luck would be connected and he would be able to complete the teachings. It would be very beneficial to him. If I acknowledge you as my master, will you be willing to protect the human race? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen did not agree immediately and asked instead. Now that his wings were formed, as long as he continued to move forward, Daoyuo Jingxian would be within reach. He was confident that he could even become a quasi-saint and did not need anyone's protection anymore. Therefore, he was not very interested in acknowledging Daoist Tai Ching as his master. Now, he was more concerned about the future of the human race. The saints had already appeared and the demon race's massacre of humans was not far away. In such a short period of time, no matter how hard the human race worked to develop, it would be impossible for them to have the strength to resist the demons. After all, even the saints had to avoid facing the demons who were sitting on Zhouxing's luck, let alone the small human race. Therefore, he had to prepare a way out for the human race in advance for the future. If Daoist Tai Ching was willing to protect the human race, it would not matter if he acknowledged him as his master. Daoist Tai Ching hesitated for a moment and did not know how to answer. After advancing to a saint, his vision had been infinitely improved and he could see the future more clearly. Naturally, he could see that the human race would face a great calamity in the future that was close to extinction. That calamity came from the demons and was vaguely related to the saints. That was precisely why Daoist Tai Ching was hesitant. In order to protect the human race, he had to offend two forces at the same time. Even if he was not afraid, it was still very troublesome. A small human race was not worth his attention. Although Daoist Tai Ching had comprehended the opportunity to become a saint in the human race, he had established Ren School in order to educate all living beings of the human Tao in the primordial world, not just the human race. He had created the Golden Core Tao for all the postnatal living beings in the future, not just for the human race. He did not have a deep relationship with the human race. It made sense. If Daoist Tai Ching could become a saint just by educating the human race, with the current strength of the human race, they would have been divided up by many mighty figures long ago. No one would be able to protect them. As for why Ren School would control the destiny of the human race in the future, according to Feng Zichen's guess, Daoist Tai Ching should have tied Ren School to the chariot of the human race when he saw that the human race was about to become the main character of the world. The human race was created by junior sister Nuwa. She will naturally protect them. As an outsider, Poor Wei can't interfere. However, if you're willing to acknowledge Poor Wei as your master, Poor Wei will naturally protect you. After a long while, Taoist Grand Pure One rejected with a troubled expression. However, at the same time, he also expressed his intention to protect Feng Zichen. Now that I think about it, the human race is related to goddess Nuwa. Why didn't you think of it when you were preaching the Tao? While thinking this, Feng Zichen said, then I can only refuse the saint's kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen was afraid that such a straightforward rejection would cause Taoist Taiqing to be displeased. Hence, he hurriedly explained. When I was young, I once received the teachings of goddess Nuwa. If I want to acknowledge her as my master now, I have to obtain her consent first. In that case, upon hearing Feng Zichen's words, Taoist Taiqing was in a difficult position. He had just offended Nuwa. If he rashly accepted Feng Zichen as his disciple now, they would probably fall out completely. Ah! In that case, it seems that your fate with Poor Wei has yet to come. Let's talk about taking in disciples in the future. Taoist Taiqing sighed and said regretfully. Chapter 135. Even though he said that, Taoist Taiqing already had an idea. In the future, as the leader of the human race, Feng Zichen would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity of the human race and would be in danger of dying. At that time, he would protect Feng Zichen's life and take him in as a disciple. Nuwa would not say anything either. Thank you for your kindness, Saint. No matter what Taoist Taiqing's intentions were, he had already expressed his goodwill and Feng Zichen would naturally not be tactful. There's no need for that. Although you're not fated to be with Poor Wei, you're still fated to be with her. Poor Wei will give you some benefits. After thinking for a moment, Taoist Taiqing took out a pearl that was shrouded in flames and handed it to Feng Zichen. This treasure is useless in Poor Wei's hands, so I'll give it to you for self-defense. This is the fire spirit pearl. As soon as the treasure appeared, the chaos bead in Feng Zichen's body sensed it and he could not help but exclaim. That's right. This treasure is the Khanate fire spirit pearl that contains the fire spirit of the heavens and can burn everything. It's a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure. Accept it. Taoist Taiqing nodded with a smile and urged. Then. I'll accept it shamelessly, Zichen. To others, this item might be a rare treasure, but to Taoist Taiqing, it was something that he could do without. Coupled with the fact that Feng Zichen indeed needed this item, he did not decline and stepped forward to receive it. As for this elixir. After Feng Zichen accepted the Khanate fire spirit pearl, Taoist Taiqing looked at the 9 orifices golden core in the 8 trigrams furnace and fell into deep thought. The 9 orifices golden core was the source of the golden core Tao. It contained great merit and providence and could create a Daluo Jingxian out of thin air. Feng Zichen looked at the elixir and was extremely tempted. Forget it. The gold core Tao was born in the human race and is innately entangled with the human race. In the future, we will have to rely on the human race to prosper. The Poor Wei will leave this gold core to the human race. After deducing for a moment in his heart, Taoist Taiqing realized that the golden core Tao was deeply entangled with the human race. Hence, he waved his sleeve and sent the 9 orifice golden core into Mount Shouyang before disappearing. I'll leave the 9 orifice golden pill on Shouyang Mountain and await the fated one, Taoist Taiqing said to everyone after he was done. Thank you, sage, for your kindness. Everyone bowed emotionally. That was a Daluo Dao fruit. If they obtained it, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the Daluo Jingxian. How could they not be excited? This matter is over. The Poor Wei should return to Kunlun Mountain. Taoist Taiqing waved his hand and lifted everyone up. His figure slowly disappeared and he returned to Kunlun Mountain. Farewell, sage. The crowd dispersed after bowing in the direction where Taoist Taiqing disappeared. Clan leader, that's a sage. He's the top existence of the primordial world and he wants to take you in as his disciple. How could you refuse? What are you thinking? After Daoist Tai Ching left for a while, Yang asked Feng Zichen with a puzzled expression. It was a great thing to have a sage as his master. He really could not understand why Feng Zichen would refuse. You don't understand. Feng Zichen shook his head and did not explain anything to Yang. Daoist Tai Ching had already angered Nuwa by coming to the human race to preach. If he became Daoist Tai Ching's disciple, what would Nuwa do? By then, Daoist Tai Ching might not be afraid of Nuwa's anger, but his position as the clan leader of the human race would be unstable. Moreover, Daoist Tai Ching's strength was unfathomable. If he became Daoist Tai Ching's disciple, he would have to stay under his nose for a long time. In that case, Feng Zichen was not confident that he could hide his secrets completely. Hence, Feng Zichen did not dare to acknowledge him as his master. However, the sage was almost omniscient and omnipotent. If he dared to say anything bad about them, he would definitely be sensed by the sage. By then, there would be trouble. By the way, Yang, you're a Khanate human and you cultivate the cultivation technique passed down by Emperor Sui. It's similar to the Golden Core Tao. You can switch to this cultivation technique and go to Mount Shouyang to try your opportunity. Seeing that Yang still wanted to say something, Feng Zichen hurriedly changed the topic. In the current human race, most of the postnatal humans cultivated the God-fiend Tao and gradually became the mainstream. They might not be interested in the Golden Core Tao. On the other hand, Khanate humans cultivated Qi refinement techniques that were similar to the Golden Core Tao. Hence, it was extremely easy to switch to this cultivation technique. It's not that simple. At my realm, I've basically determined my Tao path. How can I change it just like that? Besides, if I had a great opportunity, I wouldn't have been forced to abandon the city by the ferocious beasts. I'm afraid I'm not fated with this pill. Yang shook her head. She was not optimistic about her chances of obtaining the 9-hold golden pill. That's right. At your realm, you've already begun to look forward to Daoyuo. It's not easy to change your Tao foundation. However, if you have nothing to do, you can try to figure out the Golden Core Tao. After all, it's a sage's personal disciple. It contains the truth of the great Tao. Even if you don't cultivate it, you can still get a lot of benefits by looking at it every day. It can make up for the shortcomings of your cultivation technique. Now that Feng Zichen had the vision of Daoyuo, his understanding of the great Tao became more thorough. Naturally, he could guide the cultivation of these Tai Jingxian. I'll remember it. Yang nodded and said. Today, the 5 sages have come out together. It's really a grand occasion in the untainted land. I'm sure that in the next tens of thousands of years, the untainted land will usher in a golden age of cultivation. You arrange the affairs in the city and go cultivate well. Strive to become Daoyuo Jingxian as soon as possible to strengthen the fate of the human race. Feng Zichen looked at the sky and said leisurely. Daoyuo Jingxian? It's easy for you to say. I'll be satisfied if I can become a half-step Daoyuo. I don't dare to dream of becoming a Daoyuo Jingxian. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Yang was speechless. People always have dreams. What if it comes true? Feng Zichen's figure gradually faded. Well, I'll stop chatting with you. So many things have happened in the untainted land. I should go back and comfort my people. It's your own business. But remember, if you don't believe that you can become a Daoyuo Jingxian, then you definitely can't become a Daoyuo Jingxian. To become a Daoyuo Jingxian, the first condition is self-confidence. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. Self-confidence? Yang murmured and fell into silence. The world has really changed. Flying in the air, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that the world had changed with the birth of the sages. The Khanate Qi was gradually thickening, the void was more stable, and the laws of heaven and earth were perfected. They were incomparably active and easier for cultivators to perceive. The whole world presented a scene of prosperity. But Feng Zichen knew that this was only temporary. With the perfection of the heavenly Tao, it would be extremely difficult for people to perceive the laws of heaven and earth. The current activity of the laws of heaven and earth was the aftertaste of the sage's Tao. It would not last long. Chapter 136. It seems that I have to reach the Daluo Jingxian realm as soon as possible. Knowing that the cultivation environment in the primordial world would become difficult after tens of thousands of years, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little impatient. With the help of the fate of the human race, Feng Zichen's progress could be said to be rapid. He was now not far from the Daluo Jingxian. What he lacked was nothing more than accumulation. After all, apart from comprehending the great Tao, cultivation was also a process of accumulation. He had to constantly polish his Tao and increase his maturity. He had cultivated for less than 50,000 years. Compared to the Tai Jingxian who had lived for millions or tens of millions of years, his accumulation was too little and his maturity was slightly insufficient. Even though Feng Zichen had the Daluo Jingxian realm, his maturity was insufficient. His origin was too thin and was not enough to support him. Breaking through to the Daluo Jingxian realm made people feel a little helpless. Time, what I lack the most now is time. Unfortunately, I've never heard of any time mystic realms in the primordial world that can accelerate my time. Otherwise, I can use this to quickly step into the Daluo Jingxian realm and save hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. To break through to the Daluo Jingxian realm required a long time of accumulation. Even if Feng Zichen was anxious, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, not all living beings needed to accumulate. At the very least, innate god fiends did not need to. They were originally formed by the innate origin. When their cultivation level reached a certain level, they would naturally advance. If innate god fiends were treated the same as ordinary living beings, how could they live up to their title of biological son of the heavenly Tao? How could they set off their special status? Suiren had only cultivated for 100,000 years more than Feng Zichen, but he had been able to reach the Daluo Jingxian realm earlier. It was because he was the first person that Nuwa had created. He had poured in Nuwa's blood, sweat, and tears. His innate origin was extremely dense and was not inferior to the innate god fiends. Therefore, he did not need to accumulate. He could break through to Daluo Jingxian as soon as his cultivation level reached a certain level. After returning to the human race, Feng Zichen first checked on the situation of the human race. Seeing that nothing major had happened, he sent out his divine Tao incarnation to handle the affairs of the human race for him. As for himself, he returned to Zichen's grotto heaven to absorb the innate qi and condense his origin energy. He wanted to break through to the level of Daluo Jingxian as soon as possible. On this day, after Feng Zichen failed to communicate with the world tree in the chaos bead, he tried to suppress it and forcefully extract its connate origin. However, he was interrupted by two powerful auras. Poor Wei, Daoist Yuqing of Kunlun Mountain, will open the mountain gate today. Anyone who is fated to come to the front of the Jade Palace can be a disciple of Poor Wei. Poor Wei's Daoist Shengqing of Kunlun Mountain will open the mountain gate today. Anyone who wants to pursue Taoism can head to Kunlun Mountain and become Poor Wei's disciple. Humph. You're lucky this time. After I'm done with this, I'll teach you a lesson. Feng Zichen glared at the world tree and left for the ancestral temple. After returning to the human race for less than 100 years, Feng Zichen was already tired of the process of collecting innate qi. He couldn't help but come up with an idea. He was only missing 9 innate essences to reach the level of Daluo Jingxian. Why did he have to condense them bit by bit? He could just take them and refine them. In the Eldritch Wilderness, the innate gods and demons were the ones with the most abundant innate essences, followed by the various innate spiritual treasures, and lastly, the innate living beings all over the Eldritch Wilderness. However, Feng Zichen couldn't just go on a killing spree and kill innate gods and innate beings for the sake of condensing the innate origin, could he? This was not in line with his original intention, so he couldn't do it. As for the innate spiritual treasures, each of them was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. Moreover, Feng Zichen's innate spiritual treasures were all very useful. How could he be willing to destroy them and take their essences? After thinking for a while, he turned his attention to the world tree. What was more suitable than the world essence to refine the innate essences? Moreover, he'd put in a lot of effort to raise the world tree, but the benefits he'd gained from it could be counted on one hand. On the other hand, the world tree had gained a lot from him. It shrank back when something bad happened and disappeared. But it was always the first to appear when something good happened. To be honest, Feng Zichen had tolerated it for a long time. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to borrow some of the world essence from the world tree, but after a long discussion, the world tree refused. He was furious. If he didn't teach it a lesson, it would really think he was the boss. All golden immortals of the human race, come to the ancestral temple at once. His voice was loud and spread throughout the human race, ringing in the ears of every human golden immortal and summoning them to the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Feng Zichen sat on the main seat and looked at the immortals below. Everyone, now that the primeval Lord of Heaven and the primeval Lord of Numinous Treasure have opened their doors and are recruiting disciples from the primeval world, I want you to go to Kunlun Mountain to try your luck. What do you think? This, we have no objections. It's just that we humans are born weak. I'm afraid that even if we go to Kunlun Mountain, the saints won't take us seriously. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before replying to Feng Zichen. They knew their own situation. As a race born after birth, even if they were personally created by the saints, they couldn't be compared to the other innate races except for their appearance that resembled the Khanate Tao aptitude. Moreover, many of those who went to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master were probably Khanate god fiends. If they went to seek a master, the saints wouldn't take them seriously. Don't worry about this. Didn't the primeval Lord of Numinous Treasure say that anyone who has the heart to seek the Tao can become his disciple? Even if you can't become his true disciple, it's your blessing to be an in-name disciple and listen to his teachings. Alright, if there are no objections, you should leave quickly so that you don't miss the time. The primeval Lord of Heaven valued his roots the most and probably looked down on the human race. Although it was said that he liked the human race, among his disciples, except for Jiang Zia, no one had heard of the human race. It was obvious that the legend was not credible. The Grand Master of Heaven taught everyone without discrimination. The chances of them joining the Jia sect were very high. It was not bad to be able to get the title of an outer sect disciple. Moreover, even if they failed to become his disciples, it didn't matter. Because in the end, the three pure ones would each preach the Tao. All living beings near Kunlun Mountain could hear it, so that those who failed to become his disciples would not make a wasted trip. After calculating, they would only benefit from going to Kunlun Mountain to become his disciples, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. Moreover, the journey to Kunlun Mountain was long, and it could also be used to train them. With so many benefits, how could they not want it? Well, why haven't you left yet? After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen looked down and saw that everyone was still hesitating and standing there. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and sneered. Don't tell me that you don't even have the heart to seek the Tao. Seeing that he was angry, everyone hurriedly said, Patriarch, please calm down. We'll leave right away. Chapter 137. After everyone left, Feng Zichen's figure flashed, and he entered the chaos bead again. However, before he could do anything, layers of green light appeared on the tree of world. Innate runes appeared, and the aura of the world origin flowed. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Then, the green light shook and suddenly condensed into a ball of world origin, which flowed into Feng Zichen's body. Not bad. When I become Daoyuo Jingxian, I'll give you a lot of benefits. This time, the Tree of World was so tactful that Feng Zichen's mood improved a lot. His hatred for it also decreased a lot. Then, divine light surged in Feng Zichen's body. Runes flashed, and the heaven and earth furnace appeared on its own. It swallowed the world origin that flowed into his body and drew in the power of heaven and earth to refine it. There was a loud boom. Flames of the way appeared and burned fiercely. It carried the power to distort the void and burn toward the world origin. Traces of green light flowed out of the world origin, turning into the purest origin energy. It kept merging into Feng Zichen's origin. It continued to grow and shorten the gap between him and Daluo Jingxian. This method is indeed feasible. Refining this ball of world origin alone is equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, the truth of heaven and earth contained in the world origin has benefited me greatly. After 100 years, Feng Zichen completely absorbed the world origin and woke up from his meditation. He couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the changes in his body. As he spoke, Feng Zichen turned his gaze back to the tree of world. A ball of world origin was equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. If he had a few more balls, he wouldn't be far away from becoming Daluo Jingxian. As if sensing Feng Zichen's malicious gaze, the tree of world trembled and shrank into the center of the chaos space. Its branches and leaves swayed, expressing its grievance. Sigh. Feng Zichen sighed. He understood that the tree of world origin had accumulated this ball of world origin for 10,000 years. The next time he wanted to get it, he would have to wait another 10,000 years. Although the world tree could absorb the power of the endless dimensions and condense the origin, it could not do so. However, it still needed to support the 3,000 great worlds, which consumed a lot of energy. It was already not easy to squeeze out a lump of world origin, but it was impossible to take out too much. Looks like I'll have to find more chaos products in the future to accelerate the growth of the world tree. Only then will it be able to gather more world origin. The current tree of world was still too weak. If it could truly grow up, even if it supported the entire untainted land, a mere world origin would be nothing to it. After sighing for a while, Feng Zichen returned to the Ziwei mountain and continued to breathe in Xiantian Qi. Cultivation, in the end, still required one to be able to endure loneliness. Even if he didn't like it, he had to slowly learn to adapt. Just like that, in the thousands of years that followed, Feng Zichen stayed on Ziwei mountain, either teaching disciples, breathing in and out Xiantian Qi, or cultivating divine arts. Other than the fact that his days were a little boring, he could be considered to have lived a happy life. After all, due to the influence of the sage's Tao, the world was clear and bright. It was a great opportunity to cultivate. The experts of the various races of the untainted land were cultivating in seclusion and comprehending the great Tao. They had no time to fight again, so the untainted land once again welcomed the long-awaited peace. Roar. On this day, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the river of destiny suddenly trembled. A ball of bright light, emitting the aura of the great Tao, slowly rose from the river of destiny and transcended it. Dragon race? This new Daluo Jingxian is actually a dragon. I didn't expect that after the ancient times, a new Daluo Jingxian would be born in the dragon race. Is the dragon race going to rise again? The change in the river of destiny attracted the attention of some mighty figures. When they saw that the person who had attained Tao was a dragon, they all revealed shocked expressions. The birth of a new Daluo Jingxian in the dragon race undoubtedly meant that the restrictions of the heavenly Tao on the dragon race had been lifted. As the former overlord of the world, would the dragon race really be willing to guard the four seas? This aura. It's Water Dragon King. He has attained Tao. On Ziwei Mountain, sensing the familiar aura, Feng Zichen naturally understood who the person who had attained Tao was. Speaking of which, Dragon Lord has comprehended the Tao of Daluo for so long. It's normal for him to attain Tao at this time. However, calculating the time, it's not far from Ao Shue's coming-of-age ceremony. It's time for me to leave for the East Sea. Thinking of Ao Shue, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He instructed his 3 disciples and rushed to the East Sea. Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, Jiang Hui, I have something to do and will leave for a while. If you have anything, go to the ancestral temple and ask my incarnation. With that, without waiting for the 3 to answer, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared from Ziwei Mountain. Although Daluo Jingxian was not as great as a sage, he could travel the entire untainted land with a thought. That was no small matter. They could place themselves outside of time. No matter how much time had passed, the outside world would always be still. Using that to travel, they could achieve the effect of teleportation. Therefore, just a moment ago, Feng Zichen was still on Ziwei Mountain, but in the next moment, he was outside of Three Immortal Island. As for why he came to Three Immortal Island first and not directly to the Dragon Palace, it was to prepare a gift for Ao Shui. The coming-of-age ceremony was a once-in-a-lifetime event. With the relationship between Feng Zichen and Ao Shui, it was not good for him to go empty-handed. However, he did not have anything good on hand that he could give. After thinking about it, he thought of a spiritual treasure on Three Immortal Island that was very compatible with Ao Shui. As he took a step forward, his vision suddenly darkened and the void changed drastically. Innate Tao patterns intertwined and the qi of yin and yang was vast and mighty. An innate formation slowly unfolded and trapped Feng Zichen within. This was the innate yin and yang dust formation. In the formation, the yin and yang were constantly changing and the dust could turn into the universe. It was an innate formation that was personally set up by Taoist Shengqing. Feng Zichen was one with Xianqing. The innate tripartite formation on Three Immortal Island recognized him, but this formation did not. Therefore, as soon as he approached Three Immortal Island, this formation treated him as an intruder and trapped him within. Taoist Shengqing had left a backup plan in this formation. Once Feng Zichen forced his way into this formation, he would definitely be sensed by it. If he were to be treated as an intruder and casually killed, it would be a joke. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the island, he could only use his wits. He took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and gently knocked it. Under the melodious sound of the bell, Feng Zichen's body distorted and immediately turned into a ball of innate yin and yang qi. He merged with the formation and rushed into the island. Back then, when the Hongmeng Daozhong was still an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, it could silently pass through the innate tripartite formation. Now, it was already an innate spiritual treasure of the highest grade. In addition, Feng Zichen's strength was not inferior to Daoyuo Jingxian. No matter how strong the innate yin and yang dust formation was, it was not controlled by anyone and there was no main formation item. How could it stop Feng Zichen? After a few days, he stepped onto Penglai Island. Chapter 138. Very good. This lotus seed is ripe at the right time. In the center of Penglai Island, Feng Zichen looked at the lotus seed that was surrounded by divine light on the 12th grade pure white lotus and couldn't help but smile. When Xianqing transformed, the creation qi and connate clear qi descended and were absorbed by the 12th grade pure white lotus, forming this lotus seed. It gathered the power of creation, clear spirit, and pure white lotus and gave birth to a mysterious change. Its potential was sublimated and far surpassed the other lotus seeds. If nurtured properly, it could be a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure in the future. Unfortunately, whether it was the chaos bead or the tree of world, they were all treasures. Feng Zichen already had a hard time nurturing them, but he didn't have the energy to nurture this lotus seed. In his hands, it could only become a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure at most. But if he gave it to Ao Shui, it would be different. The Dragon Clan had dominated the untainted land for many years and had a deep foundation. They would definitely be able to nurture it into a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure. In this way, Ao Shui would have a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure to protect her, and Feng Zichen would be relieved. Fortunately, when Xianqing went to Kunlun Mountain, this lotus seed was not ripe yet. Therefore, he left the 12th grade creation white lotus behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find a suitable treasure to give to Ao Shui in a short time. It would be awkward if I went to the Dragon Palace in time. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen didn't slow down. He walked to the front of the pure white lotus and reached out to pluck the lotus seed. However, after plucking the lotus seed, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued to walk forward and came to the bottom of the chaos spirit pool. There was a chaos spirit spring there that kept spewing out chaotic essence qi. The Chaos Spirit Spring played a huge role in the extraordinariness of the three-deity island. There were pieces of black jade around the Chaos Spirit Spring. They shone brightly and were surrounded by chaotic essence chi. Those were Chaos Essence Stones, which were formed by chaotic essence chi. They were also the purpose of Feng Zichen's visit. The Water Dragon King had attained the Tao of Daluo Jingxian. As his good friend, Feng Zichen couldn't go to the Dragon Palace empty-handed. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon had been of great help to him. He had to pay him a visit when he went to the Dragon Palace. It would not be good to go empty-handed. Of course, it was just a Chaos Origin Stone. Although it was not bad, what kind of person was the ancestral dragon? How could this stone enter his eyes? Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and tapped it lightly. Clang! As the bell rang, Hongmeng Daozhong's Hongmeng Qi poured down from his body and swept out in all directions, drowning the entire spirit pool of chaos. It was like a surging purple ocean. Roar! An inexplicable roar sounded, and a terrifying aura filled the air. In the ocean formed by the Hongmeng Qi, huge figures appeared one after another. They were terrifying and mysterious. There were at least 3,000 figures in different shapes and sizes. They exuded the charm of the Great Path and were surrounded by chaotic evil qi. They were like the masters of all things, the source of the Great Path. They were extremely noble. That was the mark of the Chaos Demon God, which was branded on the Hongmeng Daozhong. Now, it was activated by Feng Zichen and manifested. Boom! The moment they appeared, there was a sudden throbbing in heaven and earth. The laws seemed to be afraid. The void was trembling as if it was going to collapse and return to chaos. Condense. Feng Zichen formed a spell and pointed at the Hongmeng Qi. Rumble. The Hongmeng Qi boiled and rushed toward the mark of the Chaos Demon God. Soon, the marks of 10 Chaos Demon Gods became clear and powerful aura filled the air. Among the 10 Chaos Demon Gods, 5 of them were filled with the charm of the Great Path of the 5 Elements. They represented the highest achievement of the Great Path of the 5 Elements and corresponded to the Great Path of the 5 Elements sacred beasts. The other 5 Chaos Demon Gods were in the shape of a dragon, a phoenix, a kylin, a tiger, and a turtle respectively. They were the true Great Path bodies and corresponded to the 5 Elements sacred beasts. Refine. He waved his sleeve and 5 Chaos Vitality Stones flew up. The shadows of the 10 Chaos Demon Gods were wrapped in the Qi of Hongmeng and branded on the Chaos Vitality Stones in pairs. The Chaos Demon Gods were the children of the Great Path. The Great Path they practiced was extremely ancient and was the source of everything. It was completely different from the Great Path of heaven and earth in the untainted world. They were much more powerful. Feng Zichen planned to give the 5 Chaos Vitality Stones that carried the marks of the Chaos Demon Gods to the 5 Elements sacred beasts. Although the ancestral dragons were extremely powerful, the Chaos Demon Gods were not weak either. They might be even stronger. To them, there were not many things in the untainted world that could move them except for primordial treasures, such as the He Tu, the Luo Shu, the 4 great lotus thrones and so on. But this item was different. The Great Path contained in the Chaos Demon Gods was something they had never come into contact with. It was different from the untainted world and could give them unlimited inspiration and expand their Great Path. Treasures that could expand their Great Path were extremely precious and could enhance their strength. Who would reject them? Moreover, for the ancestral dragons who had reached the peak, every small step forward was extremely difficult. They would not reject this item. After putting away the 5 Chaos Vitality Stones, Feng Zichen called out the Water Demon God's imprint again and used the same method to create another Chaos Vitality Stone with the Water Demon God's imprint. This was a gift for the Water Dragon King. Then, Feng Zichen took out the lotus seed of the White Lotus of Purification and branded the marks of the World Purifier Demon God, the Creation Demon God and the Clear Spirit Demon God on the lotus seed. Phew! It's finally done. Feng Zichen exhaled and said tiredly. After maintaining the mark of the Chaos Demon God for such a long time, even with his strength that was comparable to Daluo Jingxian, he could not help but feel exhausted. After meditating in the Chaos Spirit Pool for several years, Feng Zichen gradually recovered with the help of the Chaos Vitality Qi in it. Let's go. Feng Zichen opened his eyes and rushed from Penglai Island to Immortal Abode Island in a flash. There was a primordial red jujube forest here. He had long wanted to transplant it to Zichen's cave. In the past, Feng Zichen was too weak to transplant the primordial red jujube tree to Zichen's cave as he was afraid that something would happen when he did it and hurt the primordial red jujube tree's origin, which would greatly reduce its efficacy. Now, it was different. Feng Zichen was no longer the same as before. Even if the primordial red jujube tree's origin was hurt, he had a way to repair it and no longer had to worry about it. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and a gust of wind blew, uprooting half of the primordial red jujube tree and keeping it in the chaos bead. After all, the Three Immortals Island was the holy land of the itinerant immortals in the future, so there should be some treasures to serve as a facade. If all the primordial red jujube trees were taken away, it would be unsightly. Therefore, Feng Zichen left half of them on the island. After doing all this, Feng Zichen turned his gaze to the chaos bead to check the current situation of the primordial red jujube tree. Suddenly, the primordial red jujube tree had a trace of withering color after leaving the land where it had grown for many years. However, Feng Zichen had already dealt with it. Chapter 139. He pointed in the direction of the Tree of World. Below its roots, the colorful lake suddenly surged with huge waves, turning into rainbow-colored light rain that fell on the Khanate red date tree. The water was formed by pure Khanate Qi. Because it had been in contact with the world tree for a long time, it had a trace of creation Qi and contained a lot of vitality. After absorbing the rainbow-colored rain of light, the Khanate red date tree, which was originally withered, immediately straightened up and emitted a strong vitality. This world tree is still useful after all. Looking at the vigorous Khanate red date tree, Feng Zichen nodded happily, expressing his approval of the world tree. Let's go. With the gifts prepared, Feng Zichen had no need to stay here. He immediately took out the Hongmeng Daozhong, turned it into the Khanate Yin and Yang Qi, and left the Three Immortal Island. East Sea Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Palace. When Feng Zichen arrived, the Water Dragon King, the Water Dragon Sovereign, had been waiting for him for a long time. Now, both of them were great existences at the level of Daluo and were particularly sensitive to the qi between heaven and earth. As early as when Feng Zichen planned to come to the East Sea, the Water Dragon Sovereign sensed it and waited here in advance. Congratulations, Dragon Sovereign. With a leap, Feng Zichen came in front of the Water Dragon Sovereign and congratulated him with a smile. The Water Dragon Sovereign cupped his hands and said solemnly, "You're too polite. I can achieve what I have today thanks to you and the human race. If the human race is in trouble in the future, I will not shirk my duty." That day, he was infected by Feng Zichen's fearless aura and realized his own shortcomings. He also felt the spirit of self-improvement from the human race, which led to his own sublimation. He completely understood the Tao of Daluo and proved the Tao of Daluo Jingxian. Because of this, the Water Dragon Sovereign and the human race formed a great karma. If he wanted to take a step forward in the future, he had to understand this karma. Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen, he made such a promise. "Dragon Master, you don't need to do this. When the great calamity of the humankind breaks out in the future, I will be satisfied as long as Dragon Master can protect the Seven Lights province and leave some seeds for the humankind." Pondering for a while, Feng Zichen said, "Given the strength of the demon clan, if they were really determined to destroy the human clan, even the sages might not be able to do anything. One more Daluo Jingxian was just one more cannon fodder. It would not change anything. It would be better to let him protect the humans of the Seven Planets state and reduce their losses, leaving a glimmer of hope for the humans in the future. Don't worry, fellow cultivator. As long as I'm still here, I won't let the Seven Lights province suffer the slightest bit of damage. Water Dragon King hurriedly guaranteed. Feng Zichen smiled bitterly and advised, "Revered dragon, you're being too serious. If you see that things aren't going well, you should prioritize your own life." Just half of the karma of achieving the Tao was enough to make the Water Dragon Revered Dragon pay with his life. That was too much. May I ask what tribulation the human race is facing that gives you a bad premonition, fellow Taoist? The Water Dragon Lord asked in a puzzled manner upon seeing how serious his words were. Feng Zichen's words were as if he was making arrangements for his death. It could be seen that he was not very confident that the humankind would survive the great calamity. However, if everything went according to plan, 2 more great overarching golden immortals would be born in the near future. At that time, including him and Feng Zichen, the humankind would have a total of 5 Daluo Jingxian. What kind of great calamity could cause 5 Daluo Jingxian to die at the same time? In the Water Dragon Revered Dragon's memory, the most recent collective death of the Daluo Jingxian was when the Eastern Emperor Tai destroyed the Purple Mansion state. Apart from that, it had been a long time since a Daluo Jingxian died in the primordial world. I don't know either, but every time I think about the future of the humankind, I feel that the future is dark and full of death, making me have ominous thoughts. Feng Zichen shook his head, indicating that he was not sure either. Now, the conflict between the Magi and the demon race had not intensified, and the humankind had not stepped onto the stage of the primordial world. The demons naturally did not take the humankind seriously, let alone discover the uniqueness of the humankind. How could he say that the calamity of the humankind came from the demons? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? Moreover, I once communicated with the Grand Pure One. His words seemed to have revealed that the humankind would face a great calamity in the future. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen continued to add. He was not talking nonsense. In order to take him in as a disciple, the Grand Pure One had once indicated that he would protect him in the calamity of the humankind. If the humankind was fine, why would he say that? Wasn't this indirectly indicating that the humankind would face a great calamity in the future? According to what you said, the calamity of the humankind is definitely not trivial. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too worried. The humankind still has Goddess Nuwa behind it. Fellow Taoist, I think the goddess should have already expected something that you can sense. She must have made arrangements. The humankind should be safe this time. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Hearing his words, the Water Dragon Revered Dragon was so shocked that he gasped. However, in the blink of an eye, he thought of the backing of the humankind and could not help but relax. I hope so. Unlike the Water Dragon Revered Dragon's optimism, Feng Zichen did not have any hope that Nuwa would help. The calamity of the humankind was related to the battle between the Magi and the demons. There was a saint behind it. Even if Nuwa wanted to help, her saint might not allow it. The outcome of being outnumbered was imaginable. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. After all, Goddess Nuwa is the Holy Mother of the humankind. There's no reason for her to not help when the humankind is in trouble. Seeing that Feng Zichen was still worried, the Water Dragon Revered Dragon thought that he was worried that Nuwa would not help, so he comforted him. Alright, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. The Dragon Revered Dragon has proven his Tao and Daluo Jingxian. We still have to celebrate. This is a little something from me. Please accept it. With that said, Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Stone that contained the mark of the Water Demon God and handed it to the Water Dragon Revered Dragon. What a pure great Tao of water. This aura. It's the Chaos Demon God. Looking at the Chaos Stone in Feng Zichen's hand and sensing the vast great Tao of water, the Water Dragon Revered Dragon exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, this is the mark of the Water Demon God. I got it from Pangu in the past. Feng Zichen nodded and explained. As for the origin of the mark of the Chaos Demon God, Feng Zichen had already thought of an excuse. Anyway, many people in the Eldritch world already knew that he had obtained Pangu's inheritance. Thus, he simply pushed everything to Pangu's inheritance. After all, Pangu was so strong. No matter how ridiculous the matter was, as long as it was tied to him, it would be explainable. Moreover, Feng Zichen had obtained the mark of the demon god in Mount Buzhou. Thus, it could barely be considered a lie to be related to Pangu. Fellow Taoist, your encounters are really getting more and more enviable. The water dragon revered dragon looked at him enviously and said emotionally. Chapter 140. He could not remember how many times he had said envious words to Feng Zichen. It seemed that every time they met, Feng Zichen would bring him a new shock, making him envious. That was Pangu's inheritance. Apart from being the top inheritance of the primordial world, it also represented the most orthodox identity of the primordial world. Obtaining Pangu's inheritance was equivalent to obtaining Pangu's approval and enjoying his legacy. What an amazing opportunity! However, although this item was precious, it was not a Khanate spirit treasure and was unique in the world. Thinking about it, since Feng Zichen could give this item away, he must have a backup. Therefore, the water dragon accepted it and did not refuse. Since it's a gift from you, I'll accept it shamelessly. I have to thank you, fellow Taoist. This item is very important to me. After accepting the Chaos Origin Stone, the revered water dragon thanked him. Revered dragon, you're being too courteous. If you really want to thank me, then help me take care of the 7 Luminaries Prefecture. I'll be very grateful. Thinking of the 7 Luminaries Prefecture, Feng Zichen couldn't help but plan for it. The 7 Planets Prefecture was located in the East Sea and was adjacent to the Water Clan. As a race that came from the land, the humans would inevitably be ostracized by the Water Clan. If a Daluo Jinxian of the Dragon Clan appeared to take care of the humans, the Water Clan would not dare to make things difficult for the humans no matter how arrogant they were. What are you talking about, fellow Taoist? The Dragon Clan and the humans are allies. Even without this item, we will still protect the 7 Planets Prefecture. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon once ordered that the humans will be treated the same as the Water Clan in the East Sea. There will be no difference. Feng Zichen repeatedly mentioned the 7 Planets Prefecture. The Water Dragon Sovereign thought that he was worried that the people of the 7 Planets Prefecture would be wronged in the East Sea, so he hurriedly guaranteed. It's good if that's the case. Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. If Yu had not returned to the human clan to complain, he would not have known that the human clan situation in the East Sea was so difficult. Feng Zichen had always thought that with the Ancestral Dragon's orders, the people of the 7 Planets Prefecture would live peacefully in the East Sea. Unfortunately, he was wrong. With the Ancestor Dragon's order, although the waterkind people were pushing out the humankind, they didn't dare to go too far. But it was different for the Dragon Clan was different. The dragon whelps came to the 7 Lights continent for fun or out of curiosity. They didn't need to do anything, and a storm would come, causing everyone to suffer. Was not only that, their actions had caused trouble for the humans, the human clan was too weak. In the end, the human race was still too weak. They could only rely on the name of the dragon race to stand above the East Sea. Living under someone else's roof and relying on someone else's breath, how could the human experts attack these young dragons? They could only endure it. Of course, Feng Zichen believed that the Water Dragon Sovereign might not know about this. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the Dragon Clan. Why would he pay attention to the small 7 Planets Prefecture? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not relax after hearing his words and instead revealed an inexplicable expression, how could the Water Dragon revered dragon not understand that there was a problem in the 7 Luminaries province and that someone had come to complain? Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong with the 7 Planets Prefecture? Fellow Taoist, please tell us. No matter who dares to cause trouble, we will not tolerate it, the Water Dragon Sovereign said immediately, afraid of hurting the harmony between the 2 clans. It's just a small matter. Dragon Sovereign, you don't have to worry too much about it. Just keep an eye on it when you have nothing to do. I still have something to see His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, so I'll take my leave first." With that, Feng Zichen bowed and flew toward the Ancestral Dragon Shrine. Sigh, fellow Taoist. The Water Dragon Sovereign wanted to say something, but seeing that Feng Zichen had left without looking back, he could only sigh helplessly and swallow his words. After waiting quietly for a moment, the Water Dragon Sovereign released his divine sense and looked toward the Seven Planets Prefecture. Since he had said so, it was obvious that there was a problem with the Seven Planets Prefecture. If he did not go and take a look, it would hurt their relationship. Near the Seven Planets Prefecture, a few young dragons were surrounding dozens of fishing boats and swimming around. From time to time, they would spit out violent winds and rain, blowing the fishing boats around. Seeing that everyone on the boat was in a mess, these young dragons seemed to be very satisfied with what they had done. They all looked excited and did not care about the life and death of the people on the boat. "Bastards! Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here?" At this moment, the Water Dragon Sovereign's divine sense happened to sweep over and saw this scene. He could not help but be furious. He immediately roared and stretched out a dragon claw to grab the young dragons below. No wonder Feng Zichen could not say it directly. This matter involved his own juniors, so it was not appropriate to say anything. Instead, it was better to let him come over personally and make a decision on how to deal with it. "Ah, yes, Supreme One. Supreme One, please calm down. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again." The dragon whelps were stunned for a moment when they were suddenly pulled out from the sea. Then, they sensed the vast and boundless divine power and immediately recalled the ancestral dragon's order. They all revealed a fearful expression and apologized to the sky. "You're right." "Humph. Wrong? Why didn't I see it? However, to cause trouble and stir up trouble, I see that you are quite capable. What's the point of bullying the human race here? It just so happens that I recently received news that a new batch of ferocious beast cubs have been born in the abyss. Why don't you go and compete with them and see if the dragon power of my dragon clan is stronger or if the ferocious beast is stronger?" The Water Dragon Sovereign was really angry. Amidst the terrified cries of the young dragons, he directly threw them into the deep sea abyss. There were many experts of the dragon clan guarding the abyss. They would not be in any danger if they went, but they would inevitably lose a layer of skin and suffer a lot. With another wave of his hand, the Water Dragon Sovereign righted the boat and saved the humans who fell into the water. The Water Dragon Sovereign coldly glanced at the nearby sea area before withdrawing his divine consciousness and leaving. After the Water Dragon Sovereign was far away, the experts of the Sea Tribe around the Seven Planets province finally relaxed and heaved a long sigh of relief. The appearance of the Dragon Clan's Daluo Jinxian gave them too much pressure. Recalling the warning look of the Water Dragon Sovereign before he left, many of the experts of the Sea Tribe could not help but shudder. They looked at the Seven Planets province with slight fear, but they dispelled the bad thoughts in their hearts. Some of the Sea Tribe even planned to build a good relationship with the human race and interact more with the Water Dragon Sovereign. In the East Sea, the Dragon Clan was the truth, not to mention the Dragon Clan's Daluo Jinxian. In the distance, Feng Zichen sensed what happened in the Seven Planets province and could not help but smile knowingly. The Water Dragon Sovereign had caused such a big commotion. It was obviously for him to see. Although it was suspected of putting on a show, he had achieved his goal and there was no need to investigate further. The Dragon Clan could even punish their own disciples for the sake of the human race, let alone the people of the Sea Tribe. After this incident, the status of the human race in the East Sea would soar and it would save them a lot of trouble. Chapter 141. Greetings, Your Majesty, from the Zichen clan. Feng Zichen said to the statue as he walked into the divine palace. Zichen clan, even if you didn't come to me, I would have sent someone to ask you to come here. The ancestral dragon's divine thought descended from the statue. Suddenly, the innate Imu Chi filled the divine palace and filled it with vitality. A majestic emperor's chi spread out and shocked everyone. "What can I do for you, your majesty?" Feng Zichen asked with some doubts. It must be something important for the ancestral dragon to look for him on his own initiative. "Zichen clan, I'll ask you again. Are you willing to join the dragon tribe?" After a moment of silence, the ancestral dragon didn't answer his question. "Thank you, your majesty." Zichen hasn't changed his mind. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, your majesty." Feng Zichen refused without hesitation. "Do you know that you'll definitely die in the future tribulation of the human tribe? No one can save you. Are you still unwilling to join the dragon tribe?" The ancestral dragon lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. At the ancestral dragon's realm, he could already see the future vaguely. Coupled with the tribulation that Feng Zichen mentioned not long ago, he naturally realized the tribulation that the human tribe would face in the future. Even though he couldn't see who was behind the tribulation, there were only a few forces in the untainted land that didn't fear the saints. He could guess who it was. However, there was one thing that puzzled the ancestral dragon. The Wu tribe, the demon tribe, and the human tribe were all in the tribulation. Their perception was blinded by the way of heaven, so they couldn't sense any information about the tribulation. But how did Feng Zichen find out? Even the ancestral dragon himself only found a clue about the tribulation of the human tribe in the future because of Feng Zichen's hint. But that was puzzling. However, the ancestral dragon didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. There was no need to dig into them as long as they didn't threaten others. "Zichen is not talented, but as the leader of the humankind, I am willing to live and die with the humankind." Knowing that he wouldn't die, Feng Zichen said confidently. "Sigh. What a pity." He sighed as if he was feeling sorry for Feng Zichen. A green light flew out of ancestral Gragon's body and entered his body. "I'll give you this innate wood elemental essence to help you cultivate the 5 energies in your chest." Boom! As soon as the azure light entered his body, Feng Zichen's body emitted a dazzling azure light. Dense innate wood chi burst out and surged in all directions. At his liver area, a wisp of green chi appeared. It was extremely condensed and occasionally transformed into a green dragon. It was very lifelike, as if it was real. This was the innate wood elemental chi. At this point, the wood elemental chi in his chest had been completely perfected. "Zichen will never forget your majesty's kindness." Feng Zichen thanked the ancestral dragon emotionally after calming down the restlessness in his body. Refining this innate wood elemental essence had saved him another 100,000 years of cultivation. He was one step closer to the Daluo Jingxian. "I see that you have reached the level of the Daluo Jingxian. It's just that the essence is too shallow to support your breakthrough. This innate wood elemental essence can increase your Dharma power by 100,000 years and greatly shorten the time you need to break through to the Daluo Jingxian." The ancestral dragon nodded slightly and said, "In your majesty's opinion, how many thousands of years of accumulation would it take for me to break through to the Daluo Jingxian?" Feng Zichen asked the ancestral dragon. Over the years, Feng Zichen felt that his body was like a big black hole. No matter how much innate essence he poured into it, it couldn't be filled up. He couldn't see any hope of breaking through to the Daluo Jingxian. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Now that the ancestral dragon was in front of him, he should be able to see the problem with his strength. "You've only accumulated for 300,000 years. If you want to break through to the Daluo Jingxian, you'll need at least 1,000,000 years of accumulation. It's still early for you to break through." The ancestral dragon said with a smile after staring at Feng Zichen for a while. 700,000 years. So long. Hearing the ancestral dragon's words, Feng Zichen was shocked. Normally, 700,000 years wouldn't be too long. But now, time didn't wait for him. He didn't have 700,000 years to accumulate essence. "Your Majesty, can you teach me how to quickly accumulate essence?" Judging from the current situation, the human tribe can't wait for 700,000 years. Feng Zichen asked the ancestral dragon anxiously. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. In the untainted land, this was not just a saying. They were extremely powerful and had lived long enough. Naturally, they knew some secrets that the later generations didn't know. In this aspect, Feng Zichen was lacking. Although he seemed to know everything, in fact, he didn't even know a lot of common sense. That's true. The ancestral dragon nodded and said, "You were born less than 100,000 years ago, but you've accumulated for 200,000 years. It can be seen that you've refined a lot of innate essence. Although this method is good, it's a bit of putting the cart before the horse. In the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, apart from comprehending the Great Tao, the most important thing is to cultivate the 5 qis in the chest. Only when the 5 qis are perfected and reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind can one be promoted to the Daoyuo Jingxian. Like you, no matter how much innate essence you've refined, the 5 qis in the chest can't be perfected. How can you break through to the Daoyuo Jingxian?" The ancestral dragon's words hit the nail on the head and pointed out Feng Zichen's shortcomings. It was obvious that he had put the cart before the horse. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to become a Daoyuo. 5 qis collecting in mind. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen bowed to the ancestral dragon and thanked him. "Thank you for your explanation, Your Majesty. Zichen understands." Having found a direction to move forward, Feng Zichen was undoubtedly relieved. He started by relying on the innate 5 elements qi. It was not difficult for him to reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind. In the future, he could look for the innate essence while cultivating the 5 qis in the chest. Zichen clan, after Shuai's coming of age ceremony, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the 4 clans to visit the vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and Qilin. In this way, you can ask for a group of innate 5 elements origin from each of them. In this way, not only can you reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind in advance, but it can also save you 400,000 years of hard work and speed up your steps to become a Daoyuo Jingxian. After a while, the ancestral dragon seemed to have thought of something and said to Feng Zichen, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Zichen understands." Feng Zichen nodded and thanked him. "By the way, Your Majesty, this is the mark of the Chaos Demon God that I obtained from the inheritance of the great Taoist priests. It may be useful to you." After talking for so long, Feng Zichen finally remembered the purpose of coming here. He took out the Chaos Stone and handed it over. As for the great Taoist priests, it referred to Pangu. According to the records of heaven and earth, Pangu was only in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. Of course, the people of the untainted land did not believe it. Which Daoyuo Jingxian could open up a world like the untainted land? No. Not to mention the Daoyuo Jingxian, even the sages could not do it. Chapter 142. However, that was how the world recorded it. Everyone had no choice but to call him the great Taoist priests to show the difference between Pangu and the other Taoist priests. Great meant great, number 1, indescribable, unexplainable. The great Taoist priests referred to the great Taoist priests. This honorific meant that all Taoist priests were inferior to Pangu. Not bad. You are thoughtful. Ancestral Gragon said to Feng Zichen. His expression changed slightly as he took the primal chaos origin stone. Boom! Just as Feng Zichen was about to say goodbye, a buzzing sound came from the heavens and earth. Then, a loud voice, accompanied by shocking killing intent, resounded through the entire eldritch wilderness. In the name of the heavenly way, the Poor Way's master of the Blood Sea, Mingi Taoist, feels that the Ashura tribe's cultivation is not easy and does not understand the heavenly way. He specially established a sect called Ashura. In the Ashura tribe, the men often stir up trouble and are brave and ruthless. The women often confuse the masses and make it difficult for them to cultivate. The Poor Way established the Ashura sect, enlightening them and teaching them the Tao of massacre. They will dominate the killing intent of the heavens and earth. They will kill with killing and bring peace to the eldritch wilderness. All members of the Ashura tribe can join the sect. With the innate spiritual treasure grade 12 red karmic fire lotus, the heavenly way as the witness, the Ashura sect is established. Rumble. Suddenly, golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground within the blood sea. Sacred chi filled the air and suppressed the evil blood chi that had gathered in the blood sea for countless years, causing the blood sea to have a hint of auspicious chi. In the sky above the sea of blood, auspicious clouds stretched for thousands of miles. Golden light shone brightly, and there was the aura of black and yellow merit rolling over. However, compared to the merit of a saint, it was much less. It was only 20%. The chi of merit chi lingered in the air for a while before falling and entering Mingi Taoist's body. Ha! The poor way's Tao has been established. Mingi Taoist's aura rose as he laughed. The 3 flowers above his head shook and the 5 chi in his chest moved. In the blink of an eye, he had reached another level. Mingi, can we succeed this time? Swish, terrifying gazes appeared and looked at the nether blood sea with anticipation. They were just waiting for the moment Taoist Mingi succeeded. Then, they would immediately prepare to establish their sect. Naive. Without the Hongmeng purple chi, how can you become a saint? On Mount Kunlun, in the Jade Palace, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin glanced at the Mingi Taoist and then looked away, no longer paying attention to him. Obviously, he thought that Taoist Mingi was destined to fail this time. Nuwa, the Grand Pure One, and the Grand Pure One were the same. Only the 2 saints, Zhuan Ti, looked deeply at the 12th grade negative karma fire red lotus and pondered. No one knew what they were thinking. Slash. Mingi Taoist suddenly spat out a word. The power of the way of the heavens descended, forming a Tao-severing blade that slashed at him. The blade light fell. In an instant, an illusory figure walked out of Mingi Taoist's body and merged with the 12th grade negative karma fire red lotus, turning into a Taoist in a blood-red robe. With the help of the chi of merit, Mingi Taoist was completely immersed in the way of the heavens. He completely understood himself and created the 3rd corpse, self-corpse. At the same time, the chi of merit that poured into his body slowly disappeared. It was not enough for him to enter a higher level. Ah! The way of the heavens is unfair. Teacher is unfair. When he came back to his senses, he saw that he was stuck in front of the saint realm and could not advance. Mingi Taoist was filled with hatred and could not help but roar, why can the Nuwa create a person to become a saint, but the poor way can't? Why can the 3 pure ones establish a sect to become a saint, but the poor way can't? Why can the likes of Zhuan Ti become a saint, but the poor way can't? Bastard, Mingi, how dare you? Hearing Mingi Taoist's curses on Mount Meru, Taoist Zhuan Ti jumped up. He could not wait to run to the nether blood sea and tear Mingi apart. If Zhuan Ti had not pulled him back, he would have already appeared beside Mingi. Senior brother, why did you stop the poor way? Zhuan Ti looked at Zhuan Ti beside him and asked indignantly. Junior brother, Mingi has spoken rudely and has his own retribution. However, he has established the Ashura sect and wants to glorify the way of slaughter. It can be said that he has gathered the killing fate of the world. If we attack him now, I'm afraid it will damage the fate of the Western sect. Let's wait for his fate to fade and then we will give him retribution, Zhuan Ti said as he let go of Zhuan Ti's hand. Senior brother, you have considered everything. Now that the Western sect has just been established, we have gathered some fate with great difficulty. However, we can't withstand the slightest torment. The poor way was reckless. After hearing Zhuan Ti's explanation, Taoist Zhuan Ti calmed down. It's okay. Mingi cursed the way of heaven. I think he will suffer a little. He can help us vent our anger, Zhuan Ti said as he pointed to the sky. Indeed, as soon as Zhuan Ti finished speaking, a bolt of divine thunder of destruction suddenly descended from the sky and struck Taoist Mingi. Although it did not cause him much harm, it struck him until his entire body was black and he lost a lot of face. Taoist Mingi snorted coldly and called back his self-corpse. He turned around and returned to the depths of the blood sea, disappearing. Is it really impossible to become a saint without the Hongmeng purple chi? Seeing that the Nether River had failed to prove his Tao again, the hearts of many mighty figures could not help but sink. Could it be that their future was really cut off? At the same time, they felt that Mingyi's words made sense. The three pure ones were formed by Pangu's essence soul and were heavenly Tao saints. Everyone had nothing to say. Nuwa had great merit. No one in the primordial world could compare to her Tao of creation. Everyone had nothing to say about her becoming a saint. However, what right did the two from the Western sect have? In terms of aptitude, the two of them were only first-rate, inferior to Tai, the three pure ones, and the others. In terms of strength, the two of them were only mid-tier, inferior to top-notch Khanate saints. In terms of opportunities, the two of them were far inferior. Moreover, the two of them came from the barren land in the west. The Khanate god-fiends from the east despised them. Therefore, how could everyone be convinced that the two of them had become saints? Teacher, seriously. There are countless experts in the east. Can't you pick out two saints? Why did you have to let two people from the west steal the position of saints? Everyone complained in their hearts. They retracted their gazes and continued to be silent. On the other hand, Patriarch Kun Peng in the North Sea Demon Palace rolled his eyes and rushed towards the Netherworld Blood Sea. East Ocean, Ancestral Dragon Palace. This Taoist Mingyi is really interesting. Pointing at the Netherworld Blood Sea, the Ancestral Dragon said with a smile, not to mention that he can't become a saint without the Hongmeng Purple Chi, he can't become a saint because he made two mistakes in a row. From the meaning of the Ancestral Dragon's words, he seemed to know the key to Mingyi's failure. Therefore, Feng Zichen asked curiously, I wonder if your majesty can tell me in detail. After thinking for a while, the Ancestral Dragon said, Nuwa created the human race and created postnatal living beings in addition to the Khanate life forms. It added countless possibilities for the future of the primordial world and accelerated the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 143. Such a meritorious act made the way of heaven bestow boundless merit to help Nuwa become a saint. Seeing that Nuwa became a saint by creating humans, Mingyi didn't know the truth and thought that the stronger the race he created, the better. So, he created the Azura race, a congenital race that was stronger than the human race. He thought that he could become a saint with this. But he didn't think that the human race was completely different from the congenital living beings. They were born weak, which formed a sharp contrast with the congenital living beings. The cycle of life, old age, sickness, and death that it possesses allows the heavenly Tao to constantly perfect itself. It could be said that the appearance of the human race had an epoch-making significance. And the Azura race, other than replenishing the vitality of the blood sea, what benefits did it bring to the way of heaven? With this, what could Mingyi do to gather enough merit to become a saint? Today, he established the Azura sect, which is even more laughable. The three pure ones established the sect to educate all living beings in the untainted land, but they couldn't gather enough merit to become a saint. They still relied on the congenital merit in their bodies to become a saint. Zhuan-Ti had to make 48 great wishes in order to accumulate enough merit to become a saint. Mingyi established the Azura sect just to educate the Azura race and treat all living beings in the untainted land as nothing. So, how could he become a saint? If he could gather enough merit to become a saint, wouldn't the three pure ones and Zhundi become a joke? Speaking of this, Ancestral Gregon's tone suddenly changed. He praised Mingyi Taoist, however, after doing these two deeds of great merit, Mingyi's strength has greatly improved. There are not many below the sage realm who can defeat him. Moreover, with such great merit, as long as Mingyi doesn't do anything wrong in the future, he will be able to enjoy boundless luck. From then on, he will be free and unfettered. Thank you, Your Majesty. After hearing so much from the Ancestral Gregon, Feng Zichen solved many doubts in his heart. He didn't expect the birth of the human race to have such a far-reaching impact. He had thought that Nuwa had become a saint by virtue of creating humans and being the first to create life in the primordial world. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Ancestral Gragon waved his hand and dismissed the guest. Then, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Feng Zichen bowed to the Ancestral Gragon and turned to leave. He had gained a lot from his conversation with the Ancestral Dragon today. Not only did he find the shortcut to attaining the Tao of Daluo Jingxian, but he also learned many secrets of the world. After exiting the Ancestral Dragon's sacred palace, Feng Zichen dived straight into the water and headed towards Ao Shue's palace. Ao Shue, this is for you. I specially prepared this gift for you to celebrate your coming of age. Take a look. Do you like it? Taking out the cleansing lotus seed, Feng Zichen said to the peerless beauty before him. This person's shoulders seemed to have been cut, and his waist seemed to have been cut. She stretched her neck, revealing her white skin. Her robe was dazzling, and her jade-green jade was magnificent. Her jewelry was adorned with pearls to illuminate her body. She was Ao Shue. She was no longer the little girl from back then. She had completely grown up. She was devastatingly beautiful with her bright eyes and white teeth. Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel dazzled. This is... Sensing the powerful origin of the lotus seed, Ao Shue couldn't help but change her expression. She hurriedly said, Zichen, this is too precious. I can't accept it. It's alright. We've known each other for so long, but I've never given you a proper gift. Since it's your coming-of-age ceremony, I've meticulously prepared this gift to make it up to you. What's more, with our relationship, what's an external object to me? As he spoke, Feng Zichen pulled Ao Shue's hand and forced the lotus seed into her hand. Alright then, I'll accept it. Seeing Feng Zichen's firm attitude, Ao Shue hesitated for a moment before accepting the lotus seed. By the way, Zichen, the last few times you came to the Eastern Sea, you came and went in a hurry. You didn't have time to take a good look around the Dragon Palace. Now that you're free, I'll show you around the Dragon Palace. After accepting the gift, Ao Shue was obviously happier. She held Feng Zichen's arm and wanted to show him around the Dragon Palace. Feng Zichen originally planned to leave after giving the gift and visit the other 5 elemental sacred beasts. But seeing how happy Ao Shue was, he didn't have the heart to refuse. After thinking about it, he indeed hadn't spoken to Ao Shue for a long time. Touring the Dragon Palace with her would only delay him for a few hundred years. No matter how anxious Daluo was to prove his Tao, a few hundred years wouldn't make a difference. Thus, he smiled and said, All right. I've been to the Eastern Sea so many times, but I've never walked around the Dragon Palace. You have to show me around. Alright, then I'll take you to my palace. Nodding happily, Ao Shue held Feng Zichen's arm and flew towards a group of palaces. Just like that, Feng Zichen accompanied Ao Shue around the Eastern Sea for 300 years. Today, they arrived near the 7 luminaries state. You humans are really strange. You're so weak, but you have such incredible creativity. You can create all kinds of tools. Looking at the people below using all kinds of tools to hunt, Ao Shue sighed. It's because you're weak that sparks of wisdom are born under the pressure of survival. If humans were as strong as the dragon race, it wouldn't be so troublesome. We have to rely on all kinds of tools to catch a prey. As the saying goes, poverty leads to change, and change leads to success. Under the pressure of extreme environments, the races that didn't change had all died out. Although humans were weak, they had adapted to all kinds of harsh environments with their strong adaptability. Gradually, they stood out in the wilderness. That's true. The dragon race is naturally strong. If they want to hunt, they can just kill them directly. They don't need any tools. Thinking about the dragon race's situation, Ao Shue agreed. Freeze. After looking around the 7 luminaries state, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve. Majestic magic power surged out and froze the space-time within a radius of millions of miles. Then, he moved 5 giant islands from other parts of the Eastern Sea. The size of each island was bigger than any other state in the 7 luminaries state. Rumble. The 5 giant islands suddenly landed on the sea. The area within a radius of millions of miles shook violently, setting off boundless waves. The sound of the waves was deafening. Fortunately, the living beings here had been protected in advance by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have died after this? What's going on? Who's so bold to cause trouble in the Eastern Sea? Such a big commotion instantly attracted the attention of many dragon race experts. They all looked toward the 7 luminaries state. So it's him. The Zichen clan of the human race. When they saw Feng Zichen, they knew that he was favored by the ancestral dragon. He could be considered half a member of the dragon race. He wasn't an outsider who had come to cause trouble. They nodded to acknowledge him. Then, they all looked away and no longer paid attention to this place, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 144. Suppress. Feng Zichen made a hand seal and activated the earth veins in the deep sea, connecting them to the 12 giant islands on the surface of the sea. Rumble. Turbid chi from the ground gushed out as the essences of the 12 islands joined together, forming a single entity. A vast suppressive force swept out in all directions, forcefully suppressing the surface of the ocean within a radius of 10 million kilometers. In an instant, the waves stopped and the surface of the sea regained its calm. Then, Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and pointed at the new Seven Lights province. The chaos bead suddenly flew into the air above the Seven Lights province and bloomed with brilliant black light. Inside the chaos bead, under the world tree, the colorful lake suddenly rippled and surged upward. It rushed out of the chaos bead and into the outside world, turning into a rainbow-colored rain of light that rained down on the Seven Lights province. Rumble. White lightning flashed in Feng Zichen's hand and struck toward the Seven Lights province as he moved. It wasn't the myriad thunder, but the creation thunder from the depths of the thunder lock that could create all things. Under the effects of the rainbow-colored rain and the creation thunder, the scenery of the Seven Lights province changed drastically. The Khanate chi became denser, and Khanate spirit veins were born. The mountains were taller and more beautiful, the rivers were clearer and filled with spirit chi, spirit herbs grew everywhere, and the flowers and trees seemed to have a mind of their own as they breathed in Khanate chi. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Phew! With this, the Seven Lights province's future is bright and can be a path of retreat for the human race. Even with Feng Zichen's current strength, he couldn't help but gasp for breath after doing all this. What's going on? Why did the Seven Lights province change in the blink of an eye? Time and space resumed its flow once more. Yo-Yu Shi returned to his senses, and he couldn't help but exclaim involuntarily when he saw the Seven Lights province that had undergone a complete change. Elder Yo-Yu, there's no need to be surprised. I did it, Feng Zichen explained to Yo-Yu at this time. It's the clan leader. I knew it. Why would the powerful dragons suddenly punish those playful young dragons? So it's because of you, clan leader. Yo-Yu Shi muttered to himself and flew into the sky. This time, Feng Zichen came to the Eastern Sea to deal with some personal matters. Therefore, other than his 3 disciples, no one knew that he had left the human race, including the Yo-Yu clan. Elder Yo-Yu, I can see that the Seven Lights province is lacking in resources. I think that it is insufficient for everyone to use. Therefore, I refined it again to strengthen its origin and provide a better cultivation environment for my clansmen. Take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. Hurry up and tell me before I leave, and I'll change it for you. Smiling, Feng Zichen said to Yo-Yu Shi, who came to him. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. The current 7 planets prefecture is over 100 times better than before. With that being the case, how could I possibly be dissatisfied? However, looking at the 12 giant islands in front of him, Yo-Yu Shi said hesitantly, now that there are 12 islands, it's not appropriate to call it the 7 planets prefecture. It's fine. Whether it's 12 giant islands or 120 giant islands, this place will still be called the Seven Planets Prefecture. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen explained, the Seven Planets Prefecture has been called this for so many years. It has long been connected to the fate of the human race. It can't be changed just because you want to. Moreover, the Seven Planets Prefecture is the first human force to walk out of the ancestral land. It has epoch-making significance and can't be changed easily. Clan leader is right. Yo Yu sure didn't care about changing the name. He just felt that the Seven Planets Prefecture's current situation didn't live up to its name. However, Feng Zichen was right, so he naturally wouldn't insist. Since you're satisfied, I'll take my leave. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the Water Dragon Hall to find the Water Dragon Sovereign. He is my good friend and can help you. With that, Feng Zichen cupped his hands at Yo Yu Shi and left with Ao Shui. Ao Shui, it's time for me to go. Feng Zichen said to Ao Shui after traveling in the East Sea for another 3 years. Okay, be careful. Ao Shui said after staring at him for a while. Don't worry, I'm just going to visit Zhu Huang. Nothing will happen. Feng Zichen smiled and slowly disappeared as he rushed toward the southern part of the wilderness. Since the end of the ancient era, the Phoenix race had lived in seclusion in the undying volcano range in the south. There were volcanoes everywhere in that area, and it was where the fire veins of the wilderness gathered. Before the Phoenix race came, this place was a dangerous place in the wilderness. The undying volcano range would erupt from time to time, causing the entire southern part of the wilderness to be filled with connate fiery qi. Countless living beings suffered unspeakably. It was only when the Phoenix race came that they suppressed the undying volcano range with their own talent and power that the connate fiery qi that the southern part of the wilderness was reborn and became the holy land of the fire path. It was because of this great merit that the Phoenix race could be blessed after the ancient era, and they were known as the auspicious beasts. When he was about to step into the range of the undying volcano, Feng Zichen walked out of the void. He slowed down and flew at a low altitude, rushing toward the center of the undying volcano. Flying directly into the undying volcano from a high altitude would be suspected of looking down on the Phoenix race. Even if Zhu Huang did not care about it, his race might not. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Feng Zichen had better be careful. After all, flying at a low altitude was nothing to him. He was willing to do something that could save him a lot of trouble. The closer he got to the center of the undying volcano, the higher the temperature around him. Waves of heat hit him, causing Feng Zichen to frown. According to his estimation, even an ordinary golden immortal would not be able to bear the heat. If he walked for a few more days, even an ordinary Tai Jingxian would not be able to bear it. They are indeed the fire elves. The Phoenix race's talent in the fire path is unparalleled in the undying world, except for the Wu tribe of the Zhurong tribe. The terrible environment of the undying volcano made Feng Zichen speechless. Caw! Caw! Not long after he walked further in, he heard the sharp and pleasant chirping of birds. They were the rare prehistoric divine birds that appeared in front of him one after another. There was a divine bird that looked like a crane but had only one leg. Its body was blue with red spots and its beak was white. It was the divine bird by Feng. Strange flames appeared wherever it went. There was a divine bird that looked like a peacock, but its body was like a chicken. Its feathers were gorgeous, and there were many reddish-yellow and white eye-shaped stripes on its wings. It was the divine bird Qinghuan. In addition, there was the four-eyed bird that was born with 2 pupils, the Xian bird that looked like a wild goose, and so on. Most of the famous divine birds in the undying world could be found here. After all, the Phoenix race was the leader of the bird race. It was not strange that so many divine birds gathered here. Just like the goal of the scale race was to turn into a dragon, the goal of the bird race was to turn into a phoenix. Chapter 145. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Phoenix clan's territory? As soon as Feng Zichen entered the heart of the undying volcano, he saw a golden-robed young man walk out from the front and shout at him. I am from the Zichen clan of the human clan. I am here to pay my respects to His Majesty Zhu Huang, Feng Zichen said politely to the golden-robed young man as he stopped in his tracks. You are from the Zichen clan of the human clan. The golden-robed young man's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Zichen introduce himself, and he hurriedly confirmed. That's right, I am. Do you know me? Feng Zichen frowned and asked doubtfully. Judging from the golden-robed young man's expression, he seemed to know him. Ha, very good. I was just about to go to the human clan to look for you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. You saved me a lot of trouble, the golden-robed young man laughed as he pointed at Feng Zichen. May I know why you came to the human clan to look for me? I don't seem to know you. Feng Zichen's tone turned cold as he looked at the golden-robed young man. He couldn't help but feel displeased when someone pointed at him. However, since this person came from the heart of the undying volcano, he must have a high status in the Phoenix clan. Out of respect for Zhu Huang, Feng Zichen didn't want to teach him a lesson. Fellow Daoist, I have something to ask His Majesty Zhu Huang for. I hope you can pass on the message. Feng Zichen said to the golden-robed young man, suppressing his dissatisfaction. There's no hurry. Let me see what you are capable of to earn my mother's praise, the golden rock said as he shook his head. Mother? Praise? What do you mean? Feng Zichen was confused when he heard the golden rock's words. TSK. Take this. Just as Feng Zichen was puzzled, the golden rock attacked. He shouted and summoned a torrential golden flame. With the power to burn heaven and earth, the flame burned toward Feng Zichen. What a powerful flame. Feng Zichen praised as he waved his hand to disperse the flames around him. The sudden rise in temperature around him made him feel a burning sensation, which showed the power of this flame. You are the golden-winged rock. At this moment, how could Feng Zichen not know who the other party was? It was the golden-winged rock that was born from the phoenix. So what if it's me? Come, let me see how strong you are. As it spoke, the golden rock increased the output of its magic power, and the surrounding golden flames immediately burned even brighter. Alright, I'll show you. Feng Zichen replied with a smile. He pointed a finger at the sky, and immediately, a violent gust of wind and torrential rain poured down. It was the summoning wind and summoning rain. The wind was no ordinary wind, it was the nine heavens' astral wind. The rain was no ordinary water, it was the nine heavens' weak water. The violent wind whistled past, rolling up the golden flames. The torrential rain poured down and extinguished the golden flames. However, because of the golden rock's identity, Feng Zichen did not use the power of the destiny of the human race. Instead, he only used his own magic power to fight with it. Otherwise, Feng Zichen could take it down in one move. How dare you play with the wind in front of me? You're courting death. The golden rock snorted disdainfully. It shook its body and transformed into its original form. It was the golden-winged rock. It spread its wings and flew in the sky. It was like a cloud hanging from the sky, covering half of the sky. Beneath the wings, the aura of wind and clouds gathered and surged endlessly. Whoosh, the golden rock spread its wings and flapped them fiercely. In the whistling sound, an incomparably boundless nine heavens astral wind blew, cutting through the void. It was extremely terrifying. It broke the summoning wind and summoning rain in one move and attacked Feng Zichen directly. Great divine power, great technique. After praising, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve, and a majestic spiritual energy surged out, causing the wind to blow back. What kind of divine power is this? The golden rock was caught off guard and was hit by its own divine power. After it stabilized its body, it could not help but ask. This is called returning wind and returning fire. It can reverse the flow of all divine powers. It is the supreme divine power of the celestial sect. The two of them were only sparring and were not mortal enemies. Feng Zichen had nothing to hide. Divine power of the celestial sect. The golden rock nodded slightly and seemed to remember it. Then, a bright golden light burst out from its body. The golden feathers all over its body stood up and shot out a golden sword light toward Feng Zichen. Boring. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen felt a little bored. He reached out his right hand to grab the golden rock, intending to end this fight for no reason. Not to mention that he had several powerful divine powers that he could not use on the golden rock. The golden rock was only in the late stage of Tai Jingxian. How could it be a match for him? One had to know that even without the blessing of the human race, he was still a half-step Daluo Jingxian. He was about to prove his Dao. How could the golden rock compare to him? Feng Zichen's right hand was not big. Compared to the golden rock's body, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, under his grasp, it was as if the whole world was in his hand. One could see that the golden rock's body was shrinking and flying toward Feng Zichen's hand. It was not his body that was shrinking, but the void where he was in was caught by Feng Zichen. Damn it! Khanate Yin Yang Divine Light, break! Unable to break free, the golden rock was furious. It could not help but curse and use its strength. Black and white divine light emerged from its body. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It shattered the void and escaped from Feng Zichen's hand. Oh! Khanate Yin Yang Divine Light, I have underestimated you. Seeing the black and white divine light, Feng Zichen said in surprise. It made sense. Zhu Huang had been born for so long. How could he allow the golden rock to fool around and refine the Khanate Yin Yang divine qi into a broken bottle? Ha! Do you think you can escape? Feng Zichen chuckled. 5 qi gathered in his chest and turned into the great palm of 5 emperors. He continued to grab the golden rock. The 5 elements cycled and contained everything in the world. The yin-yang divine qi flowed endlessly and gave birth to everything in the world. The two collided. In the end, Feng Zichen had the upper hand. The great palm of 5 emperors crushed the Khanate yin-yang divine light and caught the golden rock in its hand. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared and shouted at him, "Don't hurt my brother." Feng Zichen turned around and saw 5 divine lights rise from the young man's body. They were green, yellow, red, black, and white. With a whoosh, they swept toward him. Khanate 5-colored divine light. You are Kong Xian. Feng Zichen only had time to say this before his vision blurred and he was taken away by Kong Xian. Caught off guard, Feng Zichen was sucked into the world of 5 elements. He was not in a hurry. He stood there and looked around. At the same time, the Khanate Yang divine light flickered on his body and dispelled the dizziness. The Khanate 5-colored divine light is indeed extraordinary. After a while, Feng Zichen found the difference between him and Kong Xian. Kong Xian's Khanate 5-colored divine light was formed when the Khanate chaotic qi split into the 5 elements. Anything within the 5 elements would be restrained by it. Therefore, it could destroy anything within the 5 elements. Chapter 146. Feng Zichen's Khanate 5 elements divine light was condensed from the corpses of 5 Khanate 5 elements divine beasts. In essence, it was inferior to the Khanate 5 elements divine light. However, after many years of cultivation, the Khanate 5 elements divine light had been sublimated and had the ability to trace back to its origin. That is, within the 5 elements, this light can be traced back to its source, causing it to transform into its most primitive form. Of these 2 divine lights, one was for suppression and the other was for killing. Although they were both evolved from the Tao of the 5 elements, there was a world of difference between their owners' understanding of the Tao of the 5 elements. It's time to go out. After learning the information he wanted to know, Feng Zichen looked up and planned to leave. Open. As soon as he finished speaking, the qi of 3 talents emerged from his body and swept across the entire 5 elements world. In an instant, The order of heaven and earth was in chaos and the 5 elements were out of balance. Huge spatial cracks appeared. Rumble. In the huge roar, the 5 elements world completely collapsed and turned into the chi of the 5 elements. Feng Zichen took the opportunity to walk out. What? Seeing Feng Zichen break through the connate 5 elements divine light and walk out, Kang Xian's face was filled with disbelief. Since his birth, his connate 5 elements divine light had never been broken by anyone in the same realm. Today was the first time. Fellow cultivators, do you want to continue fighting? Feng Zichen said to the 2 of them with a smile. Greetings, fellow cultivator Zichen. Kang Xian also bowed and said apologetically, please forgive me, fellow cultivator. My younger brother was rude. With that, Kang Xian pulled the golden rock in front of Feng Zichen and reprimanded, second brother, hurry up and apologize to fellow cultivator. Seeing Kang Xian's stern expression, the golden rock reluctantly cupped his hands and said, fellow cultivator, please forgive me. I was wrong. Before Feng Zichen could say anything, the golden rock's attitude had already angered Kang Xian. What kind of attitude is this? You've already thrown away the etiquette of the phoenix race. Do you really want mother to personally come and teach you a lesson? Kang Xian berated as he pointed at the golden rock. My apologies. The golden rock was too rash. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Hearing Kang Xian mention Zhu Huang, Jin Peng's expression changed. He immediately stepped forward and apologized sincerely to Feng Zichen. It's all right. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart, fellow Taoist. The 2 of them humbled themselves, and Feng Zichen didn't want to make a fuss about it. It's good that you don't blame me, fellow Taoist. Seemingly relieved, Kang Xian continued. Mother already knows the purpose of your visit and specially sent me to receive you. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. Don't let mother wait for too long. Of course. How can I let Her Majesty wait for me? Please lead the way, fellow Taoist. Feng Zichen nodded and said. Please. Kang Xian cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards the center of the undying volcano. Feng Zichen hurriedly followed him. Stepping into the center of the undying volcano, it was a different feeling. Waves of heat hit one after another, causing people to feel uncomfortable. Hiss. The temperature around him instantly increased, and it was even hotter than the golden flames released by the golden rock. It gave Feng Zichen a feeling that he was in the middle of the sun. This is only the periphery of the center of the undying volcano, and it's already so terrifying. If we go to the center of the undying volcano, will only Daluo Jingxian be able to live there for a long time? Looking at the surrounding heat waves that were distorting the void, Feng Zichen's eyelids twitched. The temperature here was already high enough to cause harm to ordinary Tai Jingxian. How terrifying would the temperature in the deepest part of the undying volcano be? He was afraid that if Tai Jingxian went in, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. However, he was wrong about this. The deepest part of the undying volcano was the habitat of the Phoenix clan. No matter how strong the Phoenix clan was, it was impossible for every member of their clan to be Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, the deepest part of the undying volcano had its own special features. Passing through a layer of colorful light curtain, Feng Zichen arrived at the deepest part of the undying volcano. The invading heat waves suddenly disappeared, and a cool breeze blew over, making him feel as if his whole body was transparent. That's the connate parasol tree. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed. As far as his eyes could see, there was a giant tree in the center of the undying volcano. Its canopy was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The tree was covered with patterns of the Great Way, and there were wisps of connate fire origin chi hanging down. It was the supreme grade connate spiritual root, the connate parasol tree. It stood there quietly, suppressing all the undying volcano in the center, and not a trace of fire leaked out. It made the spirit chi in this place dense, and all living things grew. It was not inferior to a top grotto heaven. Seeing that Feng Zichen was a little stunned, Kang Xian pointed at the Khanate parasol tree and said to him, "Brother, mother is in that temple. We have to go and greet her quickly, so that she won't wait for too long." Following the direction of Kang Xian's finger, Feng Zichen saw a glorious temple. It was located at the top of the Khanate parasol tree, and it was surrounded by the scent of incense. It was incomparably majestic. He followed Kang Xian and flew up. Even with their strength, it took them dozens of days to reach the Zhu Huang temple, which showed how tall the Khanate parasol tree was. After straightening his clothes, Feng Zichen walked into the temple and said to the statue in the center of the temple, "The Zichen clan of the human race greets your majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, a seven-colored light flashed on the statue, and a majestic divine will descended, as if it was going to fill the sky and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. "Zichen clan member, I already know why you've come. Take this ball of natural fire quintessence." From the seven-colored light, a majestic voice sounded, and a ball of crimson light was injected into Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. From Feng Zichen's body, there was a sound like a landslide or a tsunami, and a crimson light bloomed. It was so dazzling that he looked like a burning flame. Screech. In the sharp screech, the crimson light on his body suddenly shrank, forming a vivid vermilion bird, circling around his heart and facing the azure dragon in his liver. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Feng Zichen stepped forward and thanked him happily. Refining this Khanate origin of fire had not only perfected the fire chi in his chest, but also saved him 100,000 years of cultivation. How could he not be happy? "Back then, you imparted the acquired divine path and helped the five of us escape. I can't thank you enough. In the future, when the human race is in danger, although we can't protect the human race, it won't be difficult for the five of us to save you." After a while, a voice came from the seven-colored light again. "Your Majesty, you are too serious. I imparted the acquired divine path only to ask Your Majesty to protect the human race. Other than that, Zichen wouldn't dare to ask for more." Feng Zichen originally thought that after the five elements sacred beasts agreed to protect the human race, the karma had been settled. However, after the five elements sacred beasts were freed, they still cared for him, which really made him feel flattered. Chapter 147. Mount Buzhou stood at the center of the untainted land, suppressing the past, present, and future. It was vast, majestic, sacred, and inviolable. After tens of thousands of years, Feng Zichen came to Mount Buzhou again, but his feelings were completely different. It had been 400 years since he had met the ancestral phoenix. After obtaining the origin of fire from Zhu Huang, he had been in seclusion under the Khanate parasol tree, comprehending the Khanate fire elemental Tao and stabilizing his realm. It was not until 300 years later that he came out of seclusion. Then, he bid farewell to Zhu Huang and spent another 100 years to come to Mount Buzhou, where the Kirin tribe lived in seclusion. Kirins were the leaders of the beasts and the overlords of the land. In the antiquity times, the whole untainted land was ruled by the Kirin tribe. Therefore, the Kirin tribe was naturally the best place in the untainted land. Besides Mount Buzhou, no other place dared to claim to be the best in the untainted land. If Mo Zhang hadn't told him where the Qilin clan lived before he left, no matter how Feng Zichen thought about it, he would never have guessed that the Qilin clan would place their nest right under the nose of the demon race. On Mount Buzhou was the Heaven Court. Standing in front of Mount Buzhou and sensing for a moment, Feng Zichen sighed and said, "As expected, the power of Mount Buzhou is weakening." Under the erosion of the resentment of the chaos demon god, even the power of Mount Buzhou was gradually unable to withstand it. At this moment, it was undoubtedly much weaker than when Feng Zichen first saw it. This was the result of the erosion of the resentment of the chaos demon god, which sowed the seed of disaster for its future collapse. Why think so much? If the sky really collapses, the saints who are closely related to the untainted land should be the most anxious. What does it have to do with me? Feng Zichen shook his head and laughed. For him, the most important thing was to find a way to survive the catastrophe of the human race. As for the collapse of Mount Buzhou, it was not the concern of an ant like him. Feng Zichen took out the scale plate that Imo Zhang had given him before he left. Then, he used a secret technique to inform Imo Zhang of his arrival and had him send someone to pick him up. There were countless secret realms in Mount Buzhou. Coupled with the protection of the Qilin clan's formation, Feng Zichen didn't think that he would be able to find the Qilin clan from the countless secret realms. Therefore, it was better to wait for someone to pick him up. Not long after, the space in front of him silently split open, forming a passageway that could only allow one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen walked in. Du Tian Divine Fiend, rise. As soon as he walked out of the passage, Feng Zichen let out a low growl. A purplish-black evil chi rose from his body and enveloped him. He remembered what had happened to him in the Phoenix clan, so he released the Du Tian Divine Fiend to scare the others to avoid trouble. The Du Tian Divine Fiend was the evil chi that accompanied Pangu. Normal Tai Jingxian would definitely die if they touched it. Even the Daluo Jingxian would be frightened if he saw it. It was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for a coincidence, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. STH, what kind of evil chi is that? Why do I feel that it's even stronger and more dangerous than the Khanate evil chi? Scary. So scary. In the dark, the members of the Qilin clan who wanted to test Feng Zichen's strength felt a chill down their spines when they saw the purplish-black evil chi. They felt that they would be drowned in it and die if they looked at it. My friend, please stop using your divine power. Your divine power is too powerful. The people nearby can't take it anymore. Seeing that many people were affected by the evil chi, Mo Zhang was worried about their safety. He smiled wryly and walked out of the void, shouting at Feng Zichen. Oh. I see. It is my fault for not thinking things through. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. I'll withdraw my divine ability now. Feng Zichen gave Mo Zhang an embarrassed smile, then withdrew his great heaven divine fiend. My friend, you're too polite. If they didn't have bad intentions, they wouldn't have suffered this. They asked for it. You don't have to worry about it, Mo Zhang waved his hand and said. How could he not know what these clansmen hiding in the dark were thinking? They just wanted to test Feng Zichen's strength and see if he was as powerful as the Qilin ancestor said. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, they were scared speechless by Chen Fan's energy. This time, they were utterly humiliated. Mo Zhang bowed and said to Feng Zichen, my friend, please come with me. His Majesty asked me to bring you to the temple to see him. Then I'll have to trouble you, my friend. Feng Zichen nodded at Mo Zhang and followed him forward. This place was far away from the primordial world and was full of peace and harmony. Along the way, Feng Zichen saw many Qilin cubs playing and having a good time. However, perhaps because Feng Zichen's appearance was too fierce, he left a bad impression on these young Qilins. As a result, when they saw Feng Zichen walking over, they were frightened and ran in all directions, as if Feng Zichen was a fierce demon. When Mo Zhang saw this scene, he couldn't help but tease, ha! My friend, you're really famous in our Qilin tribe for being able to make children stop crying. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This. After being teased by Mo Zhang, Feng Zichen opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He could only smile bitterly and remain silent. That's the yellow plum. Chapter 148. Legend has it that during the ancient times, the yellow plum blossomed, bore fruit, and ripened in 1 yuanshi. There were only 9 fruits in 3 yuanshi. If a sky immortal smelled the fragrance of the flower, he would gain 10,000 years of cultivation. If a Tai Jingxian ate a fruit, he would become a Daluo. It was a supreme sacred item. Unfortunately, after the end of the ancient times, the fortunes of the 3 races declined. The yellow plum, as the guardian item of the beast race, suffered from the backlash of the fortune, which caused its origin to decline and its effect to decrease. Otherwise, the yellow plum wouldn't be so effective. Looking at the yellow plum, Mo Zhang said with melancholy. Daluo Jingxian. Hearing this, Feng Zichen couldn't help but click his tongue. How was a fruit different from a Dao fruit? The yellow plum that grew such a fruit could be called a Dao tree. However, despite his shock, Feng Zichen wasn't envious. He also had supreme-grade connate spiritual roots, and he had more than one. Not only that, his supreme-grade connate spiritual roots' origin wasn't damaged. It was perfect. Moreover, he had a chaos spiritual root, which was far superior to supreme-grade connate spiritual roots, the world tree. In this way, it should be the Kirin clan envious of him, not him. It seems that my understanding of supreme-grade connate spiritual roots is far from enough. After I become a Daluo Jingxian, I need to study the connate star tree and see if there are any other functions that I don't know about. After learning about the effects of the yellow plum, Feng Zichen couldn't help but overturn his previous understanding of supreme-grade connate spiritual roots. He planned to go back and study them to see if there were any other functions that he hadn't discovered yet. Oh right, I wonder if the world tree can bloom and bear fruit. Even the fruit of the yellow plum has such powerful effects. If the world tree, which is even better than this one, can blossom and bear fruit, it must be even more extraordinary. Thinking of the world tree, Feng Zichen thought of another possibility. He couldn't help but get excited. If the world tree could bear fruit, he would be rich. Fellow Daoist, return to your senses. His Majesty is still waiting for us. We can't delay any longer. Mo Zhang came back to his senses. Seeing that Feng Zichen was also in a daze, he couldn't help laughing and quickly woke him up. It's my fault for forgetting myself. Let's go. After cupping his fists at Mo Zhang, the two of them quickened their pace and rushed towards the Qilin temple. Walking into the temple, Zhu Lin's incarnation had been waiting for a long time. Now, he was looking at Feng Zichen in surprise. Zichen clan of the human race greets your majesty. Seeing Zhu Lin's incarnation, Feng Zichen hurriedly bowed. Du Tian divine fiend. Did you use the great heaven divine fiend from Pangu the great Tao? Ancestral Phoenix asked Feng Zichen after waving her hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. That's right. When I was traveling in Mount Buzhou in my early years, I was fortunate enough to be favored by the great god Pangu and was fortunate enough to obtain part of the great god's inheritance. This Du Tian divine fiend is one of them, Feng Zichen stood up and replied. Since he had already used the Du Tian divine fiend, he had no intention of hiding it. After all, Pangu's inheritance was just a box that could fit anything. Your Majesty, this item is engraved with the mark of the Chaos Demon God. It might be useful to you. Please accept it. Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Vitality Stone and said to Zhu Lin. Sensing the vast and noble aura, Zhu Lin was in a daze. Endless thoughts came to his mind. He couldn't help but reach out and take the Chaos Vitality Stone. You're really lucky. This item is indeed useful to me. I'll accept it. Zhu Lin was obviously happier after accepting the Chaos Vitality Stone. The voice in his body continued, take this ball of innate earth elemental origin. I won't be able to help you much in the future calamity of the human race. Use this item as a token of my appreciation. While speaking, Zhu Lin waved his hand and shot out a yellow light. It circled in the air and flew into Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. Divine light bloomed, and innate earth elemental chi filled the air. In Feng Zichen's spleen, a beam of yellow light gradually solidified and turned into a qilin. It was majestic, resonating with the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. The earth element chi was complete. 3 out of the 5 chi in his chest had been formed. He was one step closer to the Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen was overjoyed. No worries. Shaking his head, Zhu Lin said to Mo Zhang, go and get 9 yellow plums. Give them to the Zichen clan and let him bring them back to the human race. This is a gift from the Qilin clan to the human race. Without waiting for Feng Zichen's response, Zhu Lin dispersed this incarnation and returned to his body to study the mark of the demon god. Your Majesty, Feng Zichen had just opened his mouth when he saw Zhu Lin disperse his incarnation. He had no choice but to swallow his words. I'm going to pick the yellow plums. Do you want to come with me? Mo Zhang walked up and asked. Of course. The supreme grade Khanate spiritual root is known as the Tao tree. It has unparalleled mysteries. Just one look at it is a great opportunity. Of course, I won't miss it. Feng Zichen smiled and followed Mo Zhang to the yellow plums. Not long after, the two arrived at a place shrouded in chaotic yuan qi. The yellow plums grew in the center of this place. Through the gaps in the chaotic yuan qi, they could vaguely see the figure of a big tree. This place is filled with chaotic yuan qi. Those who don't belong to the Qilin clan will be shredded into pieces by the chaotic yuan qi in an instant. So, please wait here for a moment. I will go and pick the yellow plums for you. Stopping Feng Zichen, Mo Zhang pointed at the chaotic yuan qi in front of them and explained with a troubled expression. I understand. I understand. Feng Zichen nodded and expressed his understanding. Anyone who obtains such a precious treasure would set up layers of protection to avoid accidents. Even he, after transplanting the Khanate star tree into Zichen's cave, hid it in the deepest part of the void. He didn't dare to show it in front of others because it was too late for regrets if an accident happened. Thank you for your understanding. With an apologetic smile, Mo Zhang brought Feng Zichen to a mountain peak and said with a smile, My friend, thank you for your understanding. Don't you want to see the yellow plums? This place is just right for you to see the whole picture. It was created by His Majesty himself for the cultivation of the Qilin clan. Standing on the mountain peak, Feng Zichen looked ahead. As far as his eyes could see, there was a tree tens of thousands of feet tall. Its branches and leaves swayed in the wind, exuding a powerful aura that connected heaven and earth. It was vast and boundless. Then, thank you very much. Looking at the tree in front of him, Feng Zichen expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. I'll go now. Mo Zhang clasped his hands and walked toward the yellow plums. After Mo Zhang walked away, in Feng Zichen's mind, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly and emitted a mysterious wave, helping him to immerse himself in the Tao enlightenment and feel the Tao rhythm of the yellow plums. At the same time, while Feng Zichen was comprehending the Tao, the Hongmeng Daozhong was not idle. Gradually, the shadow of a tree appeared on its body. It was the yellow plums. It was the Hongmeng Daozhong that had imprinted its shadow. Chapter 149. Enlightenment? I've only left for a while, and he's already in enlightenment. That's too fast. After a while, Mo Zhang picked 9 yellow plums from the tree and returned. Seeing the Taoist rhyme flowing around Feng Zichen, who was obviously immersed in the great Tao, Mo Zhang could not help but whisper. Sigh. As expected of the talent that His Majesty always talks about. He's far better than us. Sighing, Mo Zhang silently retreated to the side to protect Feng Zichen from being disturbed by outsiders. Phew. 200 years later, Feng Zichen let out a long breath and woke up from enlightenment. He slowly opened his eyes. Standing up, Feng Zichen straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and thanked Mo Zhang. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for protecting me. No problem. Smiling, Mo Zhang took out the yellow plum and handed it to Feng Zichen, saying, My friend, this is the yellow plum that His Majesty asked me to give you. Please keep it well. Thank you. Since it's a gift from my ancestor, I won't stand on ceremony. The yellow plum was the size of a fist and shaped like a pearl stamen. It emitted a tempting fragrance and had an inexplicable temptation. Feng Zichen's appetite was aroused. However, This item was of great use to the human race. It could create 9 primordial unity golden immortals for the human race. He could not swallow it just because of his appetite. That would be too much of a waste. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of something. He quickly passed on the effects and characteristics of the yellow plum to Xian Qing, who was far away in Kunlun Mountain. The Grand Pure Sage was the best alchemist in the untainted land. As his descendant, Xian Qing couldn't waste this kind of resource. Maybe he could ask him to see if he could use the yellow plum as the main ingredient to develop a kind of elixir so that the value of the yellow plum could be maximized. Fellow Taoist, now that this matter is settled, I should take my leave. I have to go to the North Sea to visit His Majesty Black Tortoise, so I can't stay here for long. After accepting the yellow middle plum, Feng Zichen cupped his hands and bid farewell to Mo Zhang. Fellow Taoist, you have matters to attend to, so I won't ask you to stay. Let me send you out. The Kirin clan was hidden very well. Without Mo Zhang leading the way, Feng Zichen might not be able to get out. After leaving the Kirin tribe's secluded place, Feng Zichen spent another 100 years to walk out of Mount Buzhou. No one would have thought that such a powerful Mount Buzhou would be destroyed by Gonggang in the future. Looking back at Mount Buzhou again, Feng Zichen used the Daluo's privilege to travel outside of time and space and rushed to the North Sea. Mount Buzhou suppressed everything. Feng Zichen didn't know if the sage could teleport near it, but the Daluo Jingxian certainly couldn't, let alone him. Outside the space-time, time stood still and the void stood still. Nothing existed. Only Feng Zichen's figure was hurrying toward the northernmost sea. However, just as Feng Zichen passed by a certain place, 5 powerful auras suddenly surged out and fiercely collided with each other. This caused the space and time there to violently tremble, distort, and become chaotic. It was a terrifying sight. This is 5 great overarching golden celestials are fighting. Feng Zichen was shocked and quickly stopped in his tracks. No, why are there 2 Daluo Jinxian's auras? They give me a faint sense of familiarity, but when did I know 2 Daluo Jingxian? After carefully sensing for a while, Feng Zichen found that among the 5 auras, he seemed to have seen 2 of them before, but he couldn't remember them for a while. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. It's definitely not someone important. Otherwise, why can't I remember? Frowning and thinking, Feng Zichen couldn't think of anything, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He didn't want to cause more trouble, so he turned around and rushed to another place, intending to bypass this place. Something that could cause 5 Daluo Jingxian to fight was definitely not an ordinary matter. He was a fake Daluo, so it was better for him not to poke his nose into other people's business, lest he didn't get any benefits and get himself into trouble. However, before he could go far, the Daluo Jingxian in front of him seemed to be angry, and their attacks became more violent. Supreme Taoist rhymes filled the air, and rays of light penetrated the past, illuminating the future, and shot out of time and space. Under the influence of this power, time and space began to collapse on a large scale, forming a huge space-time storm, and forced Feng Zichen out of time and space. Oh no! Chaos bead, suppress. As soon as he walked out of time and space, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong. There were 5 divine powers with terrifying power, and they blasted directly toward him. Without thinking too much, he roared in his heart and immediately called out the chaos bead. Strands of black light hung down and shrouded him, protecting him. At the same time, the chaos bead shone brightly, and chaotic Taoist patterns filled the air, freezing the surrounding time and space, and setting up layers of obstacles to weaken the power of the 5 divine powers. Boom! Amidst 5 earth-shattering sounds, the 5 divine powers were mighty, and they carried an aura that could sweep through everything. They destroyed time and space in all directions, and they blasted on the light screen hanging down from the chaos bead, causing it to shatter inch by inch. Seeing the light screen shattering continuously, Feng Zichen's expression turned serious. He mobilized all the dermic powers in his body and poured all of them into the chaos bead. At the same time, his figure flashed and hid in the chaos bead. Buzz! After trembling for a moment, the chaos beads suddenly shot out thousands of rays of divine light. It was simple and abundant, and it was a vast expanse of gray. This was the chaotic divine light, and it could destroy all things and return them to chaos. As soon as it appeared, it fiercely collided with the 5 divine powers. The power of the Daluo Jinxian's attack was naturally shocking. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed, and time and space no longer existed. The laws of heaven and earth were shattered one after another, and the chaotic chi surged out and flooded all directions. Nothing could be seen. Cough, cough, how unlucky. After a moment, when the aftershock dissipated, Feng Zichen walked out of the chaos bead, and he couldn't help but cough lightly and complain. At that moment, there was no way he didn't understand what had happened. After coming out of time and space, he actually appeared directly on the battlefield and happened to be in the center of the 5 people's divine powers. That was why everything had happened just now. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to interfere with my matters? While the battle was intense, there was suddenly an additional person on the battlefield. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the 5 people, and they asked one after another. What a coincidence. Looking up, Feng Zichen looked forward, wanting to know which 5 Daluo Jinxian were fighting. However, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw them. Among the 5 Daluo Jinxian, 3 were from the Fiend Dao, and 2 were from the Witch race. The 2 sides stood on 2 sides, one in the east and one in the west. They glared at each other angrily, and it was obvious that they had a deep grudge. However, that wasn't the reason why Feng Zichen laughed. It was because there were acquaintances on both sides of the battlefield. One of the 2 from the Witch race was Qua Fu. Among the 3 from the Fiend Dao, the World Devastator Taoist was one of them. At that moment, the 2 of them had already stepped into the Daluo realm, causing their auras to change drastically. Only a trace of their auras was similar to before. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't recognize them immediately. Chapter 150. It's you. The moment he saw Feng Zichen, the World Devastator Taoist's face darkened. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent surged as he charged at Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time since we last met. Your temper is getting worse. Feng Zichen chuckled, and a purple light appeared on his body, extinguishing the incoming killing intent. I have been searching for you for many years but could not find any trace of you. I did not expect you to appear before me today. You are really courting death. The World Devastator Taoist snorted, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. If not for the 2 sorcerer tribesmen before him, he would have attacked Feng Zichen. Ever since the battle in the Thunder Lake, the World Devastator Taoist had been searching for Feng Zichen all over the Eldritch world to avenge his natural source. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was very cautious and did not leave behind any information. Even his heavenly secrets were completely concealed. After deducing everything, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone whose background was unknown in the Eldritch world. How could the World Devastator Taoist find him? Furthermore, given the power of the mystic sect in the Eldritch world, the demon sect would not dare to search for someone's whereabouts on a large scale. They would only dare to search in a small area. The World Devastator Taoist was about to give up, but now that Feng Zichen had suddenly appeared before him, he was pleasantly surprised. Old hatred surged in his heart, and his body was filled with killing intent. He could not wait to skin Feng Zichen alive. If not for his rationality, he would have charged at Feng Zichen long ago. Ignoring the World Devastator Taoist, Feng Zichen turned around and greeted Qua Fu, who was on the other side. Fellow Taoist Qua Fu, long time no see. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zichen. Qua Fu nodded and said emotionally, we have not seen each other since the ferocious beast battlefield. It has indeed been a long time. I still remember that we were still at the Tai Jinxian level back then. I did not expect that in the blink of an eye, we would have already attained Daluo Jinxian. Compared to the World Devastator Taoist, Kwafu's attitude was undoubtedly much better. After all, Feng Zichen had Pangu's inheritance, so the Magi naturally had a good impression of him. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said helplessly, "How could my Daluo Dao fruit compare to yours? Let's not talk about it." He knew himself best. His Daluo Jingxian was too weak. How could he compare to the Daluo Dao fruit that others had painstakingly cultivated? And this fellow Daoist is? Looking at the big man with a giant axe beside Kwafu, Feng Zichen had some guesses, but he still asked. "I haven't introduced him to you yet. This is the senior magus of our Huda clan, Xing Tian." Kwafu pointed at Xing Tian and introduced. "Greetings, Grand Sorcerer Xing Tian." Sure enough, it was him. Confirming his guess, Feng Zichen bowed and said, "Fellow Daoist Zichen, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Xing Tian. Since you have been recognized by Father, you are a friend of the Magi tribe. You don't have to be so polite." Pangu's name was more useful than Feng Zichen thought. He had not done anything, but Xing Tian had taken the initiative to express his goodwill. "What happened here? Why are you and the others fighting against the demon sect cultivators?" Feng Zichen asked curiously as he looked at the demon sect cultivators in front of him. "Humph. How dare those evil creatures? How dare they take advantage of our seclusion and plunder our people to refine Dharma treasures? They really deserve to die." Xing Tian said hatefully before Kwafu could answer. "Killing people to refine Dharma treasures?" Surprised, Feng Zichen looked at the demon sect cultivators with a little surprise. These people really knew how to choose the right time. Not long ago, the appearance of the 5 sages caused a great change in the world. The concentration of congenital qi increased, and the order of the Dharma was clearly visible. The world was clear, and a flourishing cultivation followed one after another. Many powerful figures took this opportunity to go into seclusion to seek the possibility of going further. The untainted land ushered in a long-lost peace. At this time, the sages went to the chaos outside the sky to open up the boundless world. They had no time to take care of the untainted land, and the powerful figures went into seclusion. This gave the demon sect an opportunity to come out from the dark in the untainted land and stir up trouble everywhere. The demon sect was different from the Xianmen. They cultivated by absorbing evil spirit and tribulation qi. The more chaotic the untainted land was, the faster the demon sect cultivators' cultivation speed would be. Because of this, at the end of the ancient times, the demon ancestor Luoho instigated the 3 tribes and triggered a war between the 3 tribes. Wanting to destroy the untainted land was only one aspect. More importantly, they wanted to take this opportunity to go further. Now that the demon sect had appeared again, their target was the witch race. They wanted to imitate the demon ancestor and kill the witch race to frame the demon race. This would trigger the Great Witch Demon War and fill the untainted land with evil spirit and tribulation qi, ushering in a flourishing age for the demon sect. However, not long after they killed the witch race, they were discovered by Xing Tian, who was traveling outside, before they could frame the demon race. This triggered a series of events. Let's go. On the other side, the demon sect cultivators saw that Feng Zichen and Kwa Fu were chatting happily and were obviously familiar with each other. 2 of them looked at each other and pulled the world devastator Taoist to retreat slowly, intending to leave this place. They did not have the upper hand when it was 3 against 2. Now that Daluo Jingxian had arrived, it was even more impossible for them to gain the upper hand. If they did not leave now, when would they? "Evil creatures, where do you think you're going?" Xing Tian, who had been paying attention to the demon sect cultivators, roared angrily when he saw that the 3 of them were about to escape. He swung his giant axe. The axe was not an ordinary one. It was transformed from a section of Panga's axe and contained part of the true intent of heaven opening. Although it was only in superior grade connate spiritual treasure, its power was greater than a supreme grade connate spiritual treasure. Rumble. A huge crack appeared in the void as though it was splitting the world apart. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged like a giant mouth that could devour the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The 3 demon sect cultivators who were retreating could not help but turn cold when they sensed the changes behind them. They turned around and used their divine powers to attack behind them. Although Xing Tian was strong, how much power could a hasty attack have? 3 streams of connate evil spirit flew out of their hands and blasted the crack in the void, shattering it and destroying the chi of earth, fire, water, and wind. However, that was enough. The moment the 3 demon sect cultivators turned around to defend themselves, Feng Zichen and the rest moved. They each used their divine powers and attacked the 3 demon sect cultivators. Knowing that he was the weakest, Feng Zichen did not dare to choose the other 2 demon sect cultivators. He directly targeted the World Devastator Taoist and used his divine powers to fight him. Feng Zichen knew that the World Devastator Taoist's origins had been devoured by the World Tree. Without millions of years of accumulation, it would be impossible for him to recover. Although he did not know how the World Devastator Taoist had attained Tao with his origins missing, Feng Zichen believed that after losing so much origins, even if he was lucky enough to become a Daluo Jingxian, his strength would be at the bottom of the Daluo Jingxian ranks. Chapter 151. Kaboom! Lightning flashed in his hand as Feng Zichen raised his hand and shot out the 10,000 godly thunder towards the World Devastator Taoist. At the same time, the 5 chis in his chest rose and turned into the 5 emperor palm print. Then, the heaven and earth cauldron flew out and suppressed the World Devastator Taoist. The World Devastator Taoist laughed in disdain as he looked at the familiar remarkable power and said to Feng Zichen, "You're still using the same trick. Looks like you haven't improved much over the years." Then, he took out a blood-red sword and slashed it in the air. Boundless demonic chi surged out and drowned the remarkable power. This is the celestial slaying sword. Feng Zichen frowned as he looked at the blood-red sword. He felt a familiar aura from the sword. It was the aura of the celestial slaying sword. Xian Qing was Daoist Shangqing's disciple and was naturally familiar with the aura of the celestial slaying sword formation. Therefore, Feng Zichen, who was of the same mind as Xian Qing, was also very familiar with the celestial slaying sword formation. That's right. This is the celestial slaying sword that the demon ancestor created by imitating the celestial slaying sword formation. Although it is not a connate treasure, it is still a postnatal cardinal treasure with boundless power. It is even more powerful than an ordinary connate spiritual treasure. It's your honor to be able to die under this sword. Isn't that right, Zichen? The World Devastator Taoist gritted his teeth when he said, Zichen. It was obvious that he hated Feng Zichen. When Feng Zichen was talking to Kua Fu, he did not hide his name from the crowd. Therefore, the World Devastator Taoist learned of his name from their conversation. You want to kill me with this sword? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Feng Zichen smiled and took out the Zichen sword. He waved his hand and released a sword radiance that destroyed the demonic chi. Postnatal cardinal treasure. How did that sword of yours advance to become an acquired cardinal treasure? Looking at Zichen's sword, World Devastator Taoist's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. Waving the Zichen sword in his hand, Feng Zichen said sarcastically, What, before I advance to a magic weapon, do I have to report to fellow Daoist? After absorbing so many innate essences, Zichen's sword had long been upgraded to an acquired supreme treasure. Innate spiritual light flowed on the sword's body, and 46 acquired divine seals appeared faintly. If one were to sense it carefully, one would realize that there was a faint innate Daoist rhyme surrounding Zichen's sword. This was a sign of going against the pre-celestial order. After absorbing some pre-celestial origin energy, Zichen's sword would turn into a pre-celestial spiritual treasure. Fellow Daoist, your mouth is still as disgusting as ever. World Devastator Taoist had been mocked twice since he started cultivating, and both times were by Feng Zichen. Remembering the oath he made in the past, Feng Zichen did not waste any more words. He waved the Zichin sword and released a sword radiance. Fellow Taoist, it's time to settle the score with the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens today. The sword radiance was filled with the aura of human Tao. Shadows of 10,000 spirits appeared and charged at World Devastator Taoist, trying to destroy his essence, chi, and spirit. This was the tripartite sword manual, a sword technique that Feng Zichin had recently comprehended from the tripartite Tao of the Kanei tripartite Tao. As the saying went, humans had 3 treasures, essence, chi, and spirit. Earth had 3 treasures, water, fire, and wind. Heaven had 3 treasures, sun, moon, and stars. Essence, chi, and spirit were the foundation of a person's cultivation. Feng Zichin's sword was the sword of man. It specialized in destroying one's essence, chi, and spirit. It was equivalent to destroying one's foundation and destroying one's Tao. It was extremely vicious. Under the sword radiance, World Devastator Taoist felt that the 3 flowers above his head were on the verge of collapsing. He was in danger of being destroyed at any time. His expression changed as he shouted, "Grade 12 World Devastation Black Lotus, appear." In an instant, a black lotus platform appeared beneath his feet. It emitted a dazzling black light and bloomed into lotus flowers that protected him and blocked the sword of man, immortal slaying sword, kill. World Devastator Taoist took out the immortal slaying sword and charged at Feng Zichin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the immortal slaying sword trembled, a monstrous blood-red light surged from its body and swept across the entire area. It was boundless and covered the entire area in the color of blood, turning the entire area into a blood-red domain. Hee hee. Go to hell. World Devastator Taoist laughed savagely. He had a crazed look on his face as he formed a series of hand seals and sent them into the immortal slaying sword, causing the blood-red light on the immortal slaying sword to become even more intense. Whoosh! 4 blood-red sword rays shot out from the immortal slaying sword and formed a miniature immortal slaying sword formation. It surrounded Feng Zichin and attacked him. Feng Zichin snorted in disdain as he was surrounded by the immortal slaying sword formation. He did not take the immortal slaying sword formation seriously at all. After seeing the genuine celestial slaying sword formation, looking at this fake and inferior product, it was naturally full of flaws. The difference in power was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He had already tested the power of the Trinity Sword scripture earlier. The World Devastator Taoist was of no use to him anymore. Feng Zichin did not plan to waste time with him and decided to defeat him in one move. Rumble. Just as the immortal slaying sword was about to strike, Feng Zichin's body suddenly exuded a vast and boundless aura. It was incomparably heavy and seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. It directly froze the immortal slaying sword in the void. That is Mount Buzhou. Under the World Devastator Taoist's incredulous gaze, the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared and pressed down on him, suppressing him and the immortal slaying sword. However, Feng Zichin's power was limited and could only suppress the World Devastator Taoist under the shadow of Mount Buzhou. He could not suppress the World Devastator Taoist's spacetime. Damn it! Under the shadow of Mount Buzhou, the World Devastator Taoist controlled the Black Lotus of World Devastation and charged in all directions. He wanted to break through the seal of Mount Buzhou and escape. However, once the shadow of Mount Buzhou landed on the ground, it immediately connected with the surrounding earth veins and connected with millions of miles of mountains and rivers. It was not something the World Devastator Taoist could easily shake. The World Devastator Taoist fought left and right for a while but was unable to leave the area covered by the shadow of Mount Buzhou. Moreover, as time passed, the connection between Mount Buzhou's shadow and the earth veins became deeper and deeper. The power of the mountains and rivers increased, causing the World Devastator Taoist to face more and more pressure. Not long after, the World Devastator Taoist also realized this problem. Then, he stopped in his tracks and activated the Black Lotus of World Devastation with all his might. Destructive aura surged out and destroyed the suppressive force that was surging toward him. Just like that, the two of them reached a strange balance. The World Devastator Taoist could not leave Mount Buzhou's shadow, but the shadow of Mount Buzhou could not do anything to him. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Let me help you. Seeing that the shadow of Mount Buzhou was unable to completely suppress the World Devastator Taoist, Feng Zichen's mind moved. All kinds of great divine powers flew out of his body and attacked the World Devastator Taoist. Bastard! After being attacked by Feng Zichen's divine powers, the light emitted by the Black Lotus of World Devastation inevitably dimmed. The suppressive force followed and destroyed the balance that the World Devastator Taoist had painstakingly maintained. Wait until I break the seal. I will not let you off easily. With a loud roar, the World Devastator Taoist raised the Celestial Slaying Sword and turned it into a small Celestial Slaying Sword formation that enveloped him. He used it to resist Feng Zichen's divine powers. Chapter 152. Mount Buzhou. What a powerful divine power! On the other side of the battlefield, the other four saw Feng Zichen summon the phantom of Mount Buzhou and felt the vast aura. They couldn't help but be shocked. Then, the two Daluo Jingxian saw the World Devastator Taoist suppressed by the phantom of Mount Buzhou. Their expressions changed and they burst out, no longer holding back, attacking Kuafu and Xing Tian with all their strength. The Daluo Jingxian fighting Xing Tian was called Mo Luo. He was the disciple of demon ancestor Rahu and also one of the Khanate god fiends born from the Tao of Darkness. He roared and layers of black light appeared on his body, turning into a black torrent that swept towards Xing Tian. The light was deep and dark, emitting the will of Nirvana. It was the Nirvana divine light. Wherever it passed, the void would cease to exist. Even the Tao was wailing as if it was about to be destroyed. Xing Tian was fearless. He turned his axe and slashed at the Nirvana divine light. The mighty axe light carried a trace of the will of heaven-splitting Tao and clashed fiercely with the Nirvana divine light. With a boom, invisible air waves swept out and forced the two of them back a few steps. Mo Luo used this opportunity to put some distance between himself and Xing Tian. Die! Mo Luo stopped and took out a black bow with a flip of his right hand. He sneered at Xing Tian and pulled the bowstring. As soon as the giant black bow appeared, it emitted a strange black light. Scenes of gods and devils falling appeared. Corpses were strewn across the field, a rain of blood fell, and ghosts wept and gods howled. It was extremely mournful. Although there were no sharp arrows on the bow, as the bowstring was pulled, the evil qi and tribulation qi in the world seemed to be attracted and gathered in Mo Luo's hand, gradually forming a black arrow. This black bow was called the God Slayer bow, and it was a supreme-grade natural spirit treasure that contained the Tao of Nirvana. It specialized in annihilating enemies under divine perception, and it was extraordinarily ferocious. It was a Tao protector treasure bestowed upon him by the ancestral devil, Rahu. The moment the arrow took shape, Mo Luo suddenly released his left hand that was pulling the bowstring. So, along with the sound of the sky being torn apart, the arrow carried the Nirvana Tao, natural baleful qi, and tribulation qi of the heavens and the earth as it shot violently towards Xing Tian with the intention of annihilating his consciousness. Not only that, but after shooting that arrow, Mo Luo did not stop. Instead, he continued to draw his large black bow. Only after shooting 9 arrows in a row at Xing Tian did he stop, gasping for breath. The 10 arrows shot out at the same time, forming the great Tao of all directions. From the past to the future, from the heavens to the earth, from the 4 directions of heaven and earth, between life and death, they slashed at Xing Tian from all aspects, wanting to destroy all traces of his existence. This was the supreme divine ability of the demonic path, 10 directions annihilation. Ha, good! With a loud laugh, Xing Tian's body swayed and revealed the true body of a grand shaman. He raised his giant axe and slashed forward. As a first-generation great wizard born from the Pangu's bloodline, even though he did not possess most of the Pangu's legacy like the ancestral wizard, he would more or less receive some of it. Moreover, Xing Tian also had a small fragment of the Pangu's axe. Just this tiny fragment alone allowed him to surpass the other great wizards by quite a bit, allowing him to unleash a sliver of the mysteries of the Pangu's creation of the heavens. With a rumble, the void cracked open. Khanate light flickered, forming endless truths of the great Tao and interweaving with endless laws of order. It seemed like it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. It ignored time and space and struck the arrow. Amidst the huge ripples, Mo Luo's figure moved. With Khanate murderous intent, he clashed with Xing Tian in close combat. On the other side, Mi Tian, another disciple of the demon ancestor Rahu, saw that the world devastator Taoist and Mo Luo were locked in a bitter battle. He knew that the situation was critical, so he used his strongest move to attack Qua Fu. A mirror rose behind Mi Tian. It was extremely dazzling, forming all sorts of images in the air. Everyone's joy was reflected in it. A dispirited sound rang out, causing those who heard it to feel a sense of bliss. It bewitched their minds, messed with their hearts, and tempted them to fall into the demonic path. This was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the all-encompassing mirror. It was given to Mi Tian by the demon ancestor Rahu for protection. It could create all sorts of wondrous realms that could extinguish one's mind and sever one's heart. It could also capture souls and control objects. It could release dark light that entered one's true spirit. It had endless uses. Shut up. When those dispirited sounds entered Qua Fu's ears, he felt irritated and angry. He could not help but shout. As his voice reverberated, it formed an invisible sound wave that swept out, causing ripples to appear in the void. The wondrous realms created by the all-encompassing mirror were shattered into pieces and turned into dust. Ha! Without giving Mi Tian a chance to continue attacking, Qua Fu tossed out the peachwood staff in his hand. It turned into a forest of peach trees that took root in the ground, forming a natural array that trapped Mi Tian. Kill! Mi Tian formed a hand seal, mobilized all the magic power in his body, and pointed at the all-encompassing mirror. In an instant, the brilliance of the all-encompassing mirror became even brighter. Countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of the mirror, projecting a colorless divine light that carried a decaying intent towards the peach forest. However, the peach trees were connected to the earth veins and grew endlessly. As soon as the all-encompassing mirror destroyed a peach tree, a new one would be born. There was no way to kill them all, firmly trapping Mi Tian in it. Ha! I've long heard that the demonic path's body-tempering technique is one of the best in the great desolate world. I wonder how it compares to my sorcerer true body. Today, let me see. After trapping Mi Tian, Qua Fu revealed his great sorcerer true body, stepped into the peach forest, and began to fight Mi Tian in close combat. The demonic path's body-tempering technique was the inheritance of the chaos demon god, using innate evil chi to temper the body. The sorcerer race's body-tempering technique was the bloodline inheritance of Pangu, using the laws of heaven and earth to temper the body. Both body-tempering techniques had great origins and could be said to be the best in the great desolate world. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages, so it was not easy to compare them. However, in the end, the great desolate world was created by Pangu. As his bloodline descendants, the sorcerer race naturally had the advantage. Qua Fu stood on the ground, and from the depths of the earth, endless energy surged, gradually suppressing Mi Tian and gaining the upper hand. Open! On the other side, Mo Luo found an opportunity and suddenly shot an arrow. This arrow was not aimed at Xing Tian, but at Feng Zichen. At this time, Feng Zichen was using all his strength to suppress the world devastator Taoist. His heart tightening, he suddenly turned around and saw the divine obliteration arrow. Knowing how powerful this arrow was, he did not dare to take it head-on. His figure flashed as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Rumble. Without any hindrance, the arrow of annihilation landed directly on the phantom of Mount Buzhou, causing it to wobble and crack. Oh no! Shocked, Feng Zichen formed a seal and was about to shoot out the phantom of Mount Buzhou again when the world devastator Taoist suddenly exerted his strength. The world devastator Black Lotus expanded and lifted the phantom of Mount Buzhou. He took the opportunity to escape. Let's work together. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. The World Devastator Taoist shouted at the two of them as soon as they escaped from the Phantom of Mount Buzhou. Chapter 153. As he spoke, a vicious look appeared on the World Devastator Taoist's face. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the grade 12 Black Lotus of Destruction. Buzz! 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 After absorbing the World Devastator Taoist's blood essence, the Black Lotus of Destruction started to tremble. The black light on its body started to shrink, and a destructive aura leaked out as if it could destroy the world. At that moment, its power had been pushed to the limit. One could vaguely see a green lotus appearing behind it. It grew in the chaos and bloomed with a grade 36 flower. It emitted a boundless creation divine light. That was the chaos treasure, the grade 36 creation green lotus. Under the World Devastator Taoist's relentless urging, the Black Lotus of Destruction activated the deepest imprint in its body and summoned the creation green lotus. It once again had a trace of the chaos treasure's power. Chi! Chi! The Black Lotus of Destruction suddenly flashed, and a terrifying aura erupted. It shot out 3 beams of destruction divine light toward Feng Zichen, Xing Tian, and Kuafu respectively. Without much time to think, Feng Zichen instinctively slashed out with his sword and then hid in the chaos bead, hiding in the depths of spacetime. The sword beam slashed at the destruction divine light, but before it could explode, it was destroyed by the aura of the destruction divine light. After that, the destruction divine light did not lose its momentum. It followed the traces of Feng Zichen's escape and blasted into the depths of spacetime. It blasted the chaos bead out, and its brilliance dimmed significantly. Damn it! The demon sect is already so rampant. Why haven't the Xian sect experts arrived yet? Within the chaos bead, Feng Zichen steadied himself and cursed hatefully. The World Devastator Taoist and the others had used some unknown method to seal the spacetime of this place. As a result, the 6 of them had fought for so long and caused such a huge commotion, but not a single Xian sect expert came to investigate. Feng Zichen had forgotten that the demon sect was an expert at sowing discord. In ancient times, they had ambushed several Daluo Jingxian, and no one had ever found any trace of them. It could be seen that with their means, it was nothing to seal a space and time. On the other side, Xing Tian sensed the danger. He exerted his strength and forced Mo Luo away with his axe. He turned around and took out an earthen yellow shield and placed it in front of him. This shield was formed from the quintessence of the earth, and it was a top-grade natural spirit treasure. Even though it didn't possess much offensive strength, it was extremely thick and heavy, and its defensive strength was extremely formidable. It was as if all of its skill points had been placed on defense. It was one of the best defensive treasures in the prehistoric era. Unfortunately, the witch tribesmen did not have dermic powers and could not activate connate numinous treasures. Even if Xing Tian used it as a shield in front of him, the power it could exert was only its instinct, less than 1/10,000th of its full power. How could it compare with the Black Lotus of Destruction when it erupted at full power? Boom! The divine light of destruction struck the shield, shattering the layer of light that appeared on its surface. It then slammed into the shield. A tremendous force was transmitted, and Xing Tian was sent flying along with the shield. Fortunately, Xing Tian's shield was tough enough. Even though it could not exert any of its power, its sturdiness did not change. Therefore, Xing Tian did not suffer any serious injuries except for being a little disheveled. Mo Luo took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the battlefield and come to the World Devastator Taoist's side. You're courting death. On the other side of the battlefield, Kuafu, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with Mi Tian, saw the sudden attack of the divine light of destruction and his expression darkened. He roared and fully unleashed the power of his bloodline. In the next moment, the murderous aura inscribed in the witch tribe's bloodline rumbled and raged in all directions. It actually suppressed Mi Tian's innate murderous aura and was even more murderous than his. The earthen yellow light radiated from Kwafu's body and surged into the peach forest. In an instant, the surrounding peach trees grew wildly, emitting a misty blue light. Life chi filled the air and gave birth to strands of innate wood chi. This was wood born from earth. As a grand shaman of the Hutu tribe, Kwafu's blood was similar to that of the Hutu ancestral shaman. It was a bloodline that contained the laws of earth. Kwafu, who should have cultivated the Hutu physique and cultivated the Hutu physique, used his great wisdom to forge a new path. He used earth to give birth to wood, deducing the mysteries of creation and breaking free from Hutu's influence on the great Tao, walking his own path. Go! With a shout, Kwafu formed a seal with his hands. The innate wood chi and the turbid aura of the earth suddenly converged, forming a ray of greenish-yellow light that deduced the mysteries of creation and collided with the divine light of destruction. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the two rays of light shattered at the same time, turning into fragments that vanished into thin air. Then, the peach forest exploded, turning back into a staff and returning to Kwafu's hand. Putting away the all-encompassing mirror, Ni Tian used the shockwaves from the explosion to retreat and stand with Mo Luo and the World Devastator Taoist. At the same time, Feng Zichen and the other two stood together, facing the World Devastator Taoist and the other two from afar. Kill! Looking at each other, the three of them joined forces and poured their magic power into the Black Lotus of Destruction, fully activating its power. Boom! 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 They attacked Feng Zichen and the other two. Asterisk ding, asterisk the sound of creation came, and the illusory image of the green lotus of creation behind the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction became clearer. As it swayed, endless creation was born, as if it wanted to deprive all life and wipe out all things. Fellow Taoists, please help me. Glancing at the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction, Feng Zichen summoned the illusory image of Mount Buzhou and turned to the other two. Of course. Replying, Xing Tian and Kwafu fully activated the bloodline power in their bodies, summoning a wisp of Pangu's aura and injecting it into the illusory image of Mount Buzhou. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from heaven and earth, and the sound of Tao resounded. The illusory image of Mount Buzhou became heavier, and a vast divine aura burst out. An indescribable, majestic, and divine illusory image slowly appeared. At this moment, time and space stagnated, and the great Tao stopped moving. Heaven and earth stood still, and everything was suppressed. Only the illusory image of the green lotus of creation and Feng Zichen, who were protected by the illusory image of Pangu, still had consciousness. Kill! Kill! Without hesitation, both sides attacked at the same time, urging the illusory image of the green lotus of creation and Pangu's illusory image to collide with each other. Heaven and earth first darkened, and then suddenly there was silence. Finally, a ray of light appeared, getting brighter and brighter, and dazzling. Even with Feng Zichen and the others' cultivation levels, they could not open their eyes because of the light. When the light disappeared, the six of them opened their eyes and looked forward. They saw that the illusory image of the green lotus of creation and Pangu's illusory image had disappeared, leaving only the Black Lotus of Destruction and the illusory image of Mount Buzhou. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! With a cracking sound, Mount Buzhou broke apart inch by inch, turning into the origin of earth and returning to Feng Zichen's body. A crack appeared on the body of the Black Lotus of Destruction, and it flew back into the hands of the World Devastator Taoist. Then, the collision force of the two powerful illusory images began to explode. A huge vortex suddenly appeared, swallowing all existences of concepts. The six of them were unable to resist and were sucked in. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.